with the construction. And unfortunately, the contractor is already um, maybe brought in the equipment that they're going to use. They do the site establishment and so on. So for them to wait for you to give them a go ahead to start with the project, then they start charging you as the department for standing. So we regarded that as a material irregularity because we believe that is something that it could have been avoided. Because why do you allow the contractor to go on site when you know that you still don't have the permit? Um, we're still engaging with the accounting officer because currently the accounting officer has not taken the appropriate action, and therefore we are taking it through the different stages of the materiality process. Then again, now in 2025, we also issued another one where the department did not implement effective and efficient internal controls, which was during in 23-24, where the contractor charged them the VAT, of which the services that were provided by that contractor, it was zero rated. Um, and um, and we said that then it means that the department overpaid that contractor. But I must say that with that one, at least we concluded that they take appropriate action because they did consult with National Treasury, and they also consulted with South African Revenue Services. So there's a discussion that is taking place, which is going to result in SARS find a way of how do we refund those tax that VAT that was charged by that contractor to back to the department. So at least we are seeing that it's something that we are looking at it closely so that we can see if those funds are going to be paid back to the department. And then the one that at an advanced stage, you see these ones is the material irregularities that we issued in 2022. All of them is regarding to the standing time, and is for the Dark and Silver City topside, Dark and Silver City bottom side, as well as the communities residential units in Tabong, which we've been engaging with the leadership, taking into consideration the changes that happened with the accounting officers in this department. And in all those engagements, the accounting officer continued not to take appropriate action. So with this one, we put it as in the audit report as a recommendation, we put it as a remedial action. Still the accounting officer um, did not take the appropriate action, and therefore we have to move to the next step. And remember, the definition that are provided, the next step is the certificate of debt. So we're at the point where we've issued the notice of consideration to issue the certificate of debt to the former accounting officer. It's not the current one that is there. It's the one that at some point she was transferred to Department of Public Works, and I know that at some point then she was suspended. So we issued that notice, and also we still made some referrals because we believe that there are funds that belong to the states, and therefore there are some referrals also that we've done to DPCI to see if we are able to recover some of those funds that we paid to those contractors. So this is where we are regarding this material irregularity. And then the last one, yeah, human settlement has got a lot. And then we also issued recently another one on the assets that are not safeguarded, where it is relating again to G Hostel in Velcom. In fact, is the same properties where we identified that there are no preventative mechanisms in place to eliminate theft, losses, wastage, and misuse of the facilities. So I think this one, we are happy that the accounting officer is taking appropriate action to respond to the matters that we raise around about the safeguarding of that asset. And then lastly, the last slide there is the what I mentioned earlier. So if you're looking at the utilization of the internal audit, that we are saying that they do make recommendations, because which is a tool that is there, which we wish the committee, when the department is here, to really push this one, because as part of the accountability ecosystem, we really want to push that there's a adequate utilization of the internal audit as well as the audit committee. So the audit committee, the internal audit, they issue recommendations, management is not implementing them, as well as that when we're looking at the resources in that unit, we find out that it is not appropriately resourced. Yes, then for you to address the findings that you have, these are the recommendations that we are proposing, which we are tracking. I think it's something that also the committee can also engage with them to say, you were left with the recommendations. And the way that we do the recommendations now, we don't leave them to chance. As much as they are part of the management report, we also write to the accounting officer to ensure that they acknowledge this. So I think it's something that we can follow up. Then with regard to COGTA, also COGTA,
maybe just the
okay, thanks.
Is it not that because you in your recommendations from the previous financial year, you said they should sustain their unqualified report. So as a result, they don't see any need to go beyond.
Yeah, sorry. Thanks, Chair. Yes. Okay. With the opinion, we're talking about unqualified. So remember, there are three areas that we are reporting on the opinion. Is the opinion on the financial statements, then compliance, and then the AOPO, which is performance information. So we said don't regress on the unqualified with financial statements, while you're putting effort to ensure that you deal with the compliance, because the other recommendations will deal with the compliance, and the other one deal with the issues of performance information. And then the issue of the quality of those financial statements, it attracts the non-compliance. So the issue of the quality of those financial statements is covered as part of the non-compliance.
I was just looking at that, and with the issue that they have not improved on their performance monitoring. So that's why I then thought maybe they just looked at the recommendation and then said no. For as long as we play draw, we are fine.
Yeah, I think I take note of that, Chair, and I think it's something that we just need to, from our perspective, when we engage with them, we don't leave it to chance. We make it very clear that the opinion that we're talking about there is the unqualified on the financial statements. And then you must do the other areas, because the ultimate goal is to get to clean. Okay, thanks, Chair, for that. Then on human settlements, on COGTA. On COGTA, COGTA, they've been struggling, and I think I like the comment that was made by the MEC COGTA when she was here during the NCOP, because she raised this matter that as COGTA, they cannot afford not to lead by example. For them to perform the oversight and assist the local government, they need to ensure that for their own house it is clean. So they've been struggling with the performance information. On the financial statements, they've been getting financial unqualified. The compliance with laws and regulations, they've been getting them right, but they've been consistently getting findings on the performance information. So that is why our recommendations, we said, invest time to train your staff as to what is required for them in terms of financial reporting. Go even to the districts, because they are the ones who are generating the work that is going to result in to be reported as part of material irregularity, and be able to ensure that they push the municipality to implement those recommendations that are there. The comment that I made, Chair, I think there was the question that was coming from the NCOP who was saying, why are you not issuing the certificate of debt? I said, the certificate of debt is a sad moment because the certificate of debt is a reflection of everybody in the accountability ecosystem failed. When we issue the recommendations and the remedial actions and they are not implemented, we start to do the escalation. So we'll escalate in respect of local government to the council. We'll escalate to the MEC COGTA, MEC Finance. We'll escalate even to the Premier. So if there's a material ill resulted to the certificate of debt, it actually means that the MEC failed, the Premier failed, the Council failed, the MPEC failed, all those people that we informed for them to intervene. That is why we said that COGTA need to stay close to that. And then also with COGTA, the prioritize thing is good, that they were able to do the training to their staff with the result that the findings that we have with them on the performance information, they were able to clear them. But unfortunately, then the findings on the compliance is them that hold them now to get to clean. So that is why they're still not clean. The other recommendations that we give them, I think they took to heart, they are implementing them. We can see that they are in progress in terms of making sure that they are processed as to which municipality to support. We know that they started to prepare some of these backlog Section 47 reports and also starting to engage some of the municipalities on the material irregularities. And then if we're looking at the overall outcome for COGTA, as I indicated there, what is holding them not to be clean is the non-compliance. And the issues there is the prevention of irregular expenditure. And that is what is holding them. And also them not taking steps to, that means to implement or take action against the officials who incur that irregular, which means the lack of the investigations that is there. We also concerned with COGTA around about the achievements of the targets. So you see that they've got targets that they put, but they are not achieving those targets. Regarding the financial health of COGTA, we said overall we don't have any material unfavorable indicators. However, we see that there are claims that are made against them as the department to the value of 634 million. Then also the other thing that they need to attend to at COGTA, which attract on the performance information, as much as they were able to respond to the issues that we raise, we still have to allow them to go and make material adjustments to the performance information. So we said they need to really look at their processes to ensure that they eliminate material adjustments. And I think I mentioned the achievement of targets, which we are highlighting or spotlighting, particularly the local governance, where they achieve 86% of the targets, but while they spend about 81% of the budget. So if we're looking at the next slide, which is speaking to also the issues that they have on the procurement, which was worrying because it's the regression with human settlement. So you see that the matters that we highlighted on procurement is not the issues that we identified in 23-24. So it's something that we really want them to look at. For example, the issue of ensuring the issue of the tax clearance certificates, the issues of obtaining the quotations, I think those are the ones that are mostly. But I think what is key, you see that there's a one that we're talking about, the award that we provide was made to the service provider that gave the false declaration. So it's those ones that we really want to make sure them to take action against that particular service provider. When it comes to the consequence management, also with human settlements, you see that the increase in the irregular expenditure from 3 million to 11 million. which is mainly the non-compliance with procurement processes as well as the employee-related costs. They some level of investigations that they've done, but the only issue is that they need to ensure that they go through the extent of if they have to condone, they must be condone and be able to take it out as part of their closing balance. Then also similarly with the fruitless and wasteful expenditure, which has dropped compared to last year from 94 to 65,000, and which is mainly because of the interest and penalties, as well as the amount which is incurred on accommodation, flights, and shuttle services. So we're saying they must investigate because there could be some instances that they are justifiable reasons, but there could be instances where the officials were negligent. Let's say, for example, the officials was booked for accommodation to attend a particular event, and then that official did not pitch up. Then that is resulting to the fruitless and wasteful expenditure, which the department should recover directly from the responsible officials. And then also when it comes to the targets, achievement of targets, I think when I was looking at that, I think the concern again is that Section 7447 reports, which they still haven't closed to make sure that we have completely dealt with. Then you'll see that they also reported that the number of municipalities that they support regarding the appointment of senior managers. And so this of the 23 municipalities, they only supported only 15. So I think the slides is just highlighting where they are not achieving their targets. So the next slide is the one that speak now to their coordinating responsibilities. So when we're looking at that, is the Section 47 reports, which I think I mentioned quite a number of times. So when we're looking at them in the work that they do towards the dysfunctional municipalities, so they have 4 dysfunctional municipalities that supposed to be part of the municipal support improvement plan. And for them to be that, the municipality need to adopt that. So we said those 4 municipalities, they have not prepared and adopted that municipal support improvement plan. And then also the next one is the evidence that we could not be provided with that demonstrate the progress and status of the municipal improvement plans being tracked and monitored by the department. So they've got these plans, but we said, how do you monitor and track the achievements or the implementation of those plans? And then we could not be provided with evidence. And also, we see that COGTA is playing a critical role to ensure that there's professionalization of the public sector. So, we could not get a plan from the department as to how are they going to ensure or put in some level of frameworks to ensure that there's professionalization in the local government space. And then the last one is the Section 133(2)(3) of the MFMA, which deal with the submission of the annual report and oversight report to the legislature. So we're saying that the department could not give us the confirmation that they are complying with that Section 132 of the MFMA. And then the last part also, again, the utilization of the internal audit. Then also there is the lack of implementing the recommendations. Also the resourcing of the internal audit unit, and as well as the recommendations which are not always implemented. I think you'll recall that with this department, also the CFO for COGTA is the one that has been moved from COGTA to the Office of the Premier. So we see some level of instability in that position. Hopefully that they will at some point make sure that they create that stability. So that is the briefing on COGTA.
I maybe just informally just to say, I doubt some of those things would really be attended to, especially if you recommend that employees having been booked and did not attend, it must be recovered from them. Maybe I talk because I come from that department. Up until the 11th hour, you do not know whether you are booked or not. So if you decide and say, I'll wait until I hear that I'm being booked, and the event that has to be attended to is in Joburg, and then they are then told, yeah, no, we have booked you and you are still in Bloemfontein. Obviously, you would not be attending there. And it would be unfair for the department to recover from you. And as I speak to you now, I have a case with them now. When I inform them that, be aware that I've been sworn in as a member of the legislature, I sent a message to the HOD and the CFO immediately when we were sworn in. They sent me, I'm sure 2 months later or so, a letter to say that I must pay them 500 rand for SARS. Because when I informed them that I'm a member, they had already processed my salary, so they had to return it. Now, the money for SARS must be paid by me. So I'm just saying some of the things, even though we can say them, but the management will victimize employees because of their mismanagement of things. And that's the problem that you'll find in this department specifically. I just wanted to make that example, Jay, that there were things.
No, I think the chair, you're raising a valid comment. That is why that when they deal with the irregular, fruitless, and wasteful expenditure, it cannot be just a recovery without investigation. There must be investigation that is going to support the recovery. So in this type of example that you are giving, as an official, you are not at fault. There was the official that did the booking. That's the official that the money should be recovered from. That didn't do what they're supposed to be doing. So I think those are the things that, Chair, that when we look at, that is why we insist on the fact that there must be a report that is going to indicate that investigation was done. This is the outcome of the investigation. And surely now, as you now, if the booking was for yourself, you should be given an opportunity to respond. And your response, it should be part of the investigation to take into consideration to get to the conclusion. Because it means that there's something wrong with the controls. And that recommendation, the investigation now must recommend to say what needs to be corrected in the controls so that to prevent the recurrence as well.
Up to now, I've not been told whether I owe the department or the department owes me. They've not told me whether I've never taken leave since I've been there. But when I left, they have not given me a report to say you are owing the department or you are not owing the department, except to say, please, even though I have sent them that letter to say, please, to the HOD and to the CFO that has left to the Premier's office, they never responded to me. The only thing that they do is to bring me the letter to say I owe 500 rand for tax. So I'm just making that example because some of the issues, the problem resides at the top. And it becomes difficult to deal with it, except for the issue that you are raising, that if internal audit and the audit committee are fully functional, they can deal with such matters to ensure that at least the controls are there and the risks are lessened.
Thank you, Chairperson. Just on this issue, because you've given this as an example, and we've just heard that there must be an investigation and a report. But whose mandate and responsibility should it be to initialize that investigation and report? Should it be the chief financial officer or a unit manager or who starts that? Because I think sometimes they wait until the end of the financial year or until the audit comes and suddenly, oh, we've got this issue now. But being proactive, who should start that process?
Okay, thanks, Chair. According to the regulations, is the responsibility of the accounting office. But definitely the accounting officer will have to delegate that responsibility to the officials. I've seen in some of the institutions they will even utilize even their internal audit to conduct that investigation, because you need to have someone who's going to be neutral. So, for example, if you ask the chief financial officer investigate, you might find out that those transactions are initiated within that department. So, but I think that in the overall, it's just the accounting officer has to look at the matter, identify the people that must do, of which in most of the instances they usually utilize the internal audit. On the small ones, but on the big ones, then you can even go bigger, where maybe you even bring in the firm that can assist with those investigations. Thanks, Chair. And then if we go to the Office of the Premier, again, another setup, which is also, again, another coordinating department, a leading department, also that you expect it should lead by example. Unfortunately, this department is been qualified for a number of years. So we've been having material findings in all the areas, material findings on the financial statements that result to qualifications, a lot of non-compliance with laws and regulations, as well as the material findings on the performance information, which is disappointing because the Office of the Premier even have the responsibility to monitor and guide the other departments in relation to the performance information. So the recommendations that we gave to them is that this department has a huge backlog when it comes to the investigation of the UIFW. So we proposed to them to conduct the investigations, and also this department again for a number of years we always have problems with the occurrence of expenditure. So they will spend money, but they won't be able to prove that the services that they are paying for, those services have been rendered. So it's something that we've been always having with them for a number of years. On the performance information, we said they must establish the technical indicator descriptions so that they are able to strengthen the process to collate the information to report on their performance and develop a standard operating framework or procedure that will govern the support and the monitoring of the other departments. Because we said, as much as you need to get your performance information right, but you need to come up with a framework that is going to guide you on how do you support and monitor the annual performance plans of the other departments. And then also we said in their annual performance plan, they need to be clear what is the expected outcome of those programs. So that you know what is the end game that you want to achieve. So the only thing that I can say that they've done, the other things are in progress. The one that they have done is that they were able to the last one, which is come up with the expected outcomes. At least they try to bring in something that clearly indicate what do they expect to achieve. On the other ones, yeah, we could see that there are some steps that they are taken. but they are not reached at the point where they have achieved the desired outcome. For example, the issue of the occurrence of expenditure. They develop the checklist, which they go through so that they are able to know if you've got the expenditure voucher, what are the things that needs to be there in the expenditure voucher to confirm for you that the expenditure, the services were rendered. So they are it's still the work in progress that they do. We are worried about this department that when it comes to performance excellence, you keep on repeating the same misstatements that you get from the previous years. They've got weak processes to monitor and coordinate information within the department itself. The internal controls and the governance processes are not effectively institutionalized within that department. So it's something that we're really concerned because the Office of the Premier should be clean. So if you're looking at their outcomes, you can see that we've been qualifying them for the past 5 years. Material findings on their compliance. I must say that after a push with them, we really congratulated them, at least for the first time after a number of years, that they were able to adjust the findings that we pick up on their performance information. So their performance information now, I can say, is reliable if you read their performance information in the annual report. On the compliance, so is the issue of the quality of the financial statements, which is still a problem. And I'm hoping that with the CFO that moved now from Cocta to there, because I think she started to put in some processes that should be able to correct the issue of the quality. And the issue of preventing the irregular expenditure is a problem. The reason why they have these challenges with the occurrence of expenditure, they need to put in proper controls to ensure that the approval and the processing processes for the payments is tightened up, that processes. Then we also have challenges around about the safeguarding and the maintenance of assets. There are no strong processes to eliminate theft, loss and the wastage and the misuse of the assets. Their achievement of the targets is also low. And also sometimes they're not taking, in fact, is the department that you see that when I was compared with the ones that we're looking at today, is the one that there's total lack of investigation. There's no investigation whatsoever for all the areas, for irregular expenditure, for fruitless and wasteful, as well as irregular. You'll see when we go to that slides, for a number of years, there's totally no investigations. When it comes to the financial health, also for this department, also it's got a shortfall against the next year's budget of about 45 million. Also, if you're looking at the payables over the period of 3 years, they've got a commitment of about 54 million. And also there's commitment claims also that are made against the department. So if you look at the next slide, the procurement, in this department, their procurement section need a complete overhaul. It's a very small department, but you can see the type of findings that we raise on SCM, where we said that they've got no processes or measures to monitor and their contract, the contract management. The issue of obtaining the goods or services, sometimes you even doubt whether the price that they are paying is it reasonable. Which I think it linked also to the occurrence of expenditure that we raised. Competitive bids which are not always invited, the declaration of interest that are not always submitted by their service providers. Sometimes they even use incorrect or allocate incorrect points when they do the awarding, for example, on the quotations. Sometimes they procure to suppliers without tax clearance certificates. Sometimes quotations are not obtained. And there are instances that there are employees with interest in entities which are not ODT suppliers. So which means that their employees sometimes they are doing business, which means that they are having the additional remunerations, but when you check the approval, that you don't get those approvals. We also have instances of limitations where they procure the services that are IT related. They are expected to make sure that they are procuring those services through SETA, and you find out sometimes they don't do it. But I was happy the few months ago, I got a phone call from the acting DG, and they wanted to procure telephone services, and I highlighted this matter to him as well to say, you've got a history of the procurement that you need to do through SETA, which you don't do. As a result, I think they started to go back and make sure that they follow the right processes to eliminate this type of non-compliance, and also the bids that are not adjudicated by a properly constituted adjudication committee. So I think with this one, because it's a very important department, I deliberately decided to go through all of those findings that we have, because it's not something that we should be seeing in that type of department, as it is the leading department. So you see that if you're looking at the next slide on the irregular expenditure, as much as we can see that there was the reduction compared to the previous year, where the irregular expenditure dropped from 76 million to 41 million, but for that department is still high. And is the nature of irregular is the procurement without competitive bidding, the non-compliance with the procurement processes. And then if you look at the balances, you can see the balances keep on going up. Their closing balance is sitting at about 482 million, and there's just no investigation that has been conducted. Similarly, with the fruitless and wasteful expenditure, which is sitting at 31 million, and the nature of that is where we're saying that the payments were made for goods or services not received, and the investigations are just not conducted. So when you're looking at the targets, also you have quite a lot of targets that are not achieved. So you see that if you're looking at their policy and governance, like for example, the issue of them as the department, they need to report on the government buildings that complying with disability access guidelines. So they were supposed to prepare 4 reports and they only did 2. The other one that is really worrying is this next one, the one that that they need to advance the rights of women, youth, people with disabilities, and older persons. And really, when I was looking at this thing, I said it is so unfortunate because we have high incidence of violence against women and youth, which means the issues of gender-based violence, and they only issued only 1 report. And then on the provincial monitoring and evaluation, you see that on the number of reports of government priority campaigns, the target was 4, they only issued 2. And then the number of incomplete and slow-moving government priorities, out of 4, they only done 3 of those reports. Then we also, as the coordinating ministry, also we did that work with them. But I must say that one of the things that while we're engaging with them, the progress that we see that they're starting to make is the fact that they took a stand to ensure that they review the draft IPPs, something that they were not doing in the past. So they started at least to ensure that they review the draft IPPs of the other departments. And they also gave the feedback to those departments of the findings that they have on their APPs. And also we're encouraged to see them adding a new indicator for themselves for conducting those performance reviews, so that as part of their APPs, it indicates that they need to do that. The findings that we still have with them is for them struggling to continue and consistently coordinate and provide the strategic direction the three spheres of government. So I think is the area that we don't see them performing well there. And then we said also the department's annual performance plan is aimed at ensuring continuous improvement. So we're saying that your APP should come up very strong to ensure that they are driving the improvement in the service delivery in the province, and strengthen the integration and coordination amongst the departments as well. So those are the things that we believe that they need to do to fulfill their role as the coordinating institution. And then on the material irregularities, there was a material irregularity that we issued with them in 2023, which relates to the payments for transport services, which was provided for a number of years that resulted in overpayments. And the conclusion was that after we erased that, they were able to respond, conducted the investigations, and started with the process of recovering the overpayments through the state attorney. Then on the internal audit, again, with the challenges that they have, they're not effectively utilizing the internal audit, and their internal audit, as a result, they're not following through on the recommendations that they made. And also we believe that it is not actually also adequately resourced. The audit committee for that Office of the Premier, there was the time that their term has ended, but they delayed to appoint a new one. So we're looking at it to what will be the impact in 25-26, because in 24-25 they were appointed very late. And then also we give them the similar recommendations, but I think the one that we are really concerned with them, which we emphasize quite a lot when we were engaging the Premier as well, is this issue of the occurrence of expenditure. That is something that they need to really look into. And then on public works also, once this department was clean, but unfortunately they were not able to sustain the clean audit opinion for too long. And the remain of the reasons was the issue of the compliance with laws and regulations. So the findings, the recommendations we gave to them is the issue of the quality of the financial statements that we said they need to look into, because it's the area that we're starting to see the regression. This department used to give us the financial statements that doesn't require adjustments, but we said they need to tighten up. Then we also advised them to continue with the investigation of irregular and fruitless and wasteful expenditure, as well as for them to implement the controls so that they are and develop the standard operating procedures that will define what needs to be collated when they collate the information, because we started to see some of the lapses now around about the performance information. And then we said, as the looking at their mandate, that we didn't really see them that they actually go out and visit the projects that they are implementing for the user departments. And we said they need to do that, and also make sure that they've got regular meetings so that they are able to track the progress that have been made to eliminate the challenges that we have around the infrastructure. And so with the recommendations, there was only one that they implemented. Otherwise, the other ones still a problem. Particularly the one that is worrying is considering all the challenges that we have with the infrastructure in the projects, for them not to tighten up the controls around about that. But I must mention also, honorable members, there's a process that we are working on together with Provincial Treasury, where we intending to meet now in December, where we invite Public Works together with the key service delivery departments, that is education, health, so that we can discuss the generally the issue of the infrastructure delivery. Because if you go to public works blame education and health. If you go health and education, they blame public works. So we said, let's sit all of us in one room, and we are going to share with them what are the findings that we are picking up and what are the processes that they need to implement to address those challenges. And then if I move to the next slide on the overall outcomes. So when it comes to the audit outcomes, financial statements, they've been consistent to be financially unqualified. On the performance reporting, yes, we do pick up the material misstatements, but they are able to adjust. So that is why you see that for the past 5 years, we are saying that there have been no material findings. The area that they have the problem is the compliance. And what was worrying me that they all used to have only one non-compliance. Now we're starting to see more of the non-compliance, which means now they are regressing in that area. The non-compliance that they always struggle with is the 30 days payment, particularly the 30 days to servicing the local government accounts. I think what is limiting them is the grant that they receive that is always not able to cover all the debts that they owe to the municipalities for the rates and the services. So the areas that they regress, that is why we had that recommendation on the quality of financial statements. We said they need to make sure that the quality of the financial statements is good so that it doesn't attract the non-compliance. They need to deal with the issue of safeguarding of the assets, collect the money that is due to the department, and also make sure that there's effective and appropriate steps to prevent irregular expenditure, and also investigate and take the disciplinary steps against the officials who incur the fruitless and wasteful expenditure. We also put in them for them to attend to make sure that the targets that they set, they achieve those targets. Also, this department, they had a deficit of 967 million. Cash shortfall also in the next year's budget of 6 million. Amounts payable over the next 3 years, which is 2.3 billion, which is quite heavy and understandable with them. Some of their contracts that they enter into is the multi-year projects, so that is why you see those big commitments. But we're highlighting it because I think it's something that they need to continuously monitor so that we don't experience that some of the projects are not completed because there are no funds, because you need to have a long-term view of the commitments that you made as the department, as well as the claims against the department of 895 million. Then also we do highlight also the weaknesses in the procurement processes. I think also with them, what is worrying is the issue of the CIDB grading, because really if we want to get our infrastructure correct, we cannot afford that we are not appointing the correct contractors to build our infrastructure. And then I think the other ones, the other one is I think the other ones are just straightforward one. Then if we're looking at the irregular expenditure, we see that the irregular expenditure is sitting at 15 million and for the 24-25. But also again with them, the problem is to investigate the closing balances. You see that if you're looking at their closing balance, is a huge amount sitting at more than 500 million, which is sitting at 638 million. So I think the issue with them is so that we don't create the culture of impunity. So it becomes important, the investigations, and then also with the interest, also the lack of the investigations. So I think this one, Chair, also this issue of the investigation, so that I don't forget, I think it's something that we need to, when Provincial Treasury appears, as much as you'll be interrogating the departments why they're not investigating, I know Provincial Treasury also, they are trying to assist these departments with the investigation, where they try to, at a central point, appoint the service providers that they're going to deploy in the different departments to go and conduct these investigations. I think their process, I think, is also delaying, because they've been saying this for a number of times, that they are appointing, and I haven't seen any that has been appointed. And then on the performance, on the targets, also with this one, there's quite a few that targets that they are not achieving. For example, the number of projects that are awarded, they targeted 13 but only achieved 8. The completion of the projects, which is very concerning, that they were planning to complete 22 projects. They only managed to complete only 9. The awards of the new projects, the one that they were planning to award, they did not. And then I was worried when I see that the number of planned maintenance projects. I think firstly, the target was too soft in the first place, and even that target was not achieved. So, which is worrying for them to not to come strong to ensure that there's proper maintenance. And I know their argument also with the maintenance, and also I think, honorable members, is something that the province need to take a decision. How do they deal with it? The budget for maintenance is sitting with the user departments and not with Public Works. And Public Works always complain to say, I'm unable to maintain because this budget is not sitting with me. And it's part of those discussions that are happening, but they're not making decision. Public Works said, give me the budget, I'll deal with this. And then, but Treasury continue to give the budget to the user departments. And then the other one that they did not achieve is the number of renewable energy backup system projects. So you're looking at that to say you were planning to award 11, you only do 9, and I think the province, if it's moving slow, will find ourselves to be irrelevant, because really the issues of renewable energy, we should be moving fast so that we are able to deal with these projects. Maybe it will also help also with the amounts that they also owe to the municipalities as well. And then we put this slide on the delivery of the infrastructure. And with Public Works, the projects that we visited for them, we visited the Tsirelatsong Children Home, as well as Tusanong building that they have here. Generally, the findings that we have is the delay in the completing of those projects. We had findings around about the poor workmanship. Sometimes they delay in approving the extension of time, and sometimes also the issues around about inadequate project planning. So those are some of the general findings that we pick up when we're looking at the projects that they are implementing. And then lastly, on Public Works, again, on the effectiveness of the internal audit. So I think it's something that is, if you look at this department, is really consistent throughout the lack of utilization of the internal audit. Even where it is adequately capacitated, but even when they issue their recommendations, they're not implementing their recommendations. And then also with this department, also there's been instability in the HOD position. I know that even now, it is that position is still vacant. And then the last department, which is Community Safety, Roads and Transport. It looks like I'm doing good with the time.
Yeah, no, I maybe just to say with this matter of maintenance sitting with the user departments, but with the legislature, it's not sitting with the legislature. But this department finds it difficult to maintain RATSAL. So it would not be the case that if those monies are given to public works, this problem that the legislature is having will then multiply to all other institutions in the province. And maybe, secondly, something that I don't understand, we call work projects, but you don't see implementation of project plan. You know, my thinking is that if you think of a project in terms of the project plan, it becomes a plan costed with clear timelines. And once you approve, it means you say we have money to conduct this project, and because that project costs this amount, and with these timelines, we can be able to undertake this project because there's capacity to do that. But I still have to hear of a project in the province whichever conforms to a project plan. In fact, what one sees is that sometimes you even forget that you are building something because what is being built has not been completed and is now being vandalized. And we still call that a project. Maybe just as a by the way thing also. This issue of calling that project of Tabung a G hostel project. G hostel is still there. And where that project is F hostel, not G hostel. And not F, E. It's next to E hostel. If we remember when this thing started, it was because there was a lot of crime at G hostel. And the decision was demolish G hostel and build family settlements. So G hostel is still there. There was construction done, whatever, renovations done. This one is a different project, but why is it called G hostel? But it's not for you to. I'm just saying it. It's not a misnomer to, because G hostel is still the things.
No, thanks, Chair. Yeah, I think this issue, that is why we're having this engagement in December, because the issue of where the money is, it should not be an issue. The issue is the discipline of how do we deal with the maintenance. So that is why we want to put everybody in one room, so that those systematic failures, to put processes to say how do you deal with it. I think that's the feedback also that I get from Provincial Treasurer. Whenever they deal with this, they always want to discuss the money, but it should not be about the money. It should be about what are the processes in place when you need to maintain. If Public Works is still going to be responsible for maintenance, what are the things that they need to do? Because also Public Works, they are raising the issue to say, sometimes we go and appoint the contractor that is going to assist, and the user department doesn't release the money. Or we find out the user department use the money on something else, and therefore there's no longer a budget for maintenance. So I think there's disciplines and the failures that we just need to deal with, and the issue of where the money is should be, by the way, it should not be there. Otherwise, if we are chasing the money, then we want to do something else. Then maybe, Chair, on the issue of the failures on the project, I just wanted to go back to slide 48. So if we look at what we're looking at when we're looking at the projects, there are 4 phases that we are looking at. We are looking at the planning. We're looking at the process during the implementation of the projects, where you are looking at the professional services, the monitoring, supervision, and then you look at the management of the project itself, and then the commissioning. Most of our projects fail in the first phase, where the needs assessments are not done properly, the feasibility studies are not done properly. I know that one of the important pillar that is important as part of the planning is the public participation. That we don't go to those areas and involve the public in that area, with the result that our projects end up failing. By the time we get to that, even with the implementation where we need to do the proper monitoring and so on to make sure that we are sticking to the cost, to the timelines, to the quality, you find out that our plan was flawed already. So I think that is why our team, when they engage with the PMU units, they take them through this cycle, because I think that's this project life cycle is become critical to say, have you done justice to each and every phase that is part of that cycle? Thanks.
Chair, just before we continue, can I perhaps just, the meeting that you're going to have in December, can't we perhaps get a report on that, or minutes or inputs? Because it's something that we've been talking about for years actually now, to get the 3 departments in one room, if possible.
Yep.
And then also on the, what you said, you shouldn't chase the money, or it shouldn't be a problem, but why can't we budget differently? That the projects are identified by the departments, education, health, whoever, but it's funded through Public Works, because they must implement it and build it. And because at the end of the day, what I see it's happening is that the department, now education and health, doesn't do oversight on these projects as well. So they haven't got engineers or people that can actually say, listen, this is value for money and we've spent it wisely. And I mean, Public Works must have engineers and qualified people. Why can't we just budget differently and from the start push it there, and they are the responsible department?
No, you're right, Chair. That is correct. That is what our argument is saying. We should first deal with what caused the failures in this space. So if you're looking at the history of Public Works has been failing the departments, and it's been failing them because of the fact that they didn't have adequate capacity. That is why you'll see that some of the departments, they started to have their own PMUs, they have their own engineers in their own unit. So that is why I said that we need to look at it holistically, structurally. Then the issue of money becomes the last, and not the focus to say, for us to succeed with maintenance, give me money. It should not be about that. It should be Public Works, if you deal with this matter, do you have the right capacity to deal with? And what is going to be the role of the department? What is going to be the value chain? Because sometimes as Public Works, you might not see in a particular department that there's a need for maintenance. It's the user that knows that I'm using this facility, I need this facility to be maintained for one reason or another. What are the processes that we're going to put in place? Because I believe that if we can have those things dealt with, then it's going to inform now to say, for this to work, where the budget should go.
Thank you, Chairperson. It may be something to consider as well. My apologies for using the word, but it sometimes feels like government is kind of clumsy. So we see this a lot in the Free State, where Public Works is the, let's call it, implementing agent, and they have the they implement a project, infrastructure project, let's say for health. And then there are these issues we are talking about now. I remember one in the previous administration. I think it was about a hospital, issue with a hospital that never, well, the infrastructure wasn't built. And then we started asking, where does the problem lie? Health said, no, infrastructure said it with health, and health said it with infrastructure. But then we realized there's a horizontal issue as well. So let's say infrastructure appoints a consulting engineer, and they develop the plans. But then on national health, there's also a consulting and a signing off mandate that they need to attend. And sometimes that's where the problem lies. It's on a national level as well. So it appears like government sometimes is so clumsy. There's so much red tape that the services don't get delivered or the projects aren't finished. So that's something to consider as well. Thank you.
Yeah, you are spot on, Chair. I think that is one of the things that is provincial treasury is faced with, because they raised at this point. They said some of these projects are driven through the grants, and you find out that grant is from, like the one that you're using as an example, is the grant for health. So the Department of National Health will do the transfer to the Provincial Department of Health. And that is why that budget end up not sitting now with public works, but sit with health. That is why I think our emphasis is that to say, let's first deal with these processes so that even those matters comes out to say, these are the type of infrastructure project that I deal with. This is how they are funded, and this is how we're going to deal with it. Because as I said, then it's going to dictate where the funds is. Because if the grant is from health to health, public works cannot claim it to say pay that money back to me, because of the red tape that you're talking about. Because health is the one who needs to account for that grant. But if the processes are tight enough, it should not be a concern where the budget is, because the public works will know that my role starts here and ends there, and then health will know that I've got this budget, and therefore make it a point that the money is released when it needs to. And also to sit and plan together, because public works cannot sit on their own and plan to maintain the infrastructure of health without health being part of the planning. So those are the things that we really want to see if we can assist, and so that we can emphasize the importance of them to be implemented. But I take note of the fact that if we can share the outcome of that, we'll definitely work on that and make sure that we share with the committee the outcome of those discussions. Okay. Then on the last one, which is community safety, roads and transport, again, of the recommendations that we left in the prior year, community safety, roads and transport, they regressed that year, and they regressed because of the fact that they could not account properly for the vehicles that they impound. They impound vehicles throughout the province, and when they release the vehicle, then they need to charge, but they were unable to give us proper accounting for that, where sometimes the team will go to those sites where in terms of their records, the vehicle should be on site, but when the team go and visit, they find out the vehicle is not there. So we recommended for them to do the weekly reconciliations, improve the controls over their asset management, and investigate irregular, fruitless, and wasteful expenditure, as well as the issue of the quarterly performance of their annual targets. The issue of their quarterly targets, I think we're happy that they hit to that recommendation and it was implemented. But the other recommendations were just in progress. The reconciliation, they commenced with it, but still did not. They were able to get it right for the 24-25, that they were unqualified, but the comparative figure, they were unable to get it right. So we're hoping that going forward, if they keep on maintaining that reconciliation, it should resolve that question, that qualification that we raised with them. the culture, I think the culture, we see this department as the culture that it doesn't have the culture of performance excellence, there's lack of accountability, and also in terms of the reporting, they've got inconsistencies or incomplete reporting. Then on the overall outcomes, for the past 2 years, they were qualified this area that I was talking about the accrued departmental revenue in relation to the impounded vehicles. On the performance information, over a number of years, they've been able to adjust the material misstatements that we identified, but they've been always having a challenge with the material compliance. First is the one that relates to the quality of the financial statements, and then the issue of the prevention of unauthorized, irregular, and fruitless and wasteful expenditure. Also, they have a culture of not paying within 30 days, and you can imagine they're dealing with the contractors, particularly those ones that are doing the roads, and they're not able to pay them on time. The safeguarding of assets becomes a challenge. Disciplinary steps, that means to investigate the irregular expenditure, as well as the that in some instances we could not have evidence that the investigations were conducted into the allegations of financial misconduct that we communicated to the department. On the financial health, also, they've got a shortfall against the next year's budget of 751 million. The amount payable in future periods against the 3 years of 1.2 billion. Also, I think similar to Public Works, because they've got big contracts and multi-year, so you'll expect that they will have commitments that are going beyond 2 years, which are big contracts. And then the claims against the department also 721 million. Then the weaknesses on the procurement and contract management. There are some instances that we have, but it was not a lot with this department. Is the issues that we identified is the issue of the awards to providers who are in the service of the other state institutions, the false declarations as the issues of the deviations and the issues of quotations. Yeah. Also, the challenge, also the investigation. So you can see also there's no investigation that is happening. The closing balance keep on going up. You can see that the closing balance on the irregular expenditure is sitting at 1.9 billion at the end of 2024-2025. So the discipline of investigation is not there, which also we are saying that we're creating a culture of impunity. And the nature of irregular is the procurement without competitive bidding, non-compliance with legislation, as well as non-compliance with the procurement processes. We also had, with the fruitless and wasteful expenditure for 24-25, they did not have any. But the problem is the lack of investigating the prior years of that fruitless and wasteful expenditure. And the challenge with this lack of investigation is running a risk that if there's any possible money that you could have recover, you're running a risk that because the things that is the time period that lapses, that you might end up not being able to recover. So I think that's the risk that we are sitting with here. So there's a lot of targets that they are not achieving, and this department is a very critical department. When I was looking at some of the targets that they set, they've got a lot of soft targets that they're setting. Some targets that when you see them, you even have to go back to the team and confirm with the team, is it what I'm seeing correct? I'll just show you one. If you're looking at that table, for example, where the number of kilometers of gravel roads that are upgraded to surface roads. So their target was only 9 kilometers for the full year. Similarly, the number of kilometers of gravel roads that are re-gravelled, they only targeted 80 kilometers. The number of kilometers of gravel roads upgraded to surface roads using refurbished funds, they targeted only 26 kilometers. And if you look even what they achieved, targeted 26 and they achieved only 2 kilometers. So I think this department is looking at the state of our roads. It becomes worrying when you see the type of targets that they are setting. Yeah, so I think that's the challenge, and also the lack of, even with those targets that are soft that they are setting, that they are even unable to achieve those targets. And also with this department, I think we're starting to see quite a lot of trend of them, which I think is a good thing, because of the I think it was last year where we shared. I see we didn't put it here. The team did an assessment of looking at the backlog with this department to say how long will this department take to clear their backlog. I think we estimated last year about it can never take them less than 10 years to clear the backlog, which is a huge backlog that they have. And we've seen them starting to hand over some of the road to Sanral, which I think is the good thing, so that at least that there's Sanral can be able to support in maintaining some of the roads in the province. But otherwise, in general, we still have a challenge. Then if we're looking at the projects that we visited there, so we visited that one of the route between Kronstadt and Steinsres. Again, also Public Works also have the similar challenge with the other project delivery, infrastructure delivery in the project, the issue of the delay. So you see that project was delayed by 32 months. Then also the department not paying that contractor within 30 days, with the result that the contractor is putting a claim against the departments for the non-payment. So I think those are the, basically, even if you're looking at this one of between Duespruit and Excelsior, also is the delay in that project, and that the contractor also had claimed for the quantities that exceeded the actual progress and the value of the work completed on site. So the issues of the project delivery, I think just in general in the province, I think it just really needs attention. We also highlighted also the one that we visited of the between Senegal and Rosedal. Also we see that the type of similar findings that we're picking up. Also with the use of the internal audit, so we said at least looks like with these departments they make use of them, but I think we believe that they can add more value if they can be adequately capacitated. The term of the audit committee for Public Works, it came to an end in October, and the new committee was appointed at the remainder of the year. And then they have a challenge with the vacancy at the CFO level, that the CFO position was vacant for a period of 6 months. Yeah. So that is the end, honorable members, the presentation. I know that it is a lot, but I hope it gives the sense of how these departments that you're going to see for the next 2 days, how they're performing, where the pressure points, and possibly maybe the areas that you feel uncomfortable that you want to probe further, for them to provide information and for them to accelerate further, because you can see in all of them there's quite a lot of work that needs to be done. Yeah. Thanks, Chess.
Thanks. Let me start with Director Lute.
Thank you, Chairperson. On the issue of the soft targets, and I mean, I sometimes wonder, those annual performance plan, they come through us. We sit with them at some stage in the budget cycle. So those 9 kilometers actually was noted by a committee. And I saw, and I always wonder whether we aren't doing enough to influence those APPs really. What is it that the legislature can do to influence those annual performance plans and the targets that I set? Because, like I said, in a certain degree, we can't really fight with the department because they've presented to us, we noted them, and we didn't try and influence them. So 9 kilometers is 9 kilometers, and we actually approved that to a certain degree. So what can we do in that cycle of planning and the departments? How can we influence those targets they set? Thank you, Chairperson.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Yeah, I agree with Honourable Klute, but the problem I see there, it's all well and fine if we increase their targets, but they can't even achieve the low targets. So, and I also think that if we want to really make an impact, we need to get advice or technical advice. We need on our committee even. So listen, this is feasible, or engineers, whoever, to advise us. My question is on the why didn't you identify material irregularities in this department? Maybe I don't understand the identification of it that much, but I do believe there's a lot of money that got lost in the process, especially on these two roads, the one in Tweespruit and also Kroonstad Steynsrus. I mean, Tweespruit there was a contract given to a company that did work with the department, couldn't deliver there, and now they just say, listen, we shouldn't approve that. We do a small little view at the background of this department or this company. We vet them in a kind of way that doesn't fall within our scope, and they get away with that. But I mean, at the end of the day, if they lose money in this department or this contract, somebody should be held accountable, and can't that also fall on material irregularities? And just to come back to that, sorry, I want to jump back to material irregularities and human settlements also. It's not something, should we focus on that now? Because it's actually a process that falls within your department or within AG, and they're taking a different route, especially the G hostels and Dark and Silver City. Or should we ask the question to the department also? Thank you, Chair.
I think maybe one of the issues that maybe what Ndate Klute is referring to on the soft target and non-achievement. Remember, the budget is preceded by planning. There has to be tabling of annual performance plan, which must then say that what you put in the budget is what you put in the plan. So it means you have planned for those 9 things. Even if you can say it's soft target, why didn't you achieve them? Because you planned for them, you budgeted for them. So that at the end of the year, if you then say you had to divert money to other things, there is adjustment that we approve, which must then obviously deal with a readjustment of planning. So I think it's one of the issues that really has to be attended to. And maybe the whole language of soft target reminds me of olden days. But let me leave it. I didn't see you.
Thank you, Chair, and let's welcome the presentation. Mine is just to check. I think with Public Works, from the reports that we have received by a period of time, there's something that is happening. You'd find that when it comes to their targets, they would achieve 50%, but the money spent is 100%. Perhaps if you can just share the light, if you did pick some of those instances, especially with Department of Public Works, because most cases they finish the money the money that they allocate for targets, but the targets they don't even achieve 50% of the target sets. Thank you.
Oh, Menanyani and then Werner and Latimakai.
Thank you very much, Chair. Chair, let me firstly welcome the presentation. Chair, we are sitting here worried because it seems as if there is no measures that are in place to ensure that all procurement activities comply with relevant legislation and regulations, including Public Finance Management Act and the Preferential Procurement Policy Frame Act. And if there is measurement there, say, what are they, that measurement? Thank you.
Thank you. Ke a leboha, Chairperson.
I know that technology is not there in Kwankwabat.
Oh,
Born before.
Chairperson, ke a leboha. Nna ke batla ke le worried haholo ka this project ya Dark and Silver. E re mathileng for several times, re monitor mo. Ho tla dula ho na le vandalization le theft e bang teng moo, because it shows hore the contractor ha ba batle ho qeta ho etsa mosebetsi. So e ka re tjhelete e itsamaela fela for sweet nothing. And then the other thing, Chairperson, ke this thing ya the accounting officers tse sa etseng mosebetsi wa tsona. E ka re sele a norm hore the accounting officers ha ba no etsa mosebetsi. E tla be le di-projects tse ngata fela like enana ya Fantasberg houses tse tjhelete ya tsona e patetsweng 2018-2019, but until now those houses are not yet finished. So now I fail to understand why an accounting officer will stay be there, whereas he or she is not doing his own work. What is the importance of motho wa jwalo hore a nne a be teng in the same position? Thank you very much.
So the AG's office has to advise on that, or what could probably be the responsibility of the executive authority to ensure that on his or her oversight work, to ensure that there is performance from management. Werner?
Thank you very much, Chair, and I think thank you to the AG for the presentation. It's always wonderful engaging with the AG and learning from the AG. Chair, just 3 questions. One, it's quite concerning to see that on the financial health, the claims against the departments have drastically increased in most of those departments. There are massive amounts between these 4 departments. If I calculate quickly, it's about 2.5 billion that's being claimed. And I'm wondering if the AG looks into those claims, where do they originate? Is a lot of them also coming from the non-compliance with legislation in terms of procurement and contract management? I would understand in some departments like community safety, roads and transport, that large amount might be claims due to accidents and so forth, for potholes and so forth. But it would be interesting to note how many of that is actually also then related to the issue of non-compliance with legislation on procurement management and contract management. Because I think most of us as members, when we go on the ground to our constituencies and oversights, we can see that contract management is a major thing in most projects. You can go to almost any project and you'll find contract management issues there. Chair, then secondly, to the AG noted with COGTA the non-tabling of the Section 47 MSA reports, those consolidated reports on municipalities. And the legislature itself as an institution has been lambasted by the AG, saying we're not doing enough in terms of our role and our oversight. But then it's very problematic because in the past we have not received these 47 reports. These 47 reports on municipalities will help us drastically to do oversight. Similarly with the Section 717 reports, who are actually in your reports that we for the first time now received, I think, a few months ago. Those are fantastic because it's in here. It's not looking back what transpired a year ago in a municipality. It tells us what's going on today. Quarterly, Section 717 report. So my question to the AG is basically, if we do receive those Section 47 reports and 717 reports, that is definitely part of our mechanism as a legislature to do better oversight, and that those reports must then come, especially the 47 one that's not been coming for some time. It must come to the legislature. Thank you, Chair.
And more so that the Treasury has not given us guidelines for dealing with those reports. And the other issue is that Ndate Otwa has not given us here on the issue that you are raising on contract management. What has been the performance of the departments in terms of contract managements by those departments directly to say, like it happened with municipalities, so that we can clearly see how are they performing. Dr. Makai.
Thank you, Chair. Let me also welcome the presentation. I'm just thinking aloud now, but I'm wondering if the AG's office does not have software that can assist departments in actually doing their planning, because time and time again you see that 90% of their budget is spent, but 10% of the targets are achieved. And when you ask what happened, they didn't have money, or it was costed wrong, or this was wrong. So isn't there some sort of software that can be issued to departments that can assist them in working out the correct algorithm and for whatever projects they're doing, so they can get closer to the cost-related objectives? Because it's ludicrous. Otherwise, the planning that is sitting in his offices, the incompetency is beyond recognition. So is there some sort of software? Because I know that the AG's office has got software that you can use for tax compliancy and all that type of thing. So I'm wondering if there isn't some sort of software that can be given to departments to guide them into assisting them to actually working out their targets and objectives more accurately and more concisely, or more comprehensively.
They should be having quantity surveyors with modern technologies. They should be having quantity surveyors with modern technologies here. Over to you, Dr.
Thank you very much, Chair, and thanks to the chairpersons and the honorable members for the questions. I'll answer.
Maybe something that I forgot, that I just noted as we were talking, these issues of buildings. I think since we came in last year, we have been experiencing a lot of information that a lot of buildings were being closed down by labor. And we have been saying that we want information on why are these buildings being closed? They are not compliant. What makes them not to be compliant? And whether is it related to that? And whether is it related to that? But it's now a new trend that we see happening. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Chair. So I'll answer to the best of my abilities a lot of questions. So if I start with the legislature, what they can do with this issue, I think maybe we need to just reflect at the legislature. Firstly, when do they give you these plans? They're not giving you at the tail end where you've got no option but to approve, and then so that things are happening. So maybe this is where we need to fix, because if they give you on time, I know that there are timelines that are in place, then I think you should be able as a legislature to maybe to turn back in some of them, to say, no, go back and look at this. What impact do you want to make by doing that? Because the reality is, it end up sitting with you because you're the one who approves it. So they will say this is our plan because the legislature also approved that this is how we're going to perform. So I think, but I agree also that the legislature could also look at what additional support do you need so that you are able to scrutinize these plans when they come, and look at them. Also, the thing that we've been advocating for them is that also we encourage the departments that they can also give us these plans, for us to look at them before they get approved by the legislature. Some of them they do give us, and we are able to give them the inputs even during that period. And then, so I think maybe as a province we need to create that as a culture, that what are the things that needs to happen before the plans come to the legislature for approval. So if, for example, the department is tabling their plan, you ask them to say, did AG look at it? And if you've got also other committees like the Office of the Premier, that they must come with the evidence that the Office of the Premier look at it and they are satisfied with it, so that you've got some level of assurance by other role players on the plans that will be looking at them and approving. I think that could, yeah. And then the MI at Community Safety, Roads and Transport. You sounded, Honorable Van Vuren, as if you've been a fly in my office. I always get frustrated. I see that there's a lot of problems there, and most of the things that we are considering for MI are still in progress, because of the to and fro that we have between our team and the department. And so there are things that we are considering, and I think we just need to find a way as the office to speed up that process, such that the department keep on continuing to ask for more engagement. Sometimes these engagements that didn't happen either from their side, they're not available, or us, we're not available, because we are using also the specialized people, the engineers, which some of our engineers are not residing here, they are in Pretoria. But we do have some concerns around this, and I'm hoping that when we come back, at least we'll have some material irregularities that will reflect on this department. On the issue of the certificate of debt, so you'll see that you saw that MI, where we said we issued the notification of the intention for certificate of debt. There's a part which I agree with you that is the things that we are already processing as part of our governance processes within AGSA as to whether are we going to conclude on the certificate of debt or not. But also there's a referral part, where there's a referral that we've done with DPCI. So I think the role the legislature that it can do, which we also encourage the department to have engagement with those role players and make sure that they provide them with the information necessary to conclude those investigations. But also the legislature can call the DPCI. So if you look, for example, of the MIs that we referred and say, we know that there are these MI that are referred to you, give us the update of where you are. I think that is where that is where you'll be able to pick up that if maybe the department is not cooperating with those bodies, then you are able to call in the departments to say, we engage DPCI, you are not giving them, because that is what is happening sometimes. They will quickly say, we're referring the matter to the state attorney. When you engage with the state attorney said, I can't move because they're not giving me information. So I think it's important that those bodies that we get the information from them. Budi, I'm trying to check on the public works, because I think we try to indicate what is the correlation between the budget and the the achievement of the targets, which I think with public works, surely maybe there are some. Yeah, so you'll see that if you're looking at slide 47, for example, the there's this program. We said, what is this program? Is the public works infrastructure. So on that program, their spending is sitting at 99%, and they only achieved 30% of their budget. And if you're looking at these are some of the examples that we have on that slide of what are those targets that they did not achieve, which is really concerning because we are saying that there are processes that if the money is to be used somewhere else, there are budget adjustments that needs to happen. So it's concerning that you don't get the correlation between the achievements and the spending of the budget. But I think it's things that we can also question the department to say, why do you have these anomalies there? Yeah, on the measurements on the procurement, I think let's interrogate because we've got a lot of problems around procurement. I think let's ask these departments when they are here to say, what are the things that you put in place? What measures do you put in place to ensure that you are actually improving the procurement processes? But also, if you look at our slides, for each and every department, the team, based on the understanding of the environment, they will put some kind of what they think is the root causes. I think those root causes will give you some kind of indicators of what could be some of the reasons for them not to comply with the procurement prescripts. On the vandalism of Dyke and Silver, yes, that is why we issued that MI, because we want to ensure that the accounting officers, they put in measures, at least what we have, let's protect it against vandalism and theft. On the accounting officer, still there, but this poor performance. What we recommended to the Premier when we met with her, it was on the executive authorities to say she needs to make sure that she evaluate the performance of the MECs. There must be performance agreements between her and the MECs, and also although it always become a challenge, this one of the relationship between the accounting officer and the MEC and the MEC and the accounting officer and the Premier. Because you'll notice that if you're looking at the appointments, mostly the appointments is done by the Premier. So we find that sometimes some accounting officers will say, no, I'm accounting to the Premier because it's the Premier that appoints me, which disempower the MECs in some instances. So I think the Premier needs from her own space to make sure that some of the responsibilities are documented and properly delegated. If you delegate to the MEC to oversee the performance of the accounting officer, she needs to empower those MECs so that there's no gray areas about that. But I think the only thing that we can have, if we can have it right, is the performance agreements that are signed, that there's performance feedback that is happening throughout the regularly, so that we are able to improve the performance. I think MEC, honorable member, you are quite right. The financial health of the province is very concerning. Even if you'll see, when you see the general report that we will be tabling not too long from now, you'll see that there's a paragraph that we speak to the financial health of the province, that it requires attention. So you can see that there are these claims that are happening, and it's not only the only claims, also these things that we're starting to see of more departments. I think we were counting this morning, Tia, how many that have the bank overdraft? 5 departments in the province, they're sitting with the overdraft. So it's something that needs to be attended to. Also, when we engage also with, I think it also linked to whether is there software that we can give. Treasury do the monitoring because it's their responsibility. They do monitor the performance of the departments and they sit with them regularly. I think the Treasury just need to make sure that they enforce. It can't be that we just give recommendations and leave. There must be some way of ensuring that the things that they identify that is going to have a detrimental impact to the province, it cannot be just we allowing them to decide whether they want to do. There must be some level of enforcement and also the support that should be coming from the executive to support the findings that are identified by provincial treasury. And it should start from the top. If the premier is setting the tone, that if there are recommendations or findings by treasury and follow through to make sure that they are implemented, then we'll be able to start saving these challenges that we are seeing. So these claims against the department, I was even asking my team, so they different. You're correct that community safe roads and transport will have instances of people that are claiming because of the damage to their vehicles because they hit the potholes. We've seen some of the suppliers that because they're not paying them on time, then they're starting to put in claim against them and take them to court, for example. But the one that we don't have, and we're discussing, it just happened that we're discussing with one of my staff member that is deal with technical analysis. We don't have a direct link where we said there is this claim and we can make it directly to say it linked to the procurement process that was not followed. But it's something that we were just discussing to say maybe we need just to spend some time to see if is there any linkages that we can see there. Regarding COGTA not tabling the reports, I hear the honourable members. We also mentioned the role that needs to be played by provincial treasury. Provincial treasury should also support you because they look at the section 71 and 72 reports. Then they should be able to come to the legislature and say, this is how we look at it, these are the problems. Because we said those reports are critical and very important. We're complaining about the municipalities that have financial challenges, but it's the very same municipalities that prepare the Section 71 and 72 reports. And if these reports were scrutinized properly, make sure that the quality is right, because the indicator is there on those reports. You can see that this municipality, within the next 3 months or 6 months, there's going to be financial challenges. Then the interventions happen quicker than later. But I agree that I think Treasury can play a critical role together with COGTA on the ones report that are coming from COGTA. They should make sure that those reports come to the legislature. Hence, there's a big focus from us on the Section 47 reports to ensure that they are prepared. We also focus on the Section 131 reports to make sure that those reports are prepared. But I think these coordinating departments, maybe when they appear before you, also because it's part of their coordinating function, to interrogate them, to say, the reports, we're not getting them. What are you doing to ensure that we get these reports? And also, it must not just be only about submitting. What are they going to do to confirm the quality of those reports by the time they come to this committee? And then the issues of the contract management. Yeah, I think the performance of employees, yes, driven through that. It's a pity with we don't have it with the province. It's only with the municipalities where the performance agreements must be published in the website. But I think it's something that we maybe we need to drive through the accounting officers that are there. For example, for the executive, are there performance agreements that are signed? How often do they review those performance agreements? But also I know that PSC can also support the legislature where they can give you the feedback in terms of the performance agreements and the assessment of those. And then the issue of the buildings, I think it linked back to the issue of the maintenance again, because if the maintenance is not done and there is this fighting that are not resolved between the public works and the user departments, then we have these problems with the departments that have the buildings that are non-compliant. Yeah, so I remember exactly the case that you're referring to of community safety, roads and transport. Because also with us, our team, we have to take them back and work from our office because of the Department of Labor that went there and say the building is non-compliant and wanted to close the department. The fire that happened also at Distia, yeah, so we also experienced that. But I think those one is linked to the lack of the maintenance. Yeah, I think that I'll pause there. Thanks, John.
Thanks, Nate. I thanks for that. We just want to check if lunch is ready now. It will be convenient to go for lunch now, and so that when we sit for departments, we should straight. If it's, I don't know who would be able. I don't see me Anna today. I don't. Oh, and so oh, yeah. Who's working with us today? Oh, well, check. Oh, we can maybe for 5 minutes we can have a stretch break. On our members, we can break for lunch now, and then what time is it?
Human Settlements, the annual report for 2024-25, as well as the second quarterly expenditure reports and non-financial performance reports for the department. But before we start, I see all the members aren't here. We are also joined today by AGSA. And I apologize for letting you wait. We really, this time we actually thought we had enough time. We congested everything and we took our departments to make it easier for the departments appearing, but we didn't get it right again. We will streamline that, I promise you, and that you don't wait. I can imagine how frustrating that must be for you. But you are more than welcome, MEC. Honorable Guabane is also here. It's a joint committee meeting, Public Accounts and Finance, as well as Human Settlements, Infrastructure. They must, let's just give the MEC maybe an opportunity to, just hold on. Oh, I've just been reminded you must do first and second quarter. Apparently, we haven't dealt with the first quarter report. Am I correct? The finance part. The finance part. The non-financial it's fine with the second quarter. MEC, let me give you an opportunity to maybe to give some introduction remarks, and then we can introduce your team, and then we can go over to administering the oath. Thank you, MEC.
No, thank you very much. See, he's acting on both, so I was asking him which one I'm starting.
Let's start with Human Settlements.
Yes, so I needed to be sure. But thank you very much, Chair. Greetings to honorable members. I'm with the Human Settlement team, administratively led by the HOD, and I will request that we allow him to do the introduction of the team, Chairperson. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, MEC and Honorable Chair and Honorable members. I would just introduce the team that I would want them to take oath. It will be myself, it will be the Acting Chief Director, Ntate Leo, the Chief Director, Me Tladi, the Director, Me Ramakatsa, the CFO, Me Modikwe, and Dr. Ramorena, Acting Chief Director, PMU. But I would also, whilst he's not going to take an oath, but I would just want to welcome the new Chief Director, Corporate Services, Ndati Mutsima, next to Dr. Ramorena there. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chairperson. Good afternoon. Shuri,
Good afternoon.
may you please stand for me? Will you be taking an oath or an affirmation?
I'll be taking an oath.
And do you consider this prescribed oath binding on your conscience?
I do.
Please state your full names for the record.
My names are Tumelo Jacob Patlo.
Do you swear what you're about to tell the committees the truth and nothing but the truth? If so, please raise your right hand and say, "So help me God."
So help me God.
Thank you. Memodikwe, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
Ma'am, will you be taking an oath or an affirmation?
I will take an oath.
And do you consider this prescribed oath binding on your conscience?
Yes, I do, ma'am.
Please state your full names for the record.
Nozipho Modikwe.
Do you swear what you're about to tell the committee is the truth and nothing but the truth? If so, please raise your right hand and say, "So help me God."
So help me God.
Thank you, ma'am. Good afternoon, ma'am.
Good afternoon.
Ma'am, will you be taking an oath or an affirmation?
An oath?
And do you consider this prescribed oath binding on your conscience?
Yes, ma'am.
Please state your full names for the record.
Josephine Ramakatsa.
Do you swear what you're about to tell the committees the truth and nothing but the truth? If so, please raise your right hand and say, so help me God.
So help me God.
Thank you, Mera Makaza. Metladi, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Ma'am, will you be taking an oath or an affirmation?
I'll take an oath.
And do you consider this prescribed oath binding on your conscience?
I do.
Please state your full names for the record.
My name is Carol Tladi.
Do you swear what you're about to tell the committees the truth and nothing but the truth? If so, please raise your right hand and say, so help me God.
So help me God.
Thank you, Metladi. Ntate Leo, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
So will you be taking an oath or an affirmation?
An oath.
And do you consider this prescribed oath binding on your conscience?
Yes, I do.
Please state your full names for the record.
My name is Ben Leo.
Do you swear what you're about to tell the committees the truth and nothing but the truth? If so, please raise your right hand and say, so help me God.
So help me God.
Ke a leboha.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chairperson. That's right, Chair. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
So will you be taking an oath or an affirmation?
An oath.
And do you consider this prescribed oath binding on your conscience?
Yes, I do.
Please state your full names for the record.
My name is Mpulane Ramorena.
Do you swear what you're about to tell the committees the truth and nothing but the truth? If so, please raise your right hand and say, so help me God.
So help me God.
Thank you so much. Chairperson, thank you.
Thank you very much, Mapusaletsu. MEC or HOD, I think we must maybe proceed in the following way. We're going to do the 2 quarter reports, financial and also the non-financial. If you can maybe don't go through you can go through the whole thing, but focus on those critical areas perhaps and on the variations for us, and then take some time with the annual report of 24-25. I think there's a lot of questions there. I think we can proceed as you like, maybe just state which one you're dealing with. And then afterwards, we'll make notes and then we'll allow the members to ask their questions afterwards when you've presented all the reports. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. We'll start with the financial reports for both the first quarter, the summary thereof, and the second quarter. And Memudikwe will take us through that.
Thank you, HOD. Good afternoon, honorable members. I will quickly run through the summary of the first quarter performance. As the focus today is mainly on the second quarter. Apologies, Chairperson. Give a highlight, apologies for the delays. I just wanted to give the high level summary in terms of the performance for the first quarter. What is currently being flighted is the second quarter presentation. But in terms of the first quarter performance, what we are presenting to the committee is that at the end of the first quarter, the overall performance of the department was sitting at 36%. Now, in terms of the conditional grants, if I were just to move quickly. For the first quarter performance in terms of the main conditional grant, which is the Human Settlements Development Grant, against the allocation of 829 million, we had recorded the expenditure of 298 million, which gave us just a slight under expenditure of about 11%. Now, the second conditional grant is the Informal Settlements Upgrading Partnership Grant, with an allocation of 162 million annually. I'm just talking to the first, yeah. We had a bit of an over expenditure exceeding the monthly allocation by just 32 million. So those are the highlights on the first quarter, honorable members. I would like to then get on to the performance in terms of the second quarter. This will be the presentation outline that I will cover, but however, let me get into the gist of the presentation. Slide 4 depicts the expenditure performance per program. The department has a total of 4 programs, which I will start by indicating on program 1, which is the administration, against an allocation of 143 million. The expenditure that was recorded at the end of the second quarter was 84.2 million, and the performance they indicated as 58%, followed by program 2, which recorded a 40%. Program 3, it's one of the main programs in the department where the 2 conditional grants are captured against an allocation of 1.1 billion. The department recorded 65% performance. I will unpack the milestones as I proceed. And then lastly, it's program 4, which is a small program, which recorded a percentage of 36%. We are quickly moving on to the economic classification, where we get to see the compensation of employees. We performed within the benchmark. We recorded a performance of 49%. However, where we are noticing some budget pressures, it's on the goods and services. As it can be seen on the slide, that goods and services line item is way above the benchmark of 50%, we recorded an 82% there. And then I will unpack the households later on my slides. This is where we now unpack in terms of the budget pressures that we are currently experiencing. The pressure is currently sitting under program 1, which is the administration, which has recorded a 92%, which is a bit of an anomaly in terms of where we're supposed to be and where we find ourselves as at the end of the second quarter. So the total goods and services budget allocation, we're only sitting at 5.4 million. To date, as at the 20th of November, we only have 2.7 million available until the end of March. Slide 7, we just highlight the contractual obligations. We've just highlighted the line items where we are experiencing serious budget constraints. As it can be seen on the slide, the first line item I would like to address is the issue of the audit fees. We had allocated a budget of 8.9 million. However, as at the end of September, which was the conclusion of the audit, we had recorded expenditure of 8.7 million. I must indicate that we are currently even sitting with an invoice of about 4.2 million, which the department is unable to honor. All these budget pressures, honorable members, have been tabled at the 2 budget forums that we have had as the province, mainly the provincial Lekgotla as well as the provincial PM Tech sessions. So the next line item where we have recorded over expenditure is on the legal services, which recorded 99%. And then I would like to also talk to the 2 line items, which are the kilometers line item as well as the operating lease. As it can be seen that the 2 line items have seriously been overspent. This is as a result of the operational costs. This is where the officials, when they go about doing the business of the department, they travel, and the allocation that we had originally put there was insufficient. We have made a submission to Provincial Treasury for additional funds. We were informed that there is no new money and therefore the department needs to look for money within the department, and we have done so. We will be submitting a request for environment to the Provincial Treasury for their consideration. In terms of a revenue collection, I would not want to spend much time. We are not a revenue driven department. However, we had managed to collect about 51% of what we had put as our commitment for the provincial revenue collection. I'm swiftly moving on to the provincial earmarked funding. As the department, we have been allocated an amount of 30 million, which is for the eradication of the two-roomed houses. There was a resolution which was taken by EXCO to eradicate the old two-roomed houses. And for this allocation is at the end of September, there was no expenditure recorded. However, we are committing to the committee that there will be movement by end of March. What we are also indicating to the committee is that while there is no expenditure recorded, the instructions to perform have been given to 10 contractors, and this money will realize the eradication, which is the demolition as well as the reconstruction of 70 houses, two-room B&G houses, as we refer to the houses as the department. We are now moving into the conditional grants performance, which is the Human Settlements Development Grant. For the second quarter, we had an under expenditure of only 7%, and we have subsequently managed to catch up, and I can confirm that currently there is no under expenditure on the main conditional grant. In terms of the informal settlements grant, there was an over expenditure, and this was as a result of the invoices which we had received at the end of the financial year, which we needed to honor. And in terms of the allocation, there is in the next financial year there is a significant reduction in terms of the conditional grant, and over the MTEF, the grant will cease to exist. So the slide just depicts that there was a slight over expenditure. We had to augment the invoices that we had received at the date to honor, or to rather try to comply to the Treasury Regulation 8.1.2, which is the payment of invoices within 30 days. Slide 14, we are just unpacking the different milestones where the budget or where the expenditure came from. These are just the sub-programs that we are having in the department. We currently have 3 sub-programs, which is the financial intervention, where we find programs such as your individual subsidies, first home finance, as well as the NSBRC enrollments. In terms of the incremental interventions, which is the middle part of my slide, we reflect the expenditure in terms of the B&G units, expenditure as well as the sites, which is the infrastructure, the water and sewer installations. And then lastly, the bottom part of the slide talks to the community residential units that we are having. We are having 2 or 3 community residential units, which is your dark and silver, top and bottom, as well as the G hostel. So that's the summary of the expenditure in terms of the second quarter performance. I am moving towards the end of my presentation. I provide to the committee the performance in terms of the payment of invoices. For the second quarter, we achieved a 95% in terms of the invoices. The department received a total of 603 invoices, of which 570 of the 603 were paid within the required legislation. 5 of those invoices were paid after 30 days, and 28 of them had remained unpaid as at the end of the second quarter. However, most of those invoices have been honored subsequent to the end of the second quarter. So the reason for deviation is that I have already indicated that we had some budget constraints in terms of the ISOPG, whereby there was insufficient cash available to honor the invoices that were already verified and checked. So what we have done is the department, we have engaged the National Department of Human Settlements through our MEC and the Minister to request additional funding because the work was done and the invoices are just sitting. We are not able to comply in terms of the prescripts. I think that this brings me to the end of my presentation. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. You can move to the next presentation also. Thank you.
It's a non-financial.
Thank you, honorable members. I'm going to present the second quarter non-financial performance information for the period 2025-2026. In the second slide, I think this one I'll just pass by because the CFO has already alluded on it. The second indicator is number of internal audits conducted and completed. Here we had a target of 5, we managed to achieve only 3. And this came as a result of non-implementation of one of the audit because of the Treasury Instruction Note 65, which was issued, which had impact on the submission of first quarter financial statements. And the other one was that the department reprioritized one of the services, and that impacted on the conclusion of the audit intended. So this remedial action, the department has took a decision to ensure that once audits are planned, they have to be concluded, and there should be enough communication between stakeholders involved, as well the internal audit and the clients, also involving the accounting officer in the cases of challenges experienced. And one would like just to indicate that for all the key performance indicators wherein targets planned were not achieved, the consequence management was implemented, and audit letters have been issued to all affected program managers by the accounting officer. And then in the second slide, which is slide 4, there were no targets set for the quarter. We'll just pass by. And then slide number 5, under program 3, housing development, and the number of projects in houses enrolled with NHBRC, our target was 1,500. We managed to achieve only 438, and this came as a result of the delay in the process of conducting geotechnical reports, soil profiling as a prerequisite for the enrollment. And the remedial action, the department invoked the services of Council for Geotech Sciences to focus mainly in areas where geotech was never undertaken. And also department has secured the services of consultants on a 3-year contract basis to run the investigations on geotechs and designs, as well as design foundations and plans. And then I'll pass this one because there was achievement on it. And then also even in this slide, I'll pass it because there is achievement, and also there was achievement where there was no target planned. And then I'll go to slide number 7, number of informal settlements completed in phase 2. Our target is 3, and then we didn't achieve. And this came as a result of some MPT submissions which were returned to the service providers to ensure that they are in line with the municipal bylaws. And in the process, there was a social or public participation conducted, and there were some objections that were raised. And this affected the process of formalizing the phase 2. And then as remedial action, the department is working together with COCTA with respect to the municipalities to ensure that all applications are in line with the applicable bylaws, and also that the legal teams of the respective municipalities assist in and service providers also mitigate in the cases where there were objections experienced during public participation. Then we go to the next slide. On this one, I'll also part because there's an achievement. And then the next slide, number 10. Program 3 is continuing. Number of housing units completed. Our target was 549. We achieved 109. And I'd like to indicate that this came as a result of the contractual disputes which happened with the service provider Varanani, and this really affected the performance. And also there was a challenge of some enrollments which could not be finalized on the geotech with the NHBRC. And also some contractors voluntarily vacated site because of some unrest resulting from the local labor as well as the SMMEs in their respective towns. As remedial action, the department decided to appoint additional non-contractors who took over the original scope of the work of Varanani. And also there was additional technical support in the form of consultants that will assist with geotechnical investigations as well as designs, foundations, and plans, and also to supervise the construction of houses. As I go to the next slide, still under program 3, housing development. This one I will pass by because there was overachievement. Then the next slide, number of consumer education, also I'll pass the slide, there is achievement, as well as the next slide on percentage of percentage set aside for companies owned by the designated groups. And then on the slide that followed, on the asbestos, number of asbestos roofs removed and replaced in line with the stipulated regulation. Our target was 60 and we didn't achieve. This came as a result of the delay in the procurement by the HDA as an implementing agent. And then as a remedial action, the department appointed the professional resource team from the panels that will assist in fast-tracking the process. And so far to date, as a progress, 40 asbestos roofs has been removed in Reddersburg as well as in Botshabelo. Then in the next slide, number of community residential units delivered. Our target was 102. We couldn't achieve. I would like just to indicate that for so far, a total of 400 units were completed to date at G Hostel, and 270 at Dark and Silver City here in Bloemfontein. And then 270 G Hostel, 130 at Dark and Silver City. However, this cannot be accounted for or be reported because of some snags that has to be concluded or completed. And then as a remedial action, the CRUs were inspected by the appointed facility management company, and under A number of additional requirements were added, ranging from guardhouse, biometric access, and the rest. And then there was also additional requirements that had an impact regarding the G hostel in Machabeng, against ESCOM for electricity, that the department is also with the municipality working on. And also in Mangaung, also the service level agreement with Sentlec has been the issue on the SLA has been resolved, so the Mangaung matter is under control. And then the next slide I'll pass by because there's also achievement. In the next slide is Program 4 Housing Asset Management, the percentage of levies and maintenance fees paid. Here our target was 100%. We managed to achieve 59%. And this came as a result of the changing of contract between the existing agent to the new agent, and this because of the admin matters, it affected the payment that was scheduled for that particular quarter. And then as a result, in trying to address that, the department has ensured that it has received the new contract of the new estate agent and also corrected or updated the information on the CSD so that payments can be made effectively. And then on the next slide, number of properties transferred to beneficiaries and devolved to municipalities. Our target is 30, we managed to achieve 14. And one would like to indicate that the issue of verifying beneficiaries is taking longer than expected because of some social or challenges that are experienced, like the security risk, illegal invasion, lack of documentation, and to some beneficiaries, beneficiaries of the capable owners have to be traced because the owners have passed on. So that delays the process of ensuring that this gets devolved. And as a result, the department has established a task team comprising of all affected municipalities to deal with those issues. And then this is part of continuation, just to indicate that so far 14 properties that we are talking about have been devolved to Metsimaholo local municipality. And there is one property that has to be directly transferred to the beneficiary, is in Kronstadt. And also I can go to the next slide, number of title deeds registered. Our target is 628, we managed to achieve 58. And this is as a result of the capacity issues in terms of conveyancing. So the department, in trying to address this, has increased the pool of conveyances. For now, for additional conveyances have been appointed to facilitate and fast track the process. And also the department is engaging continuously with municipalities to ensure that the signing of relevant documents that helps in registration are done to prevent the further delays, and also weekly meetings with the appointed conveyancers to iron out issues before they can take a longer. And also the HDA also has been appointed to assist in the cleanup of the data systems, where the HSS data system, which has also affect delivery, because now the information in the HSS will differ with the information from the deeds office as well as on site. And then in the next slide, this is just an analysis that reflects how the performance of the department is during the quarter. As it can be seen, the total that we have achieved for the quarter is 44%, and then not achieved is 56%, even though we had that one that we didn't plan for but achieved. I think this brings me to the end of my presentation. Thank you, the honorable members. Thank you.
Thank you for the presentation. Actually, I think we can move to the annual report as well.
Yes, we may go to the annual report 24-25 as audited. Honorable Chair, thank you.
Just put on your mic, please.
Oh, sorry, Chairperson and members. 2024-2025 audited annual non-financial performance information report. And then in the next slide is just legends to reflect the red, what does it mean, as well as the green. And then as I go through the slide number 3, the percentage of valid invoices paid within 30 days, our target was 100%, we managed to achieve 96. And this was as a result of, at some point, National Department stopped the reallocation of HSDG. And during that, only 8 invoices could not be paid, based also on the reduction of that human settlements grant. And as remedial action, it was resolved that for 25-26, as soon as a budget is available, those outstanding payments could be made, and indeed they were made. And then also number of internal audits conducted and completed, our target was 20, and then we managed to achieve 12. This came as a result of the audits, ad hoc audits, which could not occur during the year. And then as remedial action, the internal audit function will ensure that all planned audits are performed and completed. And then in the second slide, number of human settlements policies approved in line with national policy. This is in program 2. Our target was 1, and then we couldn't achieve. And this came as a result of some missing parts which were noted when the submission was made to the executive authority. So the department ensured that it addressed as a remedial action those gaps. The second slide is number of integrated implementation programs for priority development areas. Our target was 1, and we couldn't achieve. And this came as a result of the development plans for PDAs not being completed, and that have been completed and submitted to municipalities. But however, municipalities took time in approving those the plans. And for the affected municipalities, we will say it was Machabeng and Mopak. And then as a remedial action, the department also participates through the HOD and the MEC in Mekloga, tried our best to address these small snags with the affected municipalities. And then also still under program 2, number of research projects approved with content relating to the particular framework. Our target was 1, we couldn't achieve. This was as a result of the budget reprioritization. And as remedial action, the department to ensure that this KPI gets sufficient budget in the 25-26 financial year. And this also number of research, if one is not completed, it affects the other. So this could not be achieved because the initial one was not achieved because of the budget. So hence this one could not also not be achieved. And then you go to the next one under program 3, number of event planned and surveyed. Here, the applications, our target was 5339. We managed to achieve 664. And this was as a result of some SG approvals milestones that were to be complied with, and some other structures could not comply. So as a result, there was an impact on concluding the event or planning the event. And in this case also, the department had to ensure that with MECLOGA, through MECLOGA as a structure, intergovernmental structure, that those kind of matters are addressed that municipalities did not comply with. And then we can go to the next slide, sorry. Number of households that received subsidies through FLISP. Our target was 200, we managed to achieve 11. And this was affected mainly by the investigation that was conducted on the alleged irregularity that was done in the department on some processing of applications. So this impacted on the performance. Then as a remedial action, the department had ensured that the files that were taken for investigation were returned back, and the department, as a result, worked on those applications to ensure that those qualify, that then do not have issues, are facilitated and completed and done with. Then I can go to the next slide. Slide number 14. Number of informal settlements upgraded to phase 3 of the upgrading of informal settlement program. Our target was 9 and nothing was achieved. And this came as a result of contractual also challenges that some programs have had to be kept on hold. And then in this one, the department had to ensure that there is a database that has to be concluded to ensure that issues that were experienced with the contractors, wherein there were contractual issues, addressed by getting new contractors, and also the work gets allocated to those new contractors to ensure continuity and performance. And then the next indicator, number of breaking new ground houses delivered. Our target was 2049 and we managed to achieve 573. And in this case, the target could not be met because of the majority contractors who were appointed from this database were appointed late in the year. So this impacted on the performance. And as a remedial action, progress will be made as soon as the appointed contractors start functioning. And then in the slide, the number of work opportunities created, our target was 500. We nearly achieved with 487. And this came as a result of the delay in appointment of contractors. So in this case, then, as remedial action, once the contractors were on site, the documents of the people appointed were starting to be collected. Hence, we have that particular number with just less achievement. And then still continuing with program 3, number of post 1994 title deeds registered. We had a target of 1589, nothing was received. And this came as a result of the conveyancing, poor performance of by conveyancers, and also termination of the contract of those two conveyancers who did not perform. And as a remedial action, the department was underway to expand the database of conveyancers. And then in the next slide, there's also non-achievement, and the reason on post 2014 title deeds is the same as the previous ones. And then on this number of new title deeds registered, we had a target of 530, and then nothing was achieved. And then here it was as a result of the issues that the conveyancer had with a department of some finances that had to be sorted with the department, and also the data in the HSS, which was not credible enough. And as a result, to address that, the department took the resolution that it will have to increase the capacity of conveyancing by appointing additional conveyancers, and also to ensure that the land tenure officials start working on cleaning the HSS data regarding the title deeds. And then number of community residential units delivered, our target was 270 and nothing was achieved. And this was as a result of, in all Dark and Silver City and G Hostel in Machabeng, the issue of electrification of the units, as indicated even in the second quarter. So in this case, during the period under review, Centlec and ESCOM was engaged on regarding the insurance that there is electrification of the completed units. And then in program 4, assets management, is number of pre-1994 title deeds. We managed only to achieve 63 out of the target set for annual. And this was as a result of the difficulty in accessing information of beneficiaries or rightful owners. And here the land tenure officials were to be part of the informal settlements forum that will assist in tracing the beneficiaries. And then in the next slide 22, number of properties for sale and transfer of ownership. Our target was 56. Also in this one, the process of verifying rightful occupancy was not completed because of the challenges that are also indicated in the second quarter. And then here, the reason was that well, national, because of the reason that was provided, has had ensured that it extend the process of concluding this process of devolving the properties or transferring properties to the beneficiaries. And then in the last slide is the analysis of the audited non-financial performance. Our target there was 25, the total targets, and then we managed to achieve 8 and 17 was not achieved, which means that we only achieved 32% vis-a-vis 68% not achieved. And this brings me to the end of my presentation. Thank you, the honorable members.
Thank you for the presentation. HOD, any other presentations?
We done with our presentations, Chairperson. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I will then allow the members to ask questions. I can perhaps start on my left-hand side. Honorable Sigabela, maybe just introduce, because we haven't done it. When you ask the question, just introduce yourself, and then we can move to the person next to you, and we can move down.
Thank you, Chair. My name is Thomas Kwebel. I'm the member of this committee. Yes. Thank you for the presentations. Thank you for the presentations. I just want to understand, perhaps on the housing development program 3, what would appear to be the main challenges that affects the department not to perform, given that program 3 is the core responsibility or the core mandate of the department that largely covers service delivery? Because any delay that occurs there in that program, they directly affect the people on the ground, and service would not be delivered. I want to understand, because given that largely it deals with issues of projects and infrastructure, what causes the department, or what causes the delays for the department and the contractor not to complete projects on time? And for the projects such as your Dark City, Hostel, I remember the MEC said that because the first project, when some of the units are completed, people will start to move in. So the issue that becomes a matter of concern is the issue of the property damage and the concern. That speaks to what is it that measures that are put into place for those properties that they are supposed to be protected, so that, because one theft comes in and property damage comes in, it means that you'll incur more expenditure than the planned expenditure of the project. I want to understand that also on your financial statement. What is the cause, given that you have a person that is responsible to compile your financial statement as a department? Why would the financial statement not be prepared in accordance to minimum standard of compliance? And what has been done Because my understanding is that the financial statement of the department have not been prepared in accordance with minimum standard, and that also has a lot of implications. The misrepresentation of your financial position, lack of transparency and accountability. I want to ask about the issue of the project that is in Kronstadt. That why did the department chose to not to advertise but to carry on with the project? I mean, to carry on the basis of that the understanding that the contract moves from Northern Cape to and then to Northern Cape or Kimberley to this side of the Free State instead of advertising, because the understanding is that the rates that are within that contract of the work that is done in Kronstadt are not aligned to National Treasury rates or human Department of Human Settlement. So the question then becomes then, what is the department going to do if the department is already overspending? Because if the rates they are higher than what you are supposed to pay, it means that we are already overpaying that particular contract. What is the department going to do to correct that? And if there was a deliberate, I would not know if it was deliberate not to advertise, or perhaps take us into the background of what has led the department not to advertise for its own contract than to take an existing contract, or I'm not sure, I can't quote the correct regulation of that allows you to do that. But the problem here is the rates that are higher than the actual rates as per National Treasury. What is that you do to correct that? And what are the consequences that you are going to implement for the responsible officials that are responsible for that? And how are you going to recoup that money? And then the other issue, Chair, not to be too long, your fruitless and wasteful expenditure and consequence management. I think we have seen what we are observing from the department is that they are increasing. They are increasing from 18,000 to 312, 133 million to 136.6. But all, how far is the investigation? And when are you concluding them? And what becomes important also in this residual and fruitless wasteful expenditure is the issue that the prior ones that are not investigated, why they not being investigated? Because there's a potential and a risk of creating a culture within the institution that people can do as they please, because there are no consequences. There are no investigation and consequences. And as a result, you might even lose an opportunity to recoup money from any wrongdoings that have been done or committed by the officials. That will be all from my side, Chair, for now.
Thank you very much, Chairperson, and thanks for the presentation. My name is Dirampele Nanyani. Chair, in light of the challenges encountered with the beneficiary verification and property transfers, what specific mechanism has the department established to ensure transparency and accountability in these processes, thereby preventing potential instances of maladministration or corruption practices in the allocation of housing resources? To add on that, Chairperson, in terms of the title deed, there are small numbers of title deeds that have been issued. I just want to understand from the department, or what is really so difficult to issue the title deed to the people who apply for the title deed and qualify as the right owners. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairperson. My name is Amelia Chabalala, member of the portfolio. Chairperson, I just want to know about this thing of asbestos. What delayed the department to finish this thing of asbestos? Because everybody knows that this asbestos roofing are very dangerous to the lives of the community. Di causetsa batho asthma, di causetsa batho TB. But it's been long ho bua ka taba ya hore ho tlo tla remove the asbestos roofing, but they are still there. We are living in democracy, but still living under the bad conditions of apartheid. So re ipotsa ka thata hore na ha re bua re ntse re phela ka hara democracy, ke democracy e feng e sa protecting maphelo a rona e tswelang pele hore bolaya. The other thing, ke ena e seng e touchitswe ke Honorable Nanyane ya di-title deeds. Ra ipotsa hore na ke delay e kana kang enana ya di-title deeds, hore batho ba thole di-title deeds matsong a bona. But seo re se tsebang ke hore most of the time towards elections, the departments ba campaigna ka di-title deeds towards elections. So di a bentse di beuwe kae mona mo di tswang ho lo campaignwa ka tsona towards elections. Now I'm from rural areas, ne? Ke auswa kwana kwa Thaba Dimahlwa. Rona re batho bane ba di PTO. As I'm speaking, Chairperson, pleke e ke dulang ho yona, I've been there since 2023, but up to so far I don't have a PTO. So ra ipotsa hore na hantle ho etsahalang ho seng ho sokolwa le PTO e tsuwang lekgotleng la morena. So re kopa hore lefapha le ke le eme ka maoto to help us, please. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Chair. My name is Ntabiseng Kharekwe. Good afternoon to the MEC and the team. Chair, my question is on the irregular expenditure of the department were not investigated according to the report of the AG. What is the reason for not investigating those irregular expenditure? The other one is on program 4, housing asset management. I think on this one, Honorable Skwebela did cover me partially, but I have this one. They plan 270 residential units, 0 achievement. Yes, we did get some of the reason. But Chair, when we plan 200, it's according to the report of the AG. You plan 270 residential units and you achieve 0. Did you really need some money for this residential if you can't achieve anything out of them? On the title deed, Honorable Nanyane and Honorable Chabalala did covered me on this. Out of 4,923 title deed, you only achieved 63. It's a drop in the ocean. So maybe if we can check the core, the root core of this title deed, because really many people are in need of the title deed, and I saw the MEC going around handing over the houses. MEC, I hope MEC those houses go hand in hand with their title deed. It's a good thing, MEC, but if you can start now as you are issuing those houses, maybe you issue a house with a title deed at the same time so that you can reduce these demands of title deeds. The other one, Chair, is on the department don't implement the internal audit recommendations. Maybe, Chair, the department must know that the internal audit are the one who are guiding them about their internal issues before they can go to AG. So if they are not implementing their recommendation, it's a problem, Chair. The last one is on annual report, Chair, on the ERF. I just want to check those distributed ERF, they have already infrastructure or not. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Chair. I think I've been covered by most of the questions by my colleagues. I think, historically speaking, this department has been a headache for the province for quite a few years. There were financial years where we surrendered funds to National Treasury. As we speak currently, where we basically entering into the fourth quarter of the financial year, where do we stand with our grant spending? Are we going to spend our grants? And let's answer the question this way. Will we see a repeat of funds being surrendered as previous years, or will we at least keep the money in the Free State? Because I know you can also apply for rollovers. So if you did apply for rollovers, can we just get information on that? And where are we on the grant spending? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Chair. Werner Pretorius. Yes, Chair, I just want to come in terms of the annual financial statements that have been audited for 2024-25. A whopping 5.7 billion balance in irregular expenditure that has not been investigated. I'm not sure if there's any other department in the Free State that has that amount, 5.7 billion. I would like to get an indication from the department what is being done in terms of those investigations. In the 2024-25 financial year, 118 million in irregular expenditure. So this is new irregular expenditure. And these ones are, I believe, quite easier to go and investigate and apply consequence management. And then in terms of the supply chain management and contract management, that seems to be the hotspot, supply chain management and contract management. What is being done to increase capacity, internal controls in supply chain management and contract management? Because it seems if that hotspot is attended to, a lot of the issues, financial issues the department sits with and findings can be addressed. And then as well, we note from the AG's report, there's claims against the department of 634 million rand. It's an increase from the previous year. So 600 million, it's a lot of money. What is it made of? Is it claims in terms of unpaid services? Is it claims for damages? Is it claims for, if we could just get an indication more or less what it's for? It's also impacting severely negatively on the financial health of the Department of Human Settlements. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, I've got quite a few questions, but we'll start with the simple ones. Very first one is, from the AG's report, the following came through. How is it possible to proceed with the payment and the development of contracts without a signed contract? How did the guy get onto site and start working without a signed contract? And then from there onwards, he moves and he gets paid. It's weird. Please explain it to me. How are construction awards made to the contractors whose CIDB gradings were not suitable for the value of the contract? Why were the names of bidders who submitted competitive bids not published? How were awards made to providers that did not submit declarations of interest? These are all things when you hand in a tender that you have to have. You should not be considered, you should be disqualified if you do not have these things that you should not be even considered for the tender. How is it possible to spend the majority of most of your program's budgets? But there's not one single program in that annual report that was more than a third of the targets achieved. So my question is, what processes are being used to set your annual targets? And as I asked the AG, is there not some sort of software or something that can assist you with? And the AG said you can actually submit your targets and your plans to the AG in future to see if they are feasible, because obviously your targets are not meeting your budget requirements. And then I've got a major problem with the fact that 92% in your second quarter, 92% of your goods and services has been spent. Ma'am, according to you, That's mostly on travel. Now, my question is, if it was on travel and for personnel going there and doing oversight and seeing what they're doing, what did they do? Because the targets met, if you remove the 8 from housing development, is 0. Absolutely 0%. All your 44% from your whole department comes from one program. So I'm battling to understand, where did they go? What did they do? And then the planning within your department is a major problem, because for example, the informal settlements. Now, with your informal settlements, everybody knows that it's got to go through according to the Municipal Planning Tribunal, and they have to work according to SPUMA before they can approve it and move it on. We all know that objections come through with the public participation, etc., and these things take time. So either you were over ambitious on the amount of informal settlements that you planned, or you started too late. So I think you must just somehow redo that. And then the 5 invoices that were paid late, what did they amount to? How much was it? Because you said you ran out of funds, man. And the 28 invoices that you ran out of, that you didn't pay, that you now say has been paid, what did they amount to? And is that now going to come off your next year's budget? So that, are you already starting with a shortfall? And if you are starting with a shortfall, have you put it into your planning so that you don't end up with, again, having a budget that's finished before you've reached your targets? Because if you are starting with a shortfall, you should put that in your planning, and you should foresee that. Just to let people have a cookie jar in the middle of the room and go, okay, well, I need to go to Tabanshu. He has a cookie jar, and I go and pick up the cookie, and off I go, without any proper procurement or any proper process in place, is the reason why the department is in the trouble it is. Then has the department started with interim financial statements for 26-27, so that you can actually avoid problems that you've had in the past? What challenges has the department experienced in preparing timely, accurate interim financial statements? Because to send them through, and I understand there might be problems with your issues that you've had in the past. The other problem I've got is your plans on your informal settlements that are currently in places. For example, in Metsimaholo. In Metsimaholo, you've got a huge settlement outside, but you still haven't got a plan for where the bulk infrastructure is going to go, where the water is going to go. Has the plan, have you brought into mind where the water treatment works is going to be, where the water is going to come from? And apart from that, with JJ Bricks, how are you going to build there? Because JJ Bricks, have you got a contract with JJ Bricks? Have they paid you? Can we see that contract? And you say you're not a revenue collecting one, but JJ Bricks has been there they sold you guys the property years ago. But no revenue has been collected. They also haven't paid rates and taxes to the municipality. So they've been sitting there working forever. Now they're stopping you from working because you can't evict them, because they say that you haven't got a contract with them. So these are things that, there are, and I don't think JJ Bricks is the only one. I think there are many more that will slowly but surely come to light. That I think what you should do, or what I'd like to see, and maybe the AG can take note of this, is in future, can you give us a register of all the properties you've got that are rented out to people, so that we know what the contracts are, we know what your possible incomes are, and send that out to your municipalities for your properties. Because if you can get a register and find out who's sitting on your properties, who's looking after your properties, who's not paying rent, you could triple your income. And you could also use those buildings for rental space, because there's many people, the ones that aren't being used and the properties that aren't being used, and advertise them for rental space to become an income, so that you can actually balance your books. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Maybe just one or two from my side, then we can allow the answers. HIG, just on it's a Geostals and Dark and Silver City. I mean, we've been there, we did oversight. When we were there the previous time, they said the electricity was an issue. I mean, that was months ago. Apparently, that's still the issue. Can we get an update on what's happening there? Are we going forward with this? Is those consultants still part of this? Because you said the previous time they're going to be removed. They're not going to be part of this project anymore. I mean, they've been there, and I think that's the reason why this project is being delayed and stalled. Then on just my comments on the deeds or the title deeds. It was stated that there's conveyances that was appointed, and out of the 1,589, none was registered. But how can you, I mean, I know how deeds work. It's impossible to not have one registered. So first of all, the oversight done was not done, and this person has not been held accountable. How is he paid? Is he paid by registering? And why didn't they register? Because that's where they get an income. If I'm a conveyancer, I promise you I would have registered all of them so that I can get my hand on the money. So I don't understand how we got this wrong. And then lastly, Chair, I mean, all the questions were asked. And we know where we come from, and I know the HOD has been, I think, a little bit less than a year. Are we seeing an improvement? What is the feeling here? Are we going forward? I mean, we're dealing with old figures also, except for the quarterly reports. Do we see a light at the end of the tunnel? And hopefully it's not the train coming, but I mean something else. And I think then we'll go to a second round just after the answers. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair and honorable members. On a professional level, yesterday was the 19th of November. I was making exactly a year in this department. And to your question, Honorable Chair, whether we see movement forward or we seeing some improvement or the light or the oncoming train, we are on the right track, Chairperson, but on a wrong speed, very wrong speed. But Honorable Chair, on a personal level, and I took time to think of this, and I conveyed this to my MEC. I said it's either the coach or the players. And if the players don't want to play for the coach, there's nothing that the coach can do. And if the coach is not directing the players properly, there's also nothing that the players can do. I remember very well when there was a funeral of the late Mapunya. When you give instruction, it's either if your instruction is not clear, the problem is with you. But if your instruction is clear, the problem is the one who's supposed to execute the instruction. I listened over and over on what instruction was said to those police people who were saluting the late Mapunya there. The instruction was saying, right, left, turn. And the other group looked to this side, and the other group looked to the side. I think you can Google that, you'll see it. And if the coach is communicating that way, then there's something very wrong with the coach. The question that we are asking now is very important because I'm arguing that we have right people for the right jobs, right horses for the right courses. And I'm on the 6th and 7th with regard to that. Sadly, all managers who are seated here, senior managers, they are sitting with OD letters for the non-performance. And it's not their first, because they did get OD letters and they did get written warnings for not complying with the SIU lifestyle audit. Now, they got the audits for the non-performance. They got audits for non-performance, and they made representations. They made representations, and there's an assessment which is being done on those representations that they've made. All managers who are seated here, except Mera Makatsa and except Ntate Mutsima, have those OD letters. And discipline will continue, because it's either the MEC disciplines me or I discipline my team. It's as simple and as basic as that. And we are at that situation. There are also two managers, two directors who are at home. One is suspended for the investigation of insubordination, gross insubordination, insolence, as well as unethical behavior. The other one is placed on leave because his criminal record has changed. He's been convicted for money laundering, corruption, and other issues and so on. And he's been found guilty for 5 years, and he's been suspended wholly for 5 years. And at the end of the day, then he admitted guilt, and he paid 150-something thousand, and the criminal record got stuck. We tried to find joy from the state law advisors as to what we should do. To no avail, state attorneys to no avail. But as an accounting officer, you begin to apply your discretion, administrative discretions, whether the official is fit and proper to be the head of legal and is fit and proper to serve in the BAC. And I received in my own mind that he's not fit and proper. And at the end of the day, he'll have to be also reported to the LPC, Legal Practicing Council. But we are building the department afresh. And very many of us will have to part ways. Many of us are going to part ways. There's a submission en route to the MEC about the transfer of some managers who are seated around the table here. And those that are being transferred are those that we have made assessment that they can add value to other departments. Those that are not being transferred but are being disciplined, it's because we don't want to pass a problem. We want to deal with it and deal with that problem, because we only discipline you if you are unteachable and incorrigible. It could be easy. If you are not maintaining discipline, then you transfer. No, it's wrong. Discipline. Then it's either as you transfer to other departments or transfer home, or any other result might flow. So we are at that situation where in the department, that's our situation. And I want to talk also on professional level, Chairperson. I did not come to this decision of enforcing consequence management because I'm trigger happy. It took me a year, because I did not come in and begin to discipline people ront and bond. People would have said that I came with preconceived ideas or whatever and so on. I gave each one their space to work, and I made assessment, and I came to realize that here we're going nowhere slowly. We're not having the right horses for the right costs. So hence, it's the right time, having assessed the department, having seen the problem and so on. Because if you can't pronounce the problem, there's no way you can address it. So I made that assessment over time. So I took my time, I said, what is this department, and so on. And I almost came at the same time with the MEC and so on. And we had to change the culture of not working, the culture of not being presence, the culture of not paying attention to the details, but also the culture of impunity. And we're changing that culture. And I want to apologize to this committee if anything I promise as if I have a magic wand. I don't. I'm supposed to be a team player. I'm supposed to be the first among the equal and begin to work with the team and make sure that we are making progress. So we are at that situation now. So there's no trigger happy, there's no what. Everyone has been assessed in terms of what they can or they cannot do. So we are at that situation. So pointedly, Chair, we are on the right track. We just have to increase the speed and make sure that we make a proper kind of team that will be committed in changing this department for the better. We are achieving the site issues. We are not achieving our constitutional mandates. If you see where we green, we're not green in terms of building houses or what. We green in terms of social mobilization or whatnot and so on and so forth. It's just not right. We read with regard to title deeds, things which matters and so on. It's just not right. It shows exactly the department is not concentrating on its constitutional mandate and so on. We will, Chair, let me just pick and pay on some of your questions and my colleagues will come and answer. On issues of Chairperson, the LTE. Yes, LTE is still the consultant at G Hostel, Top and Bottom, Dark City and Silver City. They're still there. But their contract also is ending because it's linked to the contracts of the service providers. The contract of Ruacon, we're keeping it on mouth-to-mouth resuscitation. And we're doing it deliberately because we don't want to repeat the history that happened there. Ruacon, for all intents and purposes, you can visit one more time, you'll see that they are done. They are completely done. The CRUs there at Top and Bottom, they've been energized, they have water, and they're ready for occupation. There's only one snack. St. Lake did play ball, did assist us with electricity and so on. So we thought that we don't want to go to the situation where there's a repeat of handing over these facilities to the municipality, then it goes south very fast. Then we appointed the management company. The management company, when they came there, they made assessment and they gave us a whole list of a lot of things that they wanted there. One of them, of which I think it's important, is a guard house. It's simple. It's true that there must be a guard house for people who are renting at a rental stock. So we're supposed to do the guard house. We are supposed to do the washing line. There were other things which were unreasonable that they wanted us to change the furniture, put them on the feet and whatnot. We said, no. As we come to phase 2, we'll definitely do some of those issues and whatnot and so on. We have advertised. We have advertised because every Tom, Dick, and TJ can apply and go and stay there in terms of the affordability test. So that part of town, it's ready. That's why the MEC said we'll incrementally fill in these places. So what is the delay there? It's these issues raised by the management company, and they are not insurmountable. We are dealing with them and say this one, now give us the list and so on and so forth. We are addressing the issue also of the misinformation which was done then, that these CRUs or community residential units are built for the people and the residents of the old Dark City and the old Silver City. Because there was a word of sort saying that you are not staying in a very habitable places here, we are building these ones for you. No, it's not. It has to be corrected. And the MEC has plugged that gap with the mayor, the councillor, and so on to say, but these are rented stocks. So that part is being addressed and so on. So as we can visit there, you'll see that we are practically done. We are supposed to deal with those issues raised by the management company. Let me just continue on the same front just quickly, Chair. With issues raised by Honorable Schoben, it's correct that we're not delivering on our constitutional mandate. And we need to, in fact, frown at that. And what are the causes for this? We have numbers of incomplete projects. We have numbers of abandoned, incomplete houses and abandoned projects. And there's been delays. And when Varanani, and I'm not making them a scapegoat, when Varanani was appointed, they were appointed in 2023. They were appointed to deal exactly with that. Blocked projects and incomplete houses. And they did not do that. Instead, they decided to picky back in terms of saying pick and decided to say we will do new houses here and there and whatnot and so on. And we had a contractual problems with Varanani. Unfortunately, the contract has expired on the 12th of October. But as the contract expired, they've already left site. And they have left site, and we have taken their scope and we have spread it across to different contractors. We can give you the numbers as to in Karib, in Putswa, and so on and so forth. What have we done? But Varanani, I can tell the Honorable Committee, through you, Honorable Chair, that it's not going to leave it lying down. They're not. Definitely, because they've only built 784 houses out of the 2,000. And it's just not right. So their scope has been, but the contract is saying that Varanani should not rush to court, neither should we rush to court. The contract is saying go for mediation or arbitration where you differ. So we have received a legal opinion from the state law advisors, and they are saying to us, declare a dispute and go for mediation. And that's where we are. We have issued that letter and notice to Varanani to say, let's go for this. And at the end of the day, if we're not going anywhere slowly, then anyone, all rights reserved. So we have taken their scope and we decided that we must distribute it accordingly and so on. Admittedly, if you look there, in the first quarter and the second quarter, there are no units on the ground. But you'll see on the third quarter and the fourth quarter, there'll be units on the ground. There'll be units on the ground because we have taken that scope out of monopoly into the broad base. So they're supposed to work and work fast with regard to that. With regard to the Kroonstad project, Honorable Schoben, the contract of GAP, or what is called GIC, came hot on the heels of the department having returned in the range of 600 million back to the fiscus, not in a very distant past. And then the department sat down with the erstwhile minister, they discussed and they say, we need a recovery plan. What can we do there? Then they said, let's go for what is called participation. And they participated, and this we did discuss with AGSA. We were splitting hairs around it and interpretation and so on and so forth in terms of the last audit. That the department participated in terms of Regulation 16A 6.4. They participated there. Hence, they did not go for the advertisement out of themselves. They exercised the processes of participation in terms of that regulation 16A 6.64. So I know there are issues around that, and that I want to say preemptively that it must be distinguished from the implementing agent contract and so on. It did not only participate solo, it participated with Mpumalanga, Eastern Cape, and so on that Northern Cape contract. And whilst they're working, they're having quite a number of subbies under them. I guess it's 12 subbies, Dr. Ramorena, correct? 12 subbies in the province. Hence, you would see that they have covered the entire footprint of the Free State because they participated in terms of 25,000 sites. And that's where we are. As to the issues of the regularity or irregularity of participation and so on, I think the jury is still out there in the interpretation of the exact participation. What does participation mean? Does it mean you take the same scope in terms of the one that the host, or you take as in terms of equitable participation in terms of all of you participating? I think the authority is a treasury on that point, of which we did favor AGSA with the definition of treasury. To say treasury is saying participation means the following. That's why I say the jury is still out. AGSA can speak more authoritatively as far as that is concerned. With regard to what is termed unwanted expenditure, correct, very correct. That, like it's been said by Honorable Pretorius, that this department is having 5.7 billion unwanted expenditure. Billion with a B. But let's go back. Where and when did it start? It started in the financial year of the 2022-23 financial year. It started there. And cumulatively over time, it came and it snowballed. Correctly, we are guilty as sin. From that time, we started, is it 2022? Yes. 2010, apologies, yes. Thank you very much for correcting me. Because we can see how far it starts with the advanced material and quite a number of things and so on and so forth. Attempts were made by the departments over time through PricewaterhouseCoopers. And they also couldn't make much of headway because there was no POE, no portfolio of evidence on quite a number of things that transpired then. No portfolio of evidence to investigate closely and whatnot. As to what happened to the portfolio of evidence then, whether it was cannibalized or was it withheld or whatnot and so on, it's a different discussion altogether. But now, as you continue, there will be a snowballing effect because other things are continuously being investigated and so on. We have established the committee which is dealing with this unwanted expenditure, fruitless, wasteful, irregular, and whatnot, and so on. And it's sitting every week. We are gathering what we can gather and what we can investigate. And having investigated and having said, where does the ball fall? Who's responsible? But through the attrition of time, a lot of things has happened. Many companies that we were supposed maybe even to claim from and whatnot have gone under. Many people who were responsible or what, they are now sitting at the feet of the Most High. So you can see that evidence, and those maybe who are implicated are getting out, and we might not even get what we want to do in terms of this situation and so on. So, but we are having the committee which is sitting, which is investigating what has transpired to the best of their ability, and we'll follow all other processes. And after that, the report would come to me. Then I will ask for condonement from provincial treasury. Provincial treasury will say, take the consequences. And then as an accounting officer, if you think you have done all that you can do, then you can condone. But I say it's a process that we are working with. But what I want to record in this August House is that we have established a committee which is investigating the unwanted expenditure and so on. And I've already spoken about consequence management. I can show you the list from here to Egypt of what we have done in terms of consequence management for the companies that have taken the department for a ride. Even on MIs, we are pursuing LTE, we are pursuing Unique Holdings, we are pursuing Rich Soil. We have opened a criminal case against Baitusi in Nala, which is involving other officials there in Nala and so on, about Botania. We have opened a lot of cases against legal firms, and I can name them here, the Rousseaus of this world and so on, in terms of the FLISP. We have opened criminal cases and disciplinary cases against our officials internally in terms of FLISP and so on. So we're just not definitely talking much about these kind of things, that we are strengthening the discipline internally in the department, but we are also strengthening the discipline outside the department with those companies and whatnot and so on. And the owner of Baitusi is Common Cause that was arrested. And that case by the Hawks, and that case is continuing. We have other officials that we have also dismissed. In January, we have dismissed a certain official here that we were talking about with the MEC in Bethlehem, who has taken money from beneficiaries and so on. We've dismissed them and so on. So we are getting there. We are getting there. On the issues of MIs and issues that are outstanding, we are slow, but fast at the same time. So we are also disciplining our own officials internally for those who were responsible for the MIs. I can even just place it on record here, Chairperson, if you allow, that on MIs, we have very many MIs. For the standing time of COVID on Dark and Silver and G Hostel, the vandalism, the issue of Park and Park, the issue of VAT, and so on. So we are disciplining colleagues internally and so on. And you find that with regard to the MIs, we are working with state attorneys here, Memaila, and our counsel is SC Joseph, on the discipline of officials who were implicated in the BAC. We are working with Metro Becker from the state attorneys, and our counsel there is Counsel Masitleo. So we are doing something, and this information is the information that we have shared with the AGSA, because at the end of the day, I will be sitting with a certificate of debt that I've done nothing. So we have moved, and we are updating them to say, on vandalism we are here, on VAT we are here, on Back and Park we are here, and so on and so forth. There's already moves that we have already communicated to MSK to say, you need to pay back the money in terms of the VAT, MI. And they've given us the credit notes, MSK, to say, yes, we're willing and we are paying this money and so on. So we are definitely working internally and externally to address all these issues and so on. I'll give my colleagues also just to respond, but let me just finalize as saying, there needs to be transparency on beneficiaries Honorable Nanyan, there needs to be transparency. But the way how things are, and it's just the human element, that human element have all attributes of human. They laugh, they cry, they hate, and so on. They laugh. They favor. They disadvantage. They have those human elements. But we are not imposing beneficiaries to the municipalities. Municipalities in the main need to be the ones who are at the center of identifying beneficiaries, working together with us. But you find problems of parallel parkings or double parkings in terms of beneficiaries. For those who do not qualify or even are rightful beneficiaries of houses, they are in the houses. One of them that we have corrected, MEC has corrected it with the Premier, not in far distant past, 2 weeks or so, in Matatiel, Hillside View, where the owner has come in there and she was crying. She said, it's coming after the fact. I've lost my husband, but I'm happy that I'm being restored to status quo ante. So there are serious challenges really with regard to title deeds. Yes, I agree. We are having challenges. It's our serious Achilles heel. Serious. But we should also take a blame for not doing the right things right on title deeds. And only if we do accept, then we can correct. We appointed conveyancers, 3 conveyancers also. 2 of them decided to voluntarily leave their work. Then we were left with 1, Buthelezi. And I'm not happy about Buthelezi's performance. But we also advertised conveyancers. Internally, we took there were inordinate delays in terms of adjudicating on conveyancers. Only now we have appointed 4 conveyancers to do this. But we need to distinguish between the 2. That ours is to register title deeds. Issuance is something else that municipalities must do and whatnot and so on. But we've had a delay, inordinate delays in terms of registering the title deeds and so on. And we are cleaning the system. We have asked HDA also, we have appointed them to say, HDA, you must come and clean our data because the HSS in its current form, it's not credible. And it's not credible because by accident or of omission or commission, it has been contaminated by those double parkings and whatnot and so on and so forth. That data has to be cleaned. And HDA is doing that part for us and so on. Just quickly, Honorable Shabalala. Yes, there's delays in asbestos. There are delays, yes, in asbestos. But for this financial year, we only have 20 million. As a budget. And with 20 million, we won't get very far. We won't get very far. It's just like driving a car with a whiskey. You won't get to Glen. Beyond Glen, the car would have stuck. The problem is the chief director here can tell you the progress that we have made in Retisbeck. The progress that we have made in terms of replacing asbestos. The progress that we are making in Botshabelo, where the MEC, the minister, the premier launched this and so on. What we are doing in Senegal and other areas in asbestos. We're going to snuff the 20 million. But what? The lives of our people are not waiting for the mere kind of allocation to deal with that. Yesterday, we had a meeting with other service providers to say, how can we address this? Because whilst we get 20 million, 20 million, 20 million, for the backlog of over 35,000 asbestos, we're not going to finish it in our administrative lifetime or even a natural lifetime. Then we said maybe we need to come with mechanisms of painting and arresting the hazardous material of this whilst we are removing, but we must also arrest, because are we saying our people must wait and die whilst we are getting this kind of budget and so on? So we have those kind of things. Yes. I think the MEC can say this better, Honorable Chabalala, that officials do not campaign with title deeds. And there's only one politician in the department, and it's the EA. Honorable Khaurekwe, irregular expenditure, as I have said, that is being investigated. And we have made progress. We have finished the CRUs, community residential units at top and bottom. And we finished in G Hostel. But there's big problems in G Hostels. G Hostel. Because of the sewer system, but also electricity. ESCOM is not playing ball with us in there because they want us to be the ones who are paying for this whole exercise and whatnot. But at the end of the day, it's supposed to be the property that we're going to transfer to the municipality. But because Machabeng, as we know, it's a perennial non-payer. So ESCOM is not very eager to commit in terms of energizing or electrifying the G Hostel. So we have those problems. Now, we find ourselves in a situation of the units that we said will complete in G Hostel. Robex has done that successfully. Now it's waiting to be energized. And the issue of how we transport PAP and so on. And then this side, we're also waiting for the issue of which has been identified by the management team and so on. I think the colleagues will answer on the errors and internal audit recommendations and so on. As just I conclude my pick, Chair, no funds will be returned, Honorable Klute. No funds will be returned. If the funds are returned, the program managers who are responsible will follow the money. It's as simple as that. Already you can see that we are thinly spread on ISOPG, thinly spread. With regard to HSDG, you're not going to return any funds. With regard to the earmarked funds of 30 million of eradication, we need just to correct that part of demolition and construction. Eradication of the 2 rooms. Then we build in the 4 rooms, so we are eradicating. That money, we've made proper calculations as to how much are we going to spend here. And then we said, like the CFO has presented, said we need to request Treasury for Environment to address the pressures that we are having internally. We are having pressures in terms of the goods and services and so on. So we're not going to return any grants, whichever grant. I agree with regard to the increase of capacity in the SEM and so on. And we are inundated with a lot of claims, yes, it's true. Our contingent liability is a lot. But also our contingent assets are also a lot. We need to pursue that. We have established a claims committee. We have established a claims committee which is supposed to investigate because people are coming as far as 2010 and they are saying, this department is owing me. We are being summoned day in, day out to what is called liquidation or sequestration hearings. We are being called by G2G, Amadwala, whatnot. We're being summoned every time because they are saying they've gone under because the department did not pay them. Then we must give evidence to that effect. We must. We are snowed under by the VOs. We are snowed under by the VOs. Correctly so. Now that we have to do some VOs to address the issues at the different CRUs. But also there are VOs which are from GIC. And I said, from the accounting point of view, we're not going to honor these VOs. Alas, I was wrong, very wrong. Because if you look back, you find that they were raised in the past financial years, Doc. In the past financial years. And nothing was done to them. To some of them, officials said to GIC, work on risk. And they worked on risk. For some of them, officials did not monitor in terms of the kind of the work that they were supposed to do. Even if you have 25,000 scope, at least there must be monitoring and control. Now, when I sit with those who know better than I do, I say, I'm not going to honor these VOs and so on. They say, you are and you must. Because at the end of the day, the question at the heart of it, which is a legal question, is whether the department has derived value from that. So if the department has derived value from that, it means undue enrichment to the department. The least that I can do from the accounting point of view is to get into the payment arrangement. To say there has to be this payment arrangement when I go and ask for any other money from national, I must take my whole sins and say, I have this. And my begging bowel is asking for this and so on. Let me just, Honorable McKay, just pick one from you on goods and services. And just demonstrate this anomaly that we have demonstrated during the PM Tech to Treasury. We said to Treasury, once upon a time, there was one department combining COGTA and human settlement. And then, as we know, they were separated. But there were one, we can't airbrush history. We have the budget of 1.2 billion. 1.2 billion. Apologies. We have goods and services of 34 million. Really? You have a big truck, but you have this much of petrol. That's what it means. It means that you will remain with the money in your budget, but you will not have the oil or the petrol to make it run. Most of our expenditure, as you can see in the presentation of the CFO, is with what we are doing, which is our work. Going out with the 2 trucks, trying to clean the HSS, trying to do that kind of work. But it's also GG vehicles. But that's not the problem. The real problem is that our goods and services are not consummating to the budget of the department. That's exactly where the problem is. And it needs to be corrected. Now, Treasury says, do some environment. We say, but that's a temporary kind of intervention. every year we must do environment, whatnot. Correct it once and for all. Look at the departments, look at their budget, and then put equal kind of goods and services. Not 1.2 billion, then you give the 34 million and so on. I think I will give to my colleagues also just to add, starting with Dr. Ramrena, then I'll come back to you, CFO.
Thanks, Chair and your committee members. I think the HOD has covered the bulk of the issues raised. Perhaps one issue that was raised by Honorable Zwebela, he was saying, if you look at the participation contract of GIC, the rates that are being used there are not in line with treasury rates or treasury basic figures. I think we need to refer here to say that this contract, referred to as the participation contract, is based on a simple a calculation to say we are giving you 25,000 sites, and this is your rates shall be based on the housing quantum. The housing quantum is known, it's given, it can be Googled, it's 72,000 rand per service site. So if you take all the 25,000 sites, you multiply them by the housing quantum, you would know how much is the actual contract value of GIC, which is 2.6 billion. The HOD was referring to issues such as variation orders, VOs, which we are confronted with. I can tell this committee that I am seized with those variation orders, and if you look at them, they are in the range of almost 300, 400 million in VOs. A variation order is basically exactly that, addition to scope from what was not ordinarily the original issue, or a scope creep, or issues that you would not have anticipated. Now, if you look at this participation contract, if you look at what is referred to as a fee of 72,000 based on a housing subsidy quantum, it's very simple. It says if you are servicing this site, all what you'll see, and this is what committee members also realized when we were in Zastron and they visited there on an oversight, they said, but where are the standpipes for us, the stand crane for this particular site? And there were none. In fact, what we were told was that they were delivered to the municipal stores. The issue here is that in terms of this participation, it makes no provision for the supply of standpipes, only a water meter. Now, in instances where this particular implementing agent called GIC or the contractor was to work there, he was informed and advised and instructed otherwise by the municipality to say, yes, we want to approve your designs. But these designs we can only approve on the proviso that you install standpipes. And then they said, okay, give us the letter, we'll have to give it to the client, the employer. And that is the basis upon which we are now having variation orders for 25,000 sites in the province, which is not money that we budgeted for. Also, there is a huge cost that will come in variation orders referred to as street fronts. If I make a simple example, if you look at that table and you take the dimensions of the table and you say, okay, this is a standard Erven, a site. The front part, if you measure the dimension, say, for practical cases, a normal site, standard average RDP site, the front part will be anywhere between 9 meters and 10 meters. But a decision has apparently been taken by the executive committee of the province in the past to say, we need to give our people a bigger land space, to the extent that all the severe general plans that were done for all township establishments, those fronts, street-facing sites, were increased to almost 17 meters long. Now, what is the implication of this when you do engineering services? You excavate longer, you put additional pipes. So this is what is facing us, that GIC is saying, hang on, we were of the opinion and the idea that this is going to be 9 to 8, 10 meters long, but it's now 17 or 16.5 meter long. we need to be compensated for that variation. And it's coming with huge, huge costs to us. These were actually communicated to the client at the time. Perhaps I need to hasten and say, yes, I'm one of those that have received Audis. But to use the analogy of the coach and the soccer player, I am equally a soccer player that has been introduced in the last dying minutes of the game as a substitute. So I take it that I had to take one for the team, and the team was already losing 10-0, which the MEC says is Bloemfontein Celtics. Luckily, it's not Orlando Pirates. But I had to take one for the team. I came late in the second quarter to take over from my colleague who was ultimately transferred. But I had to take one for the team, and the results were already bad. There was already blood on the ground. So I am now faced with issues of having to catch up with historical issues related to CRUs and the likes. But to come directly to the issues, what are the key causes of the failures in as far as your core mandate is concerned? Honorable Zgwebela is asking that, to say, what are these causes? There are two main causes that you will always find that it's a problem in the housing sector. Okay, one is on the departmental side in terms of our cash flow delays, especially at the beginning of the financial year when we wait for our grant. We take a maximum of up to maybe May before we received our initial cash inflows. And by that time, contractors are already complaining. Some have abandoned sites. Some are already nailing us with penalties and interest. But here's the other one. In the housing sector, in the department, we are paying in terms of achieved milestones. A contractor has to build a foundation, he gets paid. There is an agreed figure that has been approved and agreed between parties. Then the contractor has to build up to a wall plate level without the actual roofs. Then it's the last phase, which is completion with all the additions inside the house. But then there was this additional payment that the department had structured that you refer to as preliminary and general costs, your P's and G. Now this P's and G, to the value of 20,300, was set aside as a standalone milestone. You can work out your costs. If you've got 100 houses allocated to you as a contractor, and you can claim this P's and G without killing a fly, without doing anything, because you have just signed the contract, the SLA, you have been appointed, and that, you will claim almost 2 million without doing anything. And in most cases, and in the previous past, contractors just left. As a soccer player coming into the field and coming up with my own innovative ideas, I then agreed to say, we're not moving forward with this arrangement of a standalone claim on a P's and G of 20,300. In fact, we're going to spread it amongst the 3 milestones. So it has then since been thinly spread along those 3 milestones. So instead of you now getting 28,000 per unit, you will now get up to 33,000 per unit for milestone 1 and so on, just to cover and cushion off that. But unfortunately, contractors in the past will claim that and will just leave. Besides all other shenanigans that you'll get from the contractors community. So mainly our contractors were not honest, but the major Achilles tendon that we always had was the issue, and it's still an issue, of NHBRC enrollment. NHBRC can only enroll a house once they are happy that there is a geotechnical study or a soil profiling done, which will inform the foundation of that house. But unfortunately, in most cases, they are saying, no, those geotechs are old, we need new ones, as if the soil condition is mutating. And if you refer to them, say, but why don't we use the same geotech that was used in 2015? No, we need a new one. Then the contractor either does not have the money and he's taking long. But on our part as well, we have allowed a situation where we expected contractors to appoint an engineer to do the house design, to do the house plan, which must be submitted to the municipality for approval, and to supervise the construction. You can imagine yourself, if I have appointed an engineer to supervise my work and I'm paying this engineer, he will not have any negative thing to say on my poor quality workmanship because I'm paying him his mine. He's under my wage bill. So in the ultimate end, the arrangement here is that the department shall appoint consultants. Consultants shall supervise all these construction sites, all these houses, and no longer the other way around. Because we are mindful that ordinarily he who pays the piper will normally dictate the tune. So we decided to say, in the future arrangement, this is exactly what is going to happen, and we are implementing that as we speak. In terms of the questions that were asked by Honorable McKay, yes, there has been issues where contractors were appointed without an SLA, but it was an oversight on our part, because what then happens is that we would normally issue an instruction to perform, and we will then tell the contractor, please be on site. And then when you look back, you realize, but this contractor does not have a service level agreement, which is basically the relationship between the two parties. So there could have been such instances. I'm not aware about instances where the contractor has submitted the actual bid document and he did not complete the declaration forms. Those will be your SBD forms, SBD form 1, 2, and so. I only want to refer back to the issue of the G hostel, which is still a problem, which the HOD has referred to, about the electrification. We have since been making plans to provide alternative energy towards these hostels, because we are mindful that we may not even be able to find each other with ESCOM. So we're working on this. We hope to find a solution towards G-Hostel, even including the sewer management system. You'll be well aware that the infrastructure of Machabeng, it's archaic, it's old, it's blocked, it's clogging all over, even in town and all over. So it's becoming a problem, and we are unable, unfortunately, to connect the hostels to the nearby manhole where we needed to connect, because it's overflowing. So we can't do anything. Robex just decided to say, guys, unless you find a better solution, we will not be able to connect to this manhole. I think HOD, that is my part, and other colleagues perhaps can take other questions. I thank you, Chair.
Thank you. HOD, can we wrap it up? Just quick answers to those questions so that we can move to the next committee also, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. I would like to confine my responses only to the issues related to the annual financial statements, as well as the IFs, as well as the invoices. There was a question in terms of the submission of the interim financial statements. I can confirm that the department has submitted the second quarter interim financial statements timeously, which was on the 30th of October. For the first quarter, we did not submit. We had received an exemption from Provincial Treasury because we were still finalizing the previous audit. In terms of challenges, there were no challenges that we experienced in terms of the submission. And there was also a question in terms of the material misstatements on the annual financial statements. I can confirm that yes, there was a material misstatement on the submitted financial statement, which came as a result of the reporting on the contingent liabilities, and the value to that was 22 million. What AGSA found was that the value or the amount that we had disclosed in the financial statements differed from the records as they compared it with the records of the cases submitted to the Office of the State Advisors. And then in terms of the value of the invoices which were not paid as at the end of September, the value of the invoices was sitting at 73 million, and it involves one service provider. I think those are the only questions that I would like to respond to. The HOD has covered the rest. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, colleagues. I think we've been covered. If there's any pertinent question that you need to pose, we can do it in writing and they can respond to that. HOD, thank you very much. I think you are open in your challenges. I pray and hope, seeing that this is a very important department, that you, through trying to manage it, also deliver on your mandate. MEC, I don't know if you want any closing remarks on this department, seeing that you've got the acting HOD next to you for the next one.
No, thank you very much, Chair.
As he closes, he must then also reflect on the view from the AG that there's no evidence that he's meeting his audit committee as the so as he's closing, he must also reflect on that.
I didn't hear what he said.
I'm saying, as the MEC is closing, he must also reflect on the reflection that there's no evidence that the MEC is meeting with his audit committee.
Thank you.
Chair, we thank you very much. We have indicated, the honorable members, that we, about a year and almost and a half ago, that we were brought into a very difficult space in the department. We were brought to a department that is facing all the issues that the HOD has spoken about, and that we needed to rebuild from scratch. And work is continuing, whilst not satisfied, but we're encouraged with the fact that on all elements of our program, there's beginning to be a movement, and that movement should be reflected in terms of the third quarter reports. We were a province that sat with a history of no movement except scandals on the issue of the asbestos. Now we can say there are families whose roof of asbestos has been removed, replaced with something decent. We've been battling, the resources are not sufficient, and we hope that as time goes on, we'll be able to mobilize and engage national further to avoid all the concerns that honorable members have raised on the issue of asbestos. This was launched in Botshabelo. Because of the lower numbers, we'll be completing it quite quickly in all the districts. National has been engaged. In terms of the pressures that are rising from the ISUPG, we went to national this time to indicate that we are not delivering money or losing money to national. In fact, we are asking for money because we are sitting with a number of pressures, not only from the ISUPG, but HSDG as well. We'll have serious pressures in view of the appointments that have been made to deal with the scope of Faranani, including the fact that what we thought was a 2,000 incomplete, it now become clear that the numbers are more. It is around 4 point something, so the number has doubled. We did say that the manner in which the department was run previously was seriously problematic. We have taken a decision, Chair, to reopen our panels, primarily because, like I said, when you look at the panel, even at the people who are said to have capacity, I can tell you at the back of my head, they came from Toyando, Louis Drechard, Polokwane, Tshwane, East Rand, Johannesburg, Vereeniging, KZN. That's how they go. There'll be one or two from Free State. And what they do, they actually want something that is just on the other side of the Val River. You throw them deeper into the province, they desert the sites. Including the fact that, in fact, 2 weeks ago, I went to a wedding, and then two of them comes and say, no, MEC, we're on your panel. We're looking for a job. I'm saying, no, go to the department, but please ask them to give us something in Sasolburg, villas and so on. I said, why don't you pack your bags and go back to Gauteng? Because I don't know how you got into our panels. You can't be telling us this. But there is, evidence of 2 or 3 who have deserted site or refused when they were being assigned, this sites, primarily because they come from Gauteng. So, unfortunately, this is how the department was structured. For the Free State to be, just passive observers, and all the role players being brought from other provinces, and in particular, Gauteng. So we are trying to turn the tide with the pressure and the speed we place on our contractors to appreciate that we are sitting with a serious pressure and almost an emergency on the side of our people. Internally, Chair, our machinery, for quite some time, the department was really neutralized. And everything was done by the PMU, PMO, just those two. Everything else was put on hold. We're changing that to bring effectively the districts to play their role in terms of quality assurance, make sure that people are there on the ground, boots daily on site and spaces where we work, in interaction with the municipalities on issues of the MPTs that clearly whose impact we are having, negative impact we are all seeing, and it's an issue that we should easily be resolving. We'll be attending to that so that internally we don't fold our arms when municipalities are giving us problems on something that will ensure that we do not achieve our targets. We have got to act, and we ask the officials, if a particular municipality is not coming to the party, tell me, because I also happen to be the MEC of COGT. I will work with you towards that particular municipality to correct the problem, and none has ever been brought to my attention. Yesterday, we had to tell the department what we think. And the changes that the HOD is talking about is putting it nice, mildly, because probably they are his colleagues. We've got to go far more than we have done already. You know that the HOD had to leave. He has replaced the chief director, where things would be said, and they never happened. So our attitude to officials, and we told them that if things are not happening, heads are going to roll, because we came to the committee the last time and I reminded them that the committee ended up saying probably the department needs to be placed under administration. And I said, that is not going to happen under my watch, because people have got to work. There's got to be a culture shift. There's got to be agency. There's got to be a sense of occasion that we are dealing with a department that for many years has had problems, but our people are sitting with a very serious pressures that only government can help, because most of them are in a category that is quite challenged in society. So many elements of our program, Chair, have taken off. They've got to be perfected. There's got to be consequence. There's got to be speed, agency, and consciousness being raised at the level of our people. And the issues that members are raising, we always take them to heart to make sure that we do respond to them, because we know that the type of challenges that we are faced with. It is not, you said it's not an oncoming train. There is light at the end of the tunnel, and we hope that the third quarter report will vindicate us. And I can assure you, when we come here, in all areas where we are not performing, there will be changes, because it can no longer be that we accept excuses. What I usually say is the point of therefore the matter, I thought is. On the last point, Honorable Khwabane, we will wish to take that question, go and come back when we see the committee to respond to next time. Thank you very much.
Thank you, MEC. I think you can, I don't know, there's another panel or people that's got to come in. We'll give you 2-3 minutes, and I'll give over to the chairperson of that committee.
Colleagues, as you saw on the WhatsApp group, I gave instruction to the researcher to not today give us the analysis, a presentation on the analysis. I think everybody did get that on the WhatsApp group, but I know that the Honorable Khwabane did indicate and request that for the financial statements or for the finances that we do get that analysis. So I'm not quite sure who's going to do the analysis on the finances of COGTA. Who's going to do that, Chairperson?
Where's Mubakeng, Jackie? The analysis for COGTA. MEC, we'll call you. Yeah, we'll call you to come in. We'll tell you when to come in. Who said you must come in?
or the honorable members, the documentation from COGTA was sent late yesterday, so the researcher was not able to do prepare analysis for us because the documents from COGTA were sent late. So it means when we engage the department, will then depend on the presentation they'll be making and every other document that we have in front of us in order to have better analysis of the department.
Chair, at least we've got now in the Auditor General's report, financial health, it's included here, so we've got a bit of a guideline there.
But would not have the analysis for the first and the second quarter from them.
Chairperson, just before we continue with COGTA, a question to the Auditor General, and I think earlier you spoke about the importance of Section 131 of the MFMA and the MEC's responsibility on that. But then there's Section 132 as well, which says that the MEC for local government in the province must, one, assess all annual financial statements of municipality in the province, the audit reports on such statements and any responses of the municipalities to such audit reports, and determine whether municipalities have adequately addressed any of these issues. And that should actually be reported to the legislature as well. I can't remember, Honourable Van Veen, maybe can you remember, have we ever done 132, Section 132 reports? Because I think that's also important. Because after the audit cycle is finished, then the MEC must come back and say they have dealt with it properly or they have not. And I think that's something we should consider as well. Thank you.
No, remember what we said when we started with MFMA. We had to take a decision whether we take the MEC and the Premier before or after municipalities. Then we took a decision that let's engage municipalities. At the end of that, we'll then engage the MEC on that. But in terms of the legislation, the department had not done that because they have to do it from their side. They have not done that, and neither have we tabled any report that comes from municipalities in the legislature since coming in from last year. I think it's part of those issues that we had raised as in order to sharpen the oversight work, that we really have to look at the issues of compliance. I think all the issues of compliance would have to deal with them. Analysis of implementation of the annual reports and all those compliance issues. I think it's one of the things that we have to look at moving forward. Honorable members, I think let's allow the department to come through, and it's 3:45 now. Yes, let's allow them to come in, and Public Works is already here also. Good afternoon, MEC, HOD and your team. We were supposed to have received an analysis from the researchers of the legislature in terms of the reports from COGTA. They were not able to do so because the reports from the department only came in late yesterday. What we are going to do in future, as we put strict timelines for submission of reports, once the report comes late, we are not going to accept them. And as a result, we'll then chase the MEC to shoulder the responsibility. MEC, I will give over to you to introduce the team and just have the presentation of the department. Just give at least 15 minutes for the presentation so that you touch on critical issues. Over to you, MEC.
Thanks, Chair. We are here now as COGTA, still the same MEC. We are with the acting HOD of COGTA. Tatara Makarani is on sick leave until the 26th of November. So the Patho is acting. For the sake of time and the fact that we've been here, Chair, let me give him to introduce the team. There's the part on the late submissions and so on. I'm not sure if I heard you clearly, Chair, whether our reports were submitted late to yourselves, and that was not brought to my attention, Chair, if that is the case.
I just hope you'll attend to it when you get back to the department.
Okay, thank you.
Yes. Let's have
the COGTA one.
yes.
Okay.
Let's have introductions so that we can move faster.
Chairperson, just for the non-financials as well, the questions on the non-financials were sent on Friday, and we have not received any of them, any of those responses by COGTA as well. So just keep that in mind, MEC, as well, please. Thank you.
No, not to respond. Introductions. The what? No. HOD, I'm directing.
Oh,
Look at me, listen to me.
Thank you very much, Chairperson and honorable members. The colleagues here, only those who are going to respond and present. I'll introduce them, the DDG, Mebutelezi, the CFO, May Jacobs, Mekotule, as well as Ndati Lobby. The presentations in the main will be done by the CFO, May Jacobs, and Mekotule. Thank you very much.
You forgotten that I'm going to decide.
I was only introducing the ones who are going to present. Yes, and we have the Tumkwena here.
Thank you, Chairperson. Mebotelize, I will start with you. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
Ma'am, may you please stand for me? Will you be taking an oath or an affirmation? Please speak into the mic.
An oath.
And do you consider this prescribed oath binding on your conscience?
Yes.
Please state your full names for the record.
Mamrena Anabuthelezi.
Do you swear what you're about to tell the committee is the truth and nothing but the truth? If so, please say, so help me God.
So help me God.
Thank you, Mebutelezi. Jacobs, good afternoon, ma'am.
Good afternoon.
Ma'am, will you be taking an oath or an affirmation?
An oath?
And do you consider this prescribed oath binding on your conscience?
Yes.
Please state your full names for the record.
Teresa Jacobs.
Do you swear what you're about to tell the committee is the truth and nothing but the truth? If so, please raise your right hand and say, so help me God.
So help me God.
Thank you, ma'am. Mme Khotule, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, ma'am. Will you be taking an oath or an affirmation?
I will take an oath.
And do you consider this prescribed oath binding on your conscience?
Yes.
Please state your full names for the record.
My name is Lindiwe Vangele Khotule.
Do you swear what you're about to tell the committee is the truth and nothing but the truth? If so, please raise your right hand and say, so help me God.
So help me God.
Thank you, ma'am. Mr. Lobby, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
So will you be taking an oath or an affirmation?
I'll take an oath, ma'am.
And do you consider this prescribed oath binding on your conscience?
Yes, I do.
Please state your full names for the record.
My names are Tembeni Zolile Gideon Lobby.
Do you swear what you're about to tell the committee is the truth and nothing but the truth? If so, please raise your right hand and say, so help me God.
So help me God.
Thank you, sir. Chairperson Gallibo.
Thank you, HOD. For the first quarter and this first it's Steve Spoon. The first quarter and the second quarter, if you can just in 10 to 15 minutes before you present the annual, just in 10 and 15 or 15 minutes, both the two presentations.
Thank you, Chair. The Mayor Jacobs will do that.
Where is the laptop? Oh, no, okay. Ntate Gideone, ya hao ha e sebetse ha e kgone ho kena moo. Mayor Kops, if you are tactical enough, we can combine the two reports as you do with the second. You draw in the first and then.
Thank you, sir. The issue is that we have emailed it, I
Ye-
thought to this office,
Yeah,
and,
yeah, I'm
and
saying-
now it's not on this computer, so I'm just trying to email it from my phone.
Oh, no, I was saying as you deal, if you remember if you have the first quarter with you, as you deal with the second quarter, you can still rope in the first quarter and show the expenditure from the first quarter. This is what is happening in second quarter. And
I understand you. I just need to get it
Oh,
to show because
show,
it's
okay.
not on this computer now. Unfortunately, I didn't know that you don't have it. So
Oh.
please just
Ntate Gideon, Kgantu, what's happening with your laptop? It doesn't have. Especially the Gideon, Konzani. Both of them. Because the first quarter is only 2 slides, so it's not huge.
thank you. As you have rightfully said, the first quarter was just 2 slides because second quarter is now more updated information. Should I start, Chairperson?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Silence in court.
Sorry, I'm being now jack of all trades here. There's a presentation outline for the second quarter, but let me quickly go to the next slide in terms of our rollover request. We have requested an amount of 10.9 million to be rolled over from 24-25 to the current financial year, and we have received indication from Treasury that they are in agreement with our amount. The actual amount that will be rolled over is 10.873, so it's about 30,000 difference. So we will be able to deal with all the matters that was still committed from the previous year. On the at the first quarter, end of June, our expenditure was 22% against a norm of 25%. As you can see there, at the end of September, which is our second quarter, our expenditure was 44%. Then I just want to also indicate to you that, as you can see already, program 4 and 5, that is traditional institutional management, as well as the House of Traditional Leaders, are already showing some pressure, as the expenditure is 53% and 48%, which is very close to the 50%. There is already commitments on the system of 14.5 million, and if you take that into consideration, we will be sitting at plus minus 47%. There's our breakdown on economic classification. After the first quarter, we had our compensation at 22%. At the end of this quarter, our compensation is sitting at 45%. That is your second column from the right side on that slide. In terms of goods and services, after the first quarter, it was 20%. It's now sitting at 45%. And then I can just maybe indicate that the next one that I want to show is on non-profit institutions. At the first quarter, it was 16%, where it sits now at 64%. So there is a slight budget pressure there, which we will do a reprioritization during the adjustment budget to cater for that extra budget or pressure. In terms of households, in the first quarter, we were at 51%. We are sitting now at 45%. The reason for the decrease is purely because we have slightly increased the budget there, and that item is used for leave payments when people exit the department. So we don't want to over budget there, but just do internal shifting when the need arises. In terms of our machinery and equipment, which is most of our computers and those type of things that we're buying, the expenditure was 7% after the first quarter, and it's sitting now at 30%. So I think that is now basically where I'm going to stop referring now to the first quarter and just stick now with our second quarter. On the next slide is just a summary of our earmarked funds. All the information that I've shown before is now inclusive of our voted and earmarked. Earmarked is also still voted. It's just that there is specific funds earmarked for a specific purpose. So currently, our local on program 2, local governance, the support program fund is sitting at 32% expenditure, and the section 1391 at 122. And the reason for that is because there are now more municipalities placed under Section 139 and more administrators appointed. And we will do internal reprioritization between the funds to cater for that extra pressure. As the support program, we will not spend all that funds on that fund. In program 3, development and planning, the water laboratory fund, the 2.5 million, during October, the amount was transferred, so when we report in the third quarter, it will be 100% expenditure. The disaster fund, 10 million, there's an amount of 5 million ring-fenced for the clearance of the prepayment amount to the Red Cross coming from the last financial year. There's also the other half of the amount is ring-fenced towards disaster management skits. We are waiting for a formal quotation from Fleet Management. In terms of the Cleaner City Fund, we are at 45%, so that program is still ongoing and tools are currently still delivered at municipalities. The Marina Palace Fund, zero spending, as we are waiting for final business plans and plans for clear milestones from the Department of Public Works in terms of how we're going to spend and by when we're going to spend each phase of that money. On the next slide is our budget pressures. That is now over and above our in-year things that we can handle with adjustment budgets. So for these things is our unfunded mandates. And that is relating to computers and other goods and services, which will relate to the appointment of vacant positions. That's about 5 million in total. Also, we have just want to plan ahead going forward in terms of replacement of our current computers, and the bulk estimation of 15 million was made. Also, in terms of IT-related matters, as you know, the infrastructure becomes old and needs to be upgraded. So we need to look into some software, upgrading fiber and all those type of things. And we got a bulk amount of about 21 million. And then the issue of traditional institutional management in terms of the implementation of the Customer Initiation Act and the Traditional Leadership Handbook. We have costed about 15 million once-off need and then 7 million rand per annum. So we can only barely reprioritize some immediate needs, but that is really a big budget pressure in the department. On the next slide is just a summary of our irregular expenditure. There was a committee established to deal with some of the current cases or the newer cases that has not been investigated before. And now in the third quarter, during October, there's about 150,000 that we were able to remove from the register. There are old cases, the historic cases that was already investigated by a firm that the HOD will deal with together with the Labour Relation Unit. Then in terms of the next slide of fruitless and wasteful expenditure at the end of the second quarter, the amount is still 62,000. However, the committee has dealt with some of the cases in terms of recovery and write-off. And now at the end of October, we are sitting on 22,000 in balance. This slide is regarding our revenue collection. We have collected 69%. And basically our revenue relates to our parcel transactions, whereby we're having a commission on insurances and garnishee orders, interest on debt cases and so forth. So we're not a generating department or revenue generating department, but that is our amounts, and we will slightly adjust our revenue adjustment budget also now during December. And that is my quick story. That is just the recommendation that the committee take note of our expenditure and our budget pressures, as well as the status of our unwanted expenditure, and then our revenue collection. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Ndale Tumelo, the annual.
Yes, Honorable Chair, thank you. We'll proceed with the non-financial. Mekgotule?
The second quarter.
Yeah, second quarter.
Melindi, in 10 minutes. In 10 minutes. It means you focus on critical issues.
Okay. I am
Ntate
just,
Teboho, o no bua? Oh.
okay. I'll be presenting quarter two performance. This one is on 2025, 2026. Okay, I will start with program one. As you see there, honorable members, that the department has actually, for this quarter, the department has planned 44 performance targets, and then only 41 indicators have actually been achieved, and only 3 indicators have not been achieved. And when you go to program one, you would see that we have actually planned 4, and fully achieved was at 75%, and target that was not achieved is 1%. And then on program two, We've planned 15 at 14, at 93% achieved. One was not achieved at 7%. Then with program 3, we have achieved all our targets. And then on program 4, 6 was planned, 5 was achieved at 82%, and 1 was not achieved at 17%. And then with program 5, as you can see that, honorable members, that we have actually achieved our targets for quarter 2. When we zoom to the reason of targets not achieved, under program 1, okay, under program 1 on administration, percentage of valid invoices paid within 30 days. As you'd see, our annual target is actually at 100%. So in other words, we are expected to produce 100% of paid invoices within 30 days. For this quarter, the output was at 99%. Reason being that invoices were under investigation without uploading logis, thus derailed the program, the payment for their invoices. When we go to program 2, under local government, under local governance and public participation, number of municipalities supported to promote participation in community-based local governance processes. We're actually targeting for 8, and then only 2 was actually achieved. This is due to this underachievement was due to overperformance in quarter 1. So when we go to program 4 under traditional institutional management, we had actually the annual target is actually 18, and then the annual target is actually 13. And then the target for this quarter was the 3. So we only actually achieved 0. So reason is that we have actually performed in quarter 1. So we performed over. It was more achieved in quarter 1. Hence, we could not actually have anything to report in quarter 2. This is under the number of traditional councils supported to perform their functions. And that will be it for the target 2 for the quarter 2. And then I'll go straight to then the APR through you, Chair. I'll then be taking you through the annual report for financial year 2024-2025. As you see there, honorable members, that the department has actually targeted 76 indicators for 2024.
You run through it in 15 minutes, I can. Thank you.
I'm not going to be long, I promise.
Okay,
It's
no,
very
that will
short.
be helpful.
Okay. And then the department, the annual total indicators were 76 that was planned for 2024-25 financial year, and only 69 indicators have been achieved, and 7 indicators have not been achieved. The total achievement for 2024-2025 was at 91%, and 7 was not achieved, so left it as at 9%. Okay, I can just then take you through the whole page of this what has been projected. On program one, obviously the target for program one was 6, and we fully achieved at 67. And then target that was not achieved on program one was at 2. And then on program two, we planned 28 at 86%, and 4 was not achieved, left us at 14%. Then with program 3, we actually then achieved 97%, and we did not achieve at 3%. With program 4 and program 5, all these targets were fully achieved for the annual performance of 2024-2025. I'll just zoom to reason why we did not achieve on 3 programs. On program 1, under administration, payment of valid invoices within 30 days, the annual target was at 100, and then the actual achievement was at 96.5%, and then the deviation was at 0.5%. There was there was a dispute on the invoices received, which then led to invoices being rescheduled for a period. Excuse me, I can't even see properly here. I think after this exercise, I'll learn to get some new glasses. Okay. There was a dispute on invoices that actually derailed the whole process of having to achieve 100% of invoices. Then on a percentage, on compliance with the key control metrics, which is your KCMs, we were expected to for the annual target.
If we can have Menangan sitting that side. Kan that side.
Thank you, Chair.
That side. If you can have your seat and sit that side.
Then on KCMs, the department did not submit due to strained human resource capacity and work overload. And then when we go to program 2 under local governance, number of municipalities supported to comply with MSA regulations on the appointment of senior managers. We were able to achieve 15, and then the deviation at 8. This is due to the reason that there is no legal obligation on municipalities to invite COGTA on recruitment and selection processes of senior managers. The regulation further says that it refers to someone with local government experience, so meaning it can be anyone with experience from local government. And then number of municipalities supported on the development and review of HR policies. The deviation there, it's 1. And then the department appointed Nala, local municipality for, they prioritized Nala, local municipality for the 4th quarter. However, due to political instability and an ongoing unrest in the municipality, the department was unable to provide support in this municipality as planned. Okay, still on program 2 under local governance. A number of section 47 reports compiled as prescribed by the MSA. There, we were supposed to produce 1 as planned for our target for annually, but the deviation, we could not even achieve that one due to the fact that municipal non-compliance with Section 46 reporting timelines adversely impacted on the department's ability to complete the Section 47 report within the prescribed timelines. And then lastly, on Program 2, number of provinces implementing the GovChat program for community engagement and service delivery improvement. Here, we are actually at the deviation of 1. This was just beyond the control of the department because the GovChat program was placed under business rescue by national department. And then lastly, Chair, which is on Program 3, Development and Planning. Number of work opportunities reported through Community Work Program, which is your CW program. Plan target there was at 24,170. And then the deviation there was 1,563. This is due to the fact that no recruitment of new CW participants or the replacements of those who have actually left the program. So this was also communicated through the circulars from DCOC. And then I think I have come to the end of it. Chair, thank you.
Thank you. Is it not having financials, the report, annual report, or it's just like that?
It's non-financial.
It's non-financial.
Yes.
Or no financials? Oh, okay. With that, honorable members, let's engage the report. Over to you, Ntate Klute.
No, Chair, let's ask members to raise their questions to the department, and then I'll come in at the end. Thank you. Any questions to the department? Honorable Pretorius, Honorable Mackay. This side. Okay, Honorable Pretorius.
Chair, thank you very much, and thank you very much for the presentation by the department. Chair, I would just like to know, in terms of the presentation given now, it was noted there's a lot of pressure in terms of the Section 139 administrators. There's 10 municipalities that have administrators. Can we just get an indication that all 10 of those currently do have administrators? Because I know at some stage Kopanong, that administrator was shifted. I think he's now the acting municipal manager in Moakare, if I'm not mistaken. But how many of those 10 which are under administration currently have administrators that are appointed? And then in terms of the Section 47 consolidated reports, I did note in the slide that the challenges are noted there. But what is COGTA doing to address this? Because I think that's one of those tools that we really need. I just had a look now on the Western Cape's government's website for their Section 47 report of last year. And it gives one I think it's about 100 pages long, gives one a very good overview of where the hotspots are in the province. So, and it would be a very wonderful tool for the legislature, but I believe as well for COGTA, if those reports can be compiled, the Section 47 MSA reports. Then just in terms of the financial health of the department, I note the claims against the department is 634 million. 634 million, and it has drastically increased from last year, where it was only 3.5 million. Can we get an indication what is that claims for? So it's gone up from 3.5 all the way to 634 million. That's a drastic increase. If we could just get an indication about that. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, I've got quite a few here, mostly sort of on the AG's report that we received. So my first question is, what measures will the department put in place to fully deliver on its mandate as a coordinating institution? What measures will the department put in place to change the current culture of poor management for irregular, wasteful, and fruitless expenditure? And especially if you look at it, that you went up by considerably since 2023-24 to 2025, and in irregular expenditure from 3.1 million to 11.29 million. It's a large sum that has gone up. How will the department improve controls for monitoring and oversight, which are currently inconsistent and often lead to recurring non-compliance? Why were specific information systems not implemented to enable the monitoring of progress made towards achieving targets, which are core objectives and for the core objectives and service delivery? How or why were tenders awarded to providers who are in the service of other state institutions? That should not happen. If you're in service of some other state institution, you should be declaring your interests. It should be in your tender document. It should be there with the tax clearance certificate, etc., etc., especially to those who did not declare their interests. Why were they not properly vetted? And why was the contract not revoked when this information became available? And then correct me if I'm wrong, but according to the procurement process, all suppliers must present a SARS tax certificate. How were they awarded the tenders if they did not comply? And why were the tenders awarded without the required 3 written quotations? There were many jobs handed out without the required 3 written quotations. What capacity building or training initiatives have been implemented to improve the quality of performance reporting by the municipal and district levels? Because often we find that the information coming through to COGTA is not quite what is happening on the ground. Highest progress towards the annual targets monitored each quarter, especially for the conditional grants or the departments and the municipal levels. Because if we lose our municipal grants, they go down, they lose it or use it or lose it grants, and they become less and less every year. We've seen that in the past, and we're hoping that that doesn't happen. And then what measures have been implemented to strengthen the capacity and stability of the local government support units? Now we find that ever increasing. Currently, as we're speaking now, in Winburg, they have no water because there's a broken pipe. It's been like that for 10 days. The public are given information from the CFO that says that's going to be done. The municipal manager is arguing about a subcontractor. The residents are still without water, and the person that's assigned to it from COGTA is not getting any support going through. The same in Mafube. Mafube is a massive problem that we've had for the last 2 weeks, ongoing chemicals. Nala has the same issues. So what support is the local government support unit getting? And how does the department monitor the effectiveness of the support it provides to these municipalities? We need to find this out, and we need to find a way of having a more reliable and quicker turnaround time when municipalities start defaulting, so COGTA can intervene, and we need to have this in a report system. Thank you.
Honourable Nalani, I didn't see your hand. Would you like to see a question?
Yes,
Thank
Chair.
you. Thank you.
I see today, Chairperson, it's really. Thank you very much, Chair, and welcome for the presentation. Chair, I just want to check how does the Office of the Premier ensure that the implementation of the programs aligns with the broader strategic objectives of the provincial government, as outlined in the annual performance plan APP? What mechanisms are in place to monitor and adjust program implementation to maintain strategic alignment? Thank you very much, Chair. I'm not suitable here, Chair.
It was the previous chair. If you look at the the financials, second quarter, there's mention of the 5 million for the Red Cross. Can we just get an explanation on what that is for? And then I want to understand the appointment of administrators as well. Is that an extra additional cost of employment within the department? So if you appoint an administrator for a municipality, is that additional funding that's going towards salaries? The reason I'm asking that is, and the MEC said during the NCOP week that he's actually considering, and we might get some more information on that, considering placing Masolonyana and Maluti Apufung on the administration as well. So we keep on appointing these people, and it raises the COE of the department. Can we understand that? And MEC, can you confirm what is the situation with Masolonyana and MAP? Are you going to place him under administration or an intervention there? So let's go to the answers. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chair. I'll yield to the DDG and the colleagues, in that order.
Honorable Chair, on behalf of the colleagues I'm with here, I must have missed the second last question of the honorable member about the role of the Office of the Premier. In case we miss that one and don't answer it, it would ask that it be repeated. And I will ask that we also look into, like in the order of how questions were asked, allow first the CFO, and I'll come in after the CFO and Mr. Lobe in the areas of the Section 47 reports and others. Thank you.
Thank you. It's unfortunate that we didn't know, or I wasn't aware that we should prepare on the financial information of the annual report. So apologies for that. We also only got the message in terms of the current financial year's expenditure report. I will tackle the questions financially related in sequence. There was a question about the financial health of the department, whereby claims against the department was increased. And I'm not sure, because the AG report, normally they extrapolate some of the information. So according to me, there was not that huge increase on claims against the department, unless it's maybe some information that is written in a different way. I'm not aware of that amount. Then in terms of the administrative information, yes, when we do appoint administrators for municipalities, we do pay for their compensation as well as the S&T claims. So it does have a financial implication for the department. In terms of the Red Cross payment, last financial year, there was a 5 million rand paid over to the Red Cross, which HOD felt will assist when and there are disasters, to mobilize them because they are on the ground to assist with disasters. However, the AG found that it was paid so at the last of the end of the financial year that we should rather treat it as a prepayment in advance. So we moved the expenditure to that, and as you now know, that amount sits now under the asset liability accounts. So we need now to expense it to clear that. So it's basically set like a prepayment now in the department. I think from my side, that is all regarding the financial information.
Honorable Chair, before we proceed to Mr. Lobe, I just want to say the Red Cross money, the question I think at the core of it is why was it given to Red Cross? Disaster management has 5 key principles. There's prevention, there is a response when disaster hits, when disaster is declared, then there is a recovery. I just want to deal with those 4 important ones. So the transfer that was done, yes, it was done at the end of the financial year from our side. However, the HOD has said, even in the last portfolio committee meeting, that the activities, which is the area of prevention, and the area also where there's already declared disaster, would be outlined in as and when the money is then transferred to the Red Cross. But those are the areas where we would want a Red Cross to assist us throughout the province in the area of disaster management. With your permission, Honorable Chair, I will allow Mr. Lobe to come in.
Thank you, DDG. Thank you, Chair. Chair, on a question of how many municipalities have got administrators, maybe we'll try to do it by the intervention, Chair, to municipalities or the assistance to municipalities would be done through either of the two set of legislation. Section 139 of the Constitution, Chair, says that in a case that municipalities do not perform their constitutional obligation, the provincial government would intervene, and by that, either 1391B, by taking over a particular function, or C, dissolving the municipality and taking over. So the administrators would be appointed, Chair, through the intervention of Section 139, where it will be the intervention that is applicable, like in Nala and Machabe municipality. Nala is placed under Section 139, where the province has appointed an administrator, and in Machabe is placed under Section 139, 5A and C, where there would be an administrator and there would be a team that is appointed there. So those, for as much as they are managed through COGTA, but those are interventions by the provincial government, Chairperson. Then Tokologo municipality share is placed under Section 139, 5A and C, where it's a mandatory financial recovery plan. So in order to intervene, then there is also somebody appointed there to assist Tokologo municipality through administration. Mohokari chair is placed under section, not placed under Section 154, or maybe to explain the second one, Chair. Section 154 of the Constitution obliges provincial and national government to assist municipalities to perform their constitutional obligations in a case where there are challenges. So from time to time, where municipalities do not have Section 56 or 57 employees, they can make a request to the province to assist, which should be a transitional arrangement. So the Kopanum municipality, Chair, like it was indicated earlier, had an administrator earlier. But remember, Chair, Section 139 in Kopano was not basically Section 139 in terms of the intervention. It was a request by the then Minister of Water in recognition of the failure of the municipality as the Water Services Authority to perform their obligations, to say, place Kopano under Section 139, but we wanted to bring in Section 63 of the Water Services Act. Hence, the intervention was done in Kopano. So basically, Kopano was not placed under administration because of lack of capacity to perform political or administratively, but it was basically because of the water issue. Initially, Chair, back in 2022, Kopano would have requested the MEC then to second an acting municipal manager because they do not have the senior managers as prescribed by Section 56 of the Municipal Systems Act. So now what we have in Kopano is the acting municipal manager that would have been seconded by the MEC to Kopano, and with a particular target of saying, let's fill the senior managers' positions. So the support to Kopano should be understood along Section 154 of the Constitution, not 139, Chair. And then Mohokari municipality, Chair, had also requested the MEC to help them with seconding the accounting officer in line with Section 154 of the Constitution. And all the municipalities that would be assisted through Section 154, the terms of reference are that these senior positions must be filled as part of the prerequisite for a stable municipality. So, Kopano, Mohokari, Tokologo, as indicated, Mafube municipality, Chair, would have been placed back then under Section 139, which was also directed by the court for the intervention. But a long time, Chair, the request was for Mafube to be assisted in terms of Section 154 because they do not have the senior managers. So currently you have, because the municipal manager would have resigned in Mafube, so you have the vacancy there. So the MEC has seconded an acting municipal manager to Mafube municipality in terms of Section 154. But in the process, okay, they also do not have the CFO, which the MEC has seconded, and also somebody helping them with the financial recovery plan. So the last one would be Malutia Pofung. Malutia Pofung Chair have appointed only the municipal manager in terms of Section 57, but they do not have all the Section 56 appointees. They are in the process, I think on Tuesday, the 18th, that was the last time when the applications were closed, and they are engaging in the process of selection process, and the department is assisting them through providing technical support to them. They've got the accounting officer, the municipal manager, but the MEC has seconded to them the chief financial officer, whose primary responsibility would have been to assist the municipality to develop annual financial statements. So those are the municipalities that are placed under administration. That's for sure. And then on the question of the Section 47 report, what is the department doing? Chair, the Municipal Systems Act directs that municipalities must develop and generate the Section 46 report, which is the assessment of the annual performance. So each of the municipalities would develop the Section 46 report, and by the end of the year, such would have been adopted by council as a resolution, and they would present both to the legislature and would also present to COGTA. The MEC is required in terms of Section 47 of the Municipal Systems Act to present a report on the assessment of the performance of the municipalities. So sometimes the delay in terms of the department submitting the Section 47 would be emanating directly from the non-compliance of the municipalities in terms of the Section 46. But the question here is, not what is the process, but what are we doing as the department? Circular 88 Chairperson is directing municipalities on a monthly basis at least to submit report on their performance, both financial and the non-financial. And municipalities are being encouraged to develop and generate those the Circular 80 reports and culminate them into the annual report towards the end of the year. The idea here, Chair, is for them to assist the municipalities to measure their performance on a monthly, quarterly, and actually annual basis. And if municipalities are consistent with those, by the end of the year, none of the municipalities would be lagging behind in terms of developing the Section 46 reports. So what are we doing as COGTA is that we've got what we call the district performance in terms of Circular 88. On a monthly basis, we make follow-up to municipalities to say, how far are you in terms of the Section 8, Circular 88 reports, and where you're lacking, how can we help, and what interventions can be brought to that. And then maybe, Chair, on the general one, there was a question of how does the department help the municipalities to perform. Chair, both national and provincial, there are systems put in place. Amongst them, maybe an example, the municipal support improvement plan, where municipalities are supposed to assess their capacity to perform based on the 5 different pillars, which are good governance, political stability, sustainable service delivery, good financial performance, and LED. So after municipalities would have assessed those, then they indicate where their challenges are. That's what we call the municipal support improvement plan. Then as the province and national, we are supposed to develop what we call the municipal support intervention plan, which are support packages to municipalities. Now that they've identified where their challenges are, we are expected to say, how do we assist them? And as COGTA Chair, as the department that is empowered in terms of Chapter 3 of the Constitution to coordinate across the 3 different spheres of government, but also with other sectors. Where municipalities would have identified problems, we draw the sectors share, like your Department of Transport, where municipalities would be having challenges with roads, and we draw capacity and support from them to say, how can we assist municipalities to turn around their situation? There is what we call, Chair, the municipal turnaround strategies, which is based on looking into how we professionalize local government. So those are but part of the systems and mechanisms where the performance of municipality is kept under constant monitoring and assessment. Chair. I hope I would have responded to the questions, HOD and DDG. Thank you.
Last questions, Honorable Chair, that I would want to respond to. I think the committee members are fairly raising the question on the irregular expenditure, which has increased from 2022 to 2023. the PFMA, the Public Finance Management Act, defines irregular expenditure as a process of supply chain management that had not been fully followed. Whether the outcome thereof, meaning regardless whether the outcome was the waste of funds and or loss and or just processes not being followed. I think at the core of the challenge that we have had, if you look into the column of 2022-23, for instance, we've had a situation whereby it was a period wherein there was still decentralized procurement system. It's just that we, this time, did not bring that breakdown. And at the core of it is a situation where you find that no waste and or loss was incurred. However, because there was a centralized database system from which companies and organizations were to be appointed, COGTA appointed from their own database that had created contrary to the treasury provisions. So, and it's quite a substantial amount of money. Not that there was a loss, but the fact of the matter is that the process were not followed. So the question is, what have we done over the years coming here, still having these items not cleared from our books? The HOD has quite recently appointed that committee that initially or earlier on the acting CFO spoke about, the committee to look into the irregular expenditure. To members who've been long in the legislature would recall that there was a year we came and say we appointed PwC. So PwC made very clear indication that here there must be consequence management because there is, for instance, your bid adjudication committee, which bid adjudication committee would have known that they cannot have their own database. So therefore, this must be done. So as we sit today, before you, honorable members, at least there's been progress. That committee that HOD had appointed to deal with irregular expenditures have summarized all the matters and have the report. The HOD is on leave now. When he comes back, it will be on his table. I serve in that committee, wherein we have just classed out and said these are the areas the HOD must deal with. Of course, unfortunately, some of the colleagues who took the decisions, albeit there's no loss, but did not follow the processes, have since left the department. But there needs to be a process so that we clear the books, so that next time we come here, an impression is not created that the irregular expenditure is increasing. We would want to say to the committee, when we come next, at least the figures as they appear here would be different. Of course, notwithstanding the fact that that 634 million we are not aware of, honorable members. And the issue of how did we end up there? Honorable Chair, because there are two chairs, let me look at another chair. Yeah, Honorable Chair, I think we should outrightly, a good leader accepts where we've had some pitfalls. Fact of the matter is that indeed that period we were not vetting from our side. We did not have the capacity to vet these companies before the awarding of tenders, which then resulted in our case, although it was not prevalent, but we had a situation where one of the officials was also in part of a company, vetting wasn't followed. But this is what has since now been corrected going forward, so that we call them SMEC, Security Management and Anti-Corruption Unit, is given a list long before there's even a short listing, before the processes are even at the stage where there's adjudication of tenders, to avoid the situation where we'll have companies that have members who are not supposed to be in companies being awarded tenders. And finally, we do also acknowledge that we have a situation where you'd find that some of the officials, when traveling, they miss a flight and so on and so on. So we know for our books, such expenditure also gets recorded, but we do recover the money. It's easy for those officials who are within the department. Amongst the cases we found were those officials that have since left the department, so we no longer even have access to their pension funds. So, but these are matters then we have to take them to state law advisors so that they deal with them accordingly. my HOD and Honorable MEC, that's all our responses. Oh, I wanted to just mention one other thing, the issue about the conditional grant. What are we doing to assist municipalities, monitoring them in the issue of grant? One big conditional grant is your municipal infrastructure grant. And as a department, we have a system where we have, was it quarterly? But what I do know is that the district municipalities also are supposed to have these monthly meetings. And there had been a challenge that when is the district convening, the local municipalities would not show up and so on and so on. But this is one thing that we are also looking at it from a perspective that says we don't only support, we strengthen, but we ourselves need to be strengthened further, because in terms of staffing, that's the area also where we need to improve more, so that we have more technical people where the interventions needed, we can be able to intervene, but we are dealing with it in that way. Thank you very much, Honorable Chair.
MEC, before you close, I think the Auditor General, and we had discussions about this department and the functionality of this department earlier, considering that this is actually a vital piece of the whole governance sector. And I think I do see the Auditor General actually wants to say something with this department. So please continue. Thank you, sir.
No, thanks, Chair. Actually, Chair, I want to assist on this 634 million. So I want to assist to the department. The claims against the department is under Annexure 2A. However, the amount that is there on the slide is incorrect. I think we use the amount for human settlement. It's human settlement that is 634 million. The COGTA is 3.7 million, which is sitting as part of Annexure 2A is the contingent liabilities relating to, if I'm looking at those claims, they are mostly all of them HR related. So I think maybe the department can be able to speak to them. Yeah, thanks.
In that case, Honorable Chair, it's much clearer now. Yes, and that's why I was saying we also have situation of people where we need to recoup monies of government, whether they've taken laptops and so on, and they're no longer public in the employ of the department. And I know that there was a process from legal services side and our labor relations side, wherein we're trying to put up processes to recoup the money. That we accept. Thank you, Honorable Chair.
Thank you. I think MEC, when you close, let's speak about the Section 139, but let's have a broader discussion as well regarding, you are actually a coordinating department together with the Office of the Premier. So you're actually much broader dealing with the issues of the Free State. So looking at what we are currently seeing in local government and your department's mandate there, are we going to see changes soon? I know you made certain statements in the NCOP week. You actually said it's going well in Section 139 municipalities, and that's a bit debatable statement, because if you look at what's going on in Mafube currently, people aren't having any water. But anyway, be that as it may, what are we looking at for Masalonyana and MAP, and where are we going with municipalities within the next financial year?
Thank you very much, Chair.
Before you close, I don't know, the chairperson did not give me before you close. Yeah, no, let me see what we had decided before we started with engagements with municipalities was that we start engaging the MEC before we engage municipalities, or we engage MEC after the municipalities. But we took a decision that we'll engage the MEC after we have engaged with municipalities. Looking into the program of the legislature, we have not being able to have a date up to December. I'm sure in the new program that will be coming for January, February, we might have a slot where we engage the MEC on the issues that came out of the engagement with municipalities. There were a lot of issues. I think one of it, as flagged by Ntate Klute, on cooperative governance, coordination of intergovernmental relations structures. There were a lot of issues that one flagged. Functionality of the disaster management centers, especially in terms of power. It's a whole list of issues that one has. I have noted, but I'll send them to you so that maybe by the time we interact, then you can be able to easily respond to those issues. The issues that were one of the issues that were raised by municipalities, that when provincial government leaves the intervention, there's no report left, which one would say it's a handover report, which then subject the municipality to be vulnerable to commit the same mistakes that they did before the intervention. The whole lot of issues that assessment of functionality of audit committees. There are some municipalities, MEC, who have disputes with the DWS on the water debt. I think it's 2 or more municipalities, those that deflect. So it means the issues that one has like picked out is issues that have to be addressed at provincial level. But we'll send this issue so that once we found a day to interact with the MEC on these issues, then the MEC can be able to give a clear response to those issues. Thank you, Ntate Teboho.
No, thank you very much, the honorable members. Chair, will then await the list so that we prepare. I can just quickly reflect that there are 2 municipalities where we are sitting with them together with DWS, and naturally it will be Machabeng as well as Mafubi. We have engaged DWS, and we're getting into every space where they are assisting and where we would want them to come in, primarily because of challenges that are there. The Machabeng DWS is quite a different animal, in a sense that we are of the conclusion that Machabeng does not understand what DWS intervention was all about. And as a result, they would have thought that DWS must deal with every aspect that they're supposed to be dealing with. So in our last meeting with them, which was supposed to go back, DWS was dealing with what we will call main or major network lines within the infrastructure of Machabeng as part of the intervention. And then the normal, connections to the house, individual units or housing, that becomes Machabeng problems. The management of blockages and blocking them and so on, that is Machabeng. On the treatment plants that DWS has done, I think there's one completed in Machabeng, one completed in Odendal. The problem is the power supply. And Machabeng has got serious problems with Eskom. Basically, Eskom wants nothing because Machabeng is a perennial payer, if I can use that word. So we therefore are sitting with a difficulty where these 2 treatment plants should be making an impact once they are brought online. And there seems to be no answer in sight. We're getting into that space in terms of potential, alternative power units that can power this crew so that you relieve the problem that you see on the streets. We are also in, through human settlement, we're also in Honey Park, which in Honey Park, Machabeng wrote a letter basically kicking human settlement out, saying, we'll deal with this one, you go somewhere. But because there's been a high turnover of senior managers there, that got lost, it fell through the cracks. It's when we reminded them that there was such a letter and they showed they had to pull it back, that became clear that it's Machabeng who wrote to human settlement to say pull out, otherwise we'll have resolved that problem. So the contractor is also there on the ground. They're almost finishing with phase one. And we have got to be finalizing procurement or appointment of the contractor for phase two, which will deal with the what you call pump stations. And once pump stations comes in, to relieve and bring online, over 1,000 or so households in that space and relieve the pressure. So we will then go up to phase five. Now, human settlement, DWS is continuing in Machabeng to complete its side of the intervention. And the decision was that Machabeng has got to mobilize its own workforce in terms of maintenance of the areas where they are supposed to be doing. But also they are bringing back a report that comes from a consolidated task team in terms of what has been done and what is outstanding, what must be done to bring about immediate relief in the short term as well as in the long term. And that meeting should be taking place before the end of this year. We have brought in the minister's office primarily. There were issues that Machabeng, when you sit with them, they raise them. When you bring Val Central, it becomes a different ballgame altogether. So we said, let's clarify the roles of each and every one as to what do they do and what is that they're not doing and what gets to be outstanding and how do we plug that space. So I just felt that I must go to detail with Machabeng because there will have been a tendency on their side to blame DWS on everything, and which is wrong. And we made it clear. Now, internally, in Machabeng, we're intervening. It's under financial recovery plan. When you read that financial recovery plan, it will tell you about the challenges institutionally that needs to be sorted out. It deals with a whole array of issues that explains why low revenue collection. That explains the lack of systems, controls, and so on, and issues that are quite pertinent to running of any institution of a municipality. And we remember that they've not had a municipal manager now, it's almost a year, if I'm not mistaken. And there will have been processes to try to recruit a municipal manager. But the difficulty there, which I thought the committee will have raised with the mayor has got a different interpretation of the law, we've got a different one. In terms of the law, the mayor can appoint for the first 3 months together with his council. For the second 3 months, they've got to motivate if they will want to extend that person or they're seeking somebody else. But that has got to be done without concurrence. Once we venture beyond the rest of 6 months, this is where we either find somebody internal or now we've got to second an MM. And this is where our dispute is at. And we have written a letter to the mayor, he has written back, but we want to have a conversation with the council, not the mayor, because the appointing authority is the council, unless the council, by a resolution, delegates that particular issue to the mayor so that we can have, if we are not resolving it, Chair, we might have to ventilate it within the legal space so that we clarify the matter once and for all, because it is not the only municipality. We did say to the NCOP, municipalities have a feeling that we are encroaching or we are getting in their space, even though they know things are going wrong. And the law is quite clear that when ZY is not happening, XY must happen. So that is the issue that we are having with them. We have taken an attitude that says we don't want to react, deal with the situation after the fact, but deal with the situation before. Mogari, we have seconded about 2 officials there, the CFO as well as the MM, acting MM, and then they went to council on a matter that is not even on the agenda item and removed acting MM. We asked them to correct, they refused. We went to court and acquired a rule nisi interdict, so that we close the space for anything that is wrong. We said, come to the table so that you can act with us in concert on what are the issues that we are seeking to address, so that we remain in a space where we provide the required support, because it's one of the municipalities, if you remove your focus from it, it is grant dependent. Things goes wrong immediately, salaries are not paid, service delivery is in trouble, and so on. They've done it in December, and we're saying to them, that tends to be a coincidence where political parties who find that municipality gang up at a point when procurement on major tenders is supposed to be finalized. The Ms. MM was fired at that time, and MM has been fired around this particular time. So we have taken a hard stance to deal with that. Chair, we are in Mafube. We have sent in there an acting MM whom we believe has got quite capacity in terms of helping troubled municipalities to recover. And based on the difficulties they had there, the municipality then put money aside in relation to firstly stabilizing the labor space in terms of payment of salaries and begin to focus on service delivery. We had engaged with the stakeholders, we had mobilized national, including DWS, on the infrastructure support that is happening there. But then something peculiar happens in Mafube, where all those who have been owed by this municipality and had disappeared for years, all of a sudden came back looking for their money, including the providers of the financial system. So these are the guys who went in and basically was shutting the system down, and there will not have been a way to pay salaries. In reaction to that, the municipality, together with its administration, then had to part with either 1.5 or so million, which then created a problem for the subsequent months and affected the issue of chemicals and so on, as you say. Now, we have been working with them to try to remedy the situation, including dealing with the issue of labor, because they are quite quick to say they are working half a day or not, they are not working, and we said, no, trigger the necessary labor relations issues so that you deal with it. But you sense a mobilization of what will be, dormant debts that are being mobilized so that they can demand, including some councillors who will demand that we pay as a municipality what we call water tankers. When the municipality argues that we are able to adequately cover with the existing water tankers of the municipality, we are able to cover areas that are without water, and we don't need to bring somebody in because we'll not be able to pay them. And this is what makes the acting MM unpopular. So she's standing firm, because once she goes that route, she will not have the money to pay those people. They are still being owed. And she's starting the areas of procurement, because there are people who will give willy-nilly the authority for people to perform work. And this is how this municipality has been going down. So we are quite there in that kitchen. It's quite hot. There are a number of things that we need to get right so that we at least protect the basic provisions of, the provision of basic services, the stability of labor, and then we see how we review the entire intervention. The biggest problem remains the issue of electricity, which is why as COGTA we have then got in the space of the rural maintenance in terms of electricity, where the municipality is not getting anything. And we said, Mayor, acting MM, you need to engage them, but at the same time, we're dragging them to court because there's been non-compliance with the terms of the contract, including it's never been reviewed. So if they could find one another in the best arrangement, that will be fine. But as it stands now, municipality is not getting a cent. It's a worse form that you see compared to what we complain about ESCOM doing electricity using municipal transmission infrastructure, but municipality is not getting anything in return. So that is, Chair, really the summary. We have engaged with Masilonyana, we've engaged with Nketwane, where we are of the view. In fact, we are taking to EXCO a recommendation to place the two under 1391B with tight terms of intervention so that we don't see what happened in Nala happening in these two municipalities. There's no more arguing with the problems of Masilonyana on the issues of water. I know firsthand as to how we've interacted with them and the problems that are there. They are also known better at your level. We need to intervene. And their intervention in some of the municipalities required political as well as administrative, which is why it was easy to escalate the report to the parties that we believe were in the majority that there's problems here that are not resolvable. We need to help administratively. We'll deal with what the law allows us in terms of government. And Masilonyana is one of those. Nketwane is another animal that we simply have to get in there and place them under 1391B, intervene, make sure that we steer them into the right direction. And you don't have what we are seeing. 47 posts are advertised, 70 something are appointed, the MM signs for the appointments, but charges the director. Now, it's something that is unheard of. But when you look at the entirety of how everything is structured, you realize, we're a bit too late, we should have intervened. We are keeping Mohokare under a close eye if our engagement with them will not stabilize them. Otherwise, they are also another candidate that is qualifying for that intervention. What happened in Nala, you see, when councillors raised these issues, within the spirit really of IGR was then to relax a bit some of the terms. But immediately when that council has to convene to trigger the processes against the CFO as well as the MM, the council is abandoned. And it's councillors that are working against the intervention. So EXCO has then tightened the intervention that the EXCO rep will then have the veto rights or ratification, let me put it that way, sorry, of decisions that are taken by council, similar to what will have happened in Maluti, so that the space for them to take illegal decisions or decisions that are derailing are not allowed, because to stabilize that administration, you need these two key officials to come to the party and answer for themselves in relation to some of the serious allegations that are happening. The 106 report is supposed to be coming up. At the point we're expecting to get it, we're told that no, there are things that are pointing that are being referred to the mayor by these two officials. So the process has got to follow the natural laws of justice and give you the chance to answer. So we're waiting for that, and we believe that it will help us in that regard. The details of what will have happened, I think the committee has got ideas. Maluti Apofun, they've got the challenge with their senior managers. They've got an MM, the contracts expired, they've faltered the process when they were trying to recruit some of them initially. We have now linked them with one of our officials who's part of them, helped them to finalize the process plan, and is working with them every step of the way to make sure that they are not faltering. We are forwarding officials in the interim. I think we have sent in an engineer, and then we have sent in a CFO. We'll also be sending other officials for the duration so that they can employ their senior managers. We are quite stringent because the senior managers are now permanent in municipalities. They are no longer. So if we go haywire, it will cripple the municipality forever. And one of the best moves that we have pulled in Maluti Apofun was to send the CFO. We did explain during the NCOP that they have now prepared their own AFSs internally, not through the consultants. And the quality is better than what we see from those that are coming from consultants. So we're trying to model a case that will use to intervene in spaces of municipalities that are having adverse, findings from the AG, which will then allow us to intervene timeously and then see if we cannot achieve better results. This will also be applied to those who are like us as COGTA, where there are about fewer issues that if we work on them, you are getting closer to a clean audit as the province. So that municipality is beginning to find its footing. We see service delivery unfolding. the stagnation that was there in Erasmith, we see a movement that is beginning to happen. And we are going in there to support them, particularly to deal with the roads in Erasmith as well as in Tabazo and Siami. In Kwak was an area, we are happy with the government intervention that has been done there. Then the MEC of Transport must just complete the almost $500 million intervention that was done last year to rehabilitate the major arteries. They are battling with the rural roads. When it is raining, it becomes a mess that they need to deal with. Chair, we are also keeping an eye on Wati, which in terms of the court order, they are now at the Concord to appeal the dissolution order. And then we also received a report yesterday that the MM is arrested and charged based on what will have happened in Malutia Pofu, which the age is here. They will know the mess that happened there. And we are still of the view as COCTA that all those officials who were part of the Malutia Pofu at that particular time must be held accountable, because that was the late robbery that was happening there. So we are keeping an eye in relation to the judgment they've appealed. That is within their right to do so, but we're already beginning at mechanisms in government as to how do we intervene and help the situation. The fact that government has not been part of the appeals has sort of brought about strained relations, which we are working to repair with the municipality to say we don't have to love one another, but we've got to run government, and the law is the law. We need to do what is right. So I'm going through this detail to say that we are in a space where we have got to do a heavy pool of number of municipalities in the province that are operating in a very complex and difficult space. Just to make an example, on the recruitment of the senior managers in municipalities, there was completely non-adherence to the law. The issue of filing process plans.
I have this thing an urge to, because the more you speak, the more you trigger issues that will anticipate our discussions when we interact with
summarize, Chair.
Yes, I please just summarize.
The section
Because it's
47
almost like all your municipalities need intervene, and you have not talked about Mukaka, where the SIU reports. So
I was
it's
to go
like,
there, Chair,
so
yes.
just summarize, just.
I was to go there, Chair. But
Don't go there,
let's
just
talk
close
about
there.
it in January. The Section 47 report is on my table. We are just waiting for the department to do a briefing, and then we sign for it, Chair. I think the lobby has explained as to what will have been the reasons behind. And the difficulty with this, when I got there, this thing has not been done. It has been outstanding. My two predecessors were not dealing with this issue. So we are pulling it up, and we will have wanted to submit it much earlier, but we are not really in a space. But I'm quite confident now that it's on my desk. By next week, it should be submitted. What DDG was talking about, I thought she'll make also reference to what we call the 5-point action plan on the issues that arises from the AG. That we are monitoring every 3 weeks internally to make sure that we resolve those issues and strive to pursue a much more better audit outcome. Now, all the issues that are raised in relation to the AG, they are reflected, save for the correction of that figure, because it nearly got me fainted as well to say, okay, where does it come from? But I'm happy with that now, because, Chair, we can't push for an improved management of the resources at the level of municipalities when we ourselves are not leading by example. So every 3 weeks, we are monitoring, and we have agreed that we'll be working with the Office of the AG to make sure that the things we work around, it becomes clear if we are responding to the real issues and we are not sidetracking. And those meetings, just like we do with Malutia Pofu, are convened by myself, and we sit with the management to make sure that it happens. Chair, let me pause here and hope that the January meeting will then afford us an opportunity to have a much more deeper discussion. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I think that concludes our interaction with the department. And then Dr. Gideon, please leave us. Thank you, Ntate Tumelo, Ntate Tebo, Mema Khotso, Melindi, Mayor Corps, Ntate Konzi, Ntate Mkwena, please leave us.
maybe just to the MEC, just remember your two previous predecessors are now the Speaker and the MEC for Finance, so just keep that in mind.
Kom.
Can we ask the department to come in, please? Thank you. Good afternoon, MEC, or I should actually say good evening. I apologize. We actually had a strategy of doing this quicker, and it didn't work. So we took off departments. We'll do it differently in the future. Also, I know the frustration, and I'm sorry that you had to wait. You're welcome, and welcome to your, I think it's an acting HOD and your entourage. You can perhaps address us if you want to. Otherwise, we can go to the acting HOD. He can introduce the team, the people that will present, and then we can administer the oath from there. But you're more than welcome. Thank you, MEC.
Thank you very much, Chair, given that it's 17:29 and officials have been here since 3 p.m., I will allow the HOD to introduce and then we proceed. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Chairperson and members of the committee. We're here as the management team of the Department of Public Works and Infrastructure to come and present quarter 2 of the non-financial performance, and then also the annual report and also the expenditure patterns, quarter 1 and quarter 2. For the expenditure patterns, the acting CFO, Ms. Prudence Panyane, would be the one that is going to present and on our behalf. And then Ms. Joyce Mzia, who's the acting chief director for strategic planning, monitoring and evaluation, will present for us the annual report and also the quarter 2 non-financial performance. So we have, I'm not sure, Chair, must I introduce them or we allow them to introduce themselves?
I'm going to ask Ms. Puseletsu just to administer the oath. She will go through the process and they will then introduce himself. Thank
Chair,
you.
may I just get clarity? Will it just be the names that Ndate Motolo just named out, or will it be everyone?
I would suggest that also the chief directors to take an oath. Thank you.
Who would that be? You will just indicate. Okay. We can perhaps start with you, acting HOD.
Thank you, Chair. Ndate Motolo, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, madam.
So will you be taking an oath or an affirmation?
I will be taking an affirmation.
And do you consider this affirmation binding on your conscience?
Yes, I do.
Please state your full names for the record.
Caesar Mtolo.
Do you declare what you're about to tell the committees the truth and nothing but the truth? If so, please affirm.
I affirm.
Thank you. Me Panyane. Good day, ma'am. Will you be taking an oath or an affirmation?
An oath.
Please speak into the mic.
An oath?
And do you consider this oath binding on your conscience?
Yes, I do.
Please state your full names for the record.
Rekiwe Prudence Panyane.
Do you swear what you're about to tell the committees the truth and nothing but the truth? If so, please raise your right hand and say, so help me God.
So help me God.
Thank you, Me Panyane. Me Joyce, I think I've got. Good day, ma'am. Please stand for me. Will you be taking an oath or an affirmation?
An affirmation?
And do you consider this affirmation binding on your conscience?
Yes, I do.
Please state your full names for the record.
Mama Tebele Joyce Mutie.
Do you declare what you're about to tell the committee is the truth and nothing but the truth? If so, please affirm.
I affirm.
Thank you. Ndate Minye, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
So will you be taking an oath or an affirmation?
An affirmation.
And do you consider this affirmation binding on your conscience?
Yes, I do.
Please state your full names for the record.
Sango Menye.
Do you declare what you're about to tell the committees the truth and nothing but the truth? If so, please affirm.
I affirm.
Thank you. Good day, ma'am.
Good day.
Ma'am, will you be taking an oath or an affirmation?
I'll take an oath.
And do you consider this oath binding on your conscience?
Yes, I do.
Please state your full names for the record.
I'm Dr. Gladys Zake.
Do you swear what you're about to tell the committee is the truth and nothing but the truth? If so, please raise your right hand and say, "So help me God."
So help me God.
Thank you, ma'am. Good evening, sir.
Good evening.
Will-
I'm Dion Fourie,
Yes, sir.
Acting
Will you-
Chief Director, Works Design, Construction, Maintenance.
Thank you. Will you be taking an oath or an affirmation?
Affirmation.
And do you consider this affirmation binding on your conscience?
I do.
Please state your full names for the record.
Dion Fourie.
Do you declare what you're about to tell the committee is the truth and nothing but the truth? If so, please affirm.
I affirm.
Thank you. Hi, ma'am.
Hi.
Will you be taking an oath or an affirmation?
An affirmation?
And do you consider this affirmation binding on your conscience?
I do.
Please state your full names for the record.
Lynette Christina JP.
Do you declare what you're about to tell the committee is the truth and nothing but the truth? If so, please affirm.
I affirm.
Thank you. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Pushaletu. Acting HOD, I think what we should do is when we go to the reports, first quarter and second, non-financials, please just focus on the key areas, the variations perhaps. And we can go through that quicker and then we can focus on the annual report, please. If that's fine with you.
All right, no, thank you very much. So we start with the non-financials.
You can start with wherever you want to. I think we must end with the annual report at the end, but you can present all of them. You must just indicate which one, and then we'll ask our questions when you're finished at the end. We'll make notes of that.
All right, no, thank you very much. I will suggest that we take the expenditure patterns and the acting CFO will be presenting on behalf of the department. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairperson. Good afternoon to the committee. I'll be taking the committee through the expenditure report. If you can just move over to slide 5. So if we move over to slide 5, the budget that the department had allocated for the financial year is 2.3 billion. At the end of the first quarter, we had spent 431 million of that budget. At the end of the second quarter, we had spent half of that budget, just a bit over the 1 billion mark. So the percentage, apologies. So the percentage spent to date is 44%. If we can just move over to slide 9, please. So on slide 9, you just find the expenditure per economic classification. Looking at our COE, we had a budget of 542 million. At the end of the first quarter, we had spent 123 million of that budget. At the end of the second quarter, it doubled with 248 million. The percentage at the end of the second quarter was 45% of the budget. We are a bit behind with the spending on our COE, but however, we expect to increase with the vacancies that we'll be filling in the third and the fourth quarter. So if we look at our rates and taxes, which is your provincial and local government, we had a budget of 562 million. Apologies. At the end of the first quarter, we spent 114 million of the budget. At the end of the second quarter, we had only spent 173. So although you see an increase of like 51% from the first quarter, however, we have only spent 30% of that budget. So the issues that we had there was with the rates and taxes for Mangaung and Machabeng. So what happened with Mangaung was that we're still sorting out the rates and taxes and the tariffs, but that has been sorted. So to date, we've spent over 50% of that budget. So moving over to slide 12. Slide 12 is our expenditure for our landlords and municipalities. For operating leases, we had a budget of 368 million allocated for the year to the department. First quarter, we'd spent 65 million of that budget. At the end of the second quarter, we'd spent 198 million of that budget. So at the end of the second quarter, percentage-wise, we've spent over 50%. We're looking at 53% that we've paid for our operating leases. Municipal rates and taxes I've already alluded to. So looking at our property rates, we had a budget of 496 million. At the end of the first quarter, we'd spent 89 million of that budget. And at the end of the second quarter, we had spent 306, which is more than 200% increase from the first quarter. Moving over to slide 15, please. On slide 15, we have our spending on the infrastructure and non-infrastructure projects. So for our capital projects, which is made up of our refurb, rehabilitation projects, and upgrade projects, we had a budget of 115 million. At the end of the second quarter, we had spent 80 million of that budget. And at the end of the second quarter, we had spent 17 million of that budget. So although you see an increase in expenditure from first quarter, we're still lacking behind at 39% that we have spent of the budget. However, the department has put improvements and strategies in place to improve on our projects. So if we move over to slide 20, please. Slide 20 is our non-infrastructure projects. So that is our EPWP projects. So we had a budget of 40 million. We have spent 67% of that budget at the end of the second quarter. So looking at the cleaning and greening grant, we've already spent 96% of that budget. And in totality on the EPWP projects, we've spent 67 as I've already alluded. Moving over to slide 21. So those are the projects that we'll be needing additional funding for. So Chairperson, these are the projects that we do not currently have budget for, but we'll be looking at internal reprioritization with the first adjustment budget in order to fund these projects. So on slide 21 is our infrastructure projects, and on slide 22, then you'll find our EPWP projects, where we also need an additional 8 million. So moving over to slide 24 is our municipal accruals and payables. So the budget that we had for property rates, I think I've alluded in the previous slides, is 562 million. The projected billing for the current financial year is 523 million. And our accruals and payables from the prior financial year is 141 million. So we are then projecting a shortfall of 102 million on our property rates and taxes. But however, as you look at the outer years, then we see a slight decrease then in the numbers in terms of the shortfall. So moving over to our municipal services accruals and payables, we then have an allocation of 496 million. Our projected billing is 664 million. The accruals and payables as at the previous financial year was 802 million, and we have a projected shortfall of 970 million. But as you look over the years, you can see that it's increasing in terms of our utilities. So if we move over to slide 26, that is our revenue budget and revenue collection. So we had a budget of 44 million. At the end of quarter one, we had collected 24 million of that budget. At the end of quarter two, we had collected 33 million. So there's an increase of about 36% from the first to the second quarter. But however, we have a 14 million that we received from our CU2 land exchange that we actually expected to receive in the prior financial year, but however, only received it in the current financial year. So we'll be adjusting our budget upwards in the first adjustment budget. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Chairperson and members of the committee. That was our first presentation. The second presentation will be non-financial performance. Quarter two, that will be done by Mayor Joyce Mutsi. Will do a summary of our presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you, HOD. We haven't received this report, Jackie. I don't know if the other members have received this. Can you perhaps just put it on the group for us that we can, if it's possible? Thank you. You can continue, HOD. Thank you.
All right. Good afternoon, Honorable Chair and the members. We will be presenting quarter two performance for 25-26. If we go to the summary on page 5, on slide 5, the slide 5, we show that for quarter 2, we had the target of 18, and then we achieved 10. We have 2 that we achieved that were not planned during the quarter under review. And then we had targets that are not achieved. They are 8, which translate to 56% achievement. Chairperson, when you look, come again? Oh, that is the annual report. Can you please check quarter 2? Because I can be told. Oh, thank you. Yes, we made reference to slide 5 that we achieved 10 out of 18 and 8 we did not achieve. Chairperson, as you directed, we will focus on the targets that are not achieved in quarter 2. Those are from slide 6 up to slide 9. However, if you look from slide 6, under the yellow part, we indicate where we have explanation, full explanation that shows the reasons for deviation together with the strategy, the action plan. So for us to cover the action plan, can we please go to slide 17? Slide 17, we show the number of village invoices that were paid within 30 days. We achieved the 96% out of the 100. With this one, we indicate that it is due to insufficient commitment of funds. So with this one, we had a strategy that we will verify the invoices, and then we will meet the target as planned after the verification of invoices through the IT system. So when we go to slide 18, here we have the number of posts filled is one that we did not achieve as planned. In quarter 2, Chairperson, if you look on the yellow part, we had the target of 13 and then we achieved 5. And then the reason for that one is that we had the selection processes for the post, and then they were advertised. And then if we can elaborate further, we had 34 posts were advertised and shortlisted. And then we have 8 that needs to be shortlisted that we have also advertised. If we look on slide 22, on slide 22, we have the number of construction projects completed. When we look at quarter 2, we had a target of 12, and then we achieved 2. From the action plan at the bottom of the slide, we indicate the reasons. If we look at Katlego Mpumelelo, we have planned to achieve this. We have the dedicated VO committee where we established to speed up the approvals so that this can be achieved. With Tusanum, we had sessions that were signed to improve the contractor performance. With regard to Liboning, we're saying we are at 97% complete for the project. It is taken care of. And then when we look at Riede Park, the Riede Park, we indicate there it will be achieved in quarter 4. So when we move to the next slide, which is slide 23, with regard to Tandanani Clinic, there the contractor payments were made, and some of the consultants the payment are still outstanding. However, the contractor is back on site at the Tandanani Clinic. When you look at the MPL village, that at the moment it is completed, and then we are just left with the snake listing. I'm just giving the progress to date, Chairperson. And then when you look at the Prestige houses, the Prestige house, it has been completed as it was we indicated that our corrective action will be the contractor has been appointed and then will commence in Q3. So you will see when we report in Q3, it is achieved. And then number 8, which is the Fidel Castro first floor, we terminated and then the project, this will be implemented in-house. We are just waiting for the material to achieve, to receive it, and then that will be achieved. And then when we go to number 9, which is the Fidel Castro, the mechanical part of it, currently the environment has been approved, and then the contractor appointment is awaited. So this will also be achieved. Chairperson, when we go to number 10, which is Kopano HS office rehabilitation, currently the material have been awarded because we did not have the supplier, the non-responsiveness thereof, and then we had to re-advertise, and then it will be achieved. When we go to the Medfontaine R&R, the corrective action there, we had the finalization of the specific document in preparation of the bid committee. So we can further go to slide 32, where we look at Q2, we had a target of 1. It is not achieved as planned. So with this one, we are anticipating to achieve this in Q3 because there are strategies that are put in place. Chairperson, on slide 35, we check the number of renewable energy backup system projects completed. The first 2, we were waiting for the budget adjustment. So it will be for both of them, it will be achieved in Q4. And then the last 3 for the MPL village, they will be appointed in Q3. So that will be achieved as planned. When you look at slide 38, we have the number of infrastructure designs ready for tender. We had the target of 3. However, at the current moment for Vogelfontein, the proposal, we had to do this project in-house, and then it will be held by our department professionals. They are busy with Vogelfontein. With the Oil Reserve Bank, we are supposed to appoint the architect, the heritage architect, since this has been classified as a heritage site. And then with regard to the Free State House, we had a meeting with, that was a plan for the 19th of November. And then all professionals will complete the tender documentation by February. And then 2 weeks will give the feedback on this one. We'll have the meeting. And then, Chairperson, with regard to those that are not achieved during the quarter under review, I think that is all, Chairperson. Thank you. That is Q2 performance. We can go to the annual report.
Just before you go to the annual, sorry to interject, Jackie, we still haven't got the reports. Yeah. Can you just, before we start, as it's easier for us to see it. We had briefings this morning, but it's from the AG and the legislature, but we haven't received these reports yet. Okay, I think we'll receive it at some stage. You can continue. We'll follow. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairperson.
Chair, we're just indicating that we've got copies made. If you need, we will provide.
Thank you, MEC. You can proceed. Thank you, MEC.
Thank you, Chairperson. Thank you, MEC. If we go to slide 3, Chairperson, we have the summary of the plan target for 24-25 financial year against the achievement. There we had 23 targets in our APP. We achieved 11 and the 12 were not achieved, which translate to 48% achievement. And then when we go to slide 9, this is the first indicator under administration that we did not achieve this plan with less 2%. However, as alluded in the previous presentation, there's a strategy that we have as a department to consolidate all the invoices that we received, and then they will be paid as one batch, so that we don't have any other invoices that are outstanding. Chairperson, when we go to slide 10, we had a target of 1, which was for the number of buildings installed with Wi-Fi. That one we could not achieve due to the dispute that we had with Vodacom. However, it was resolved, and then in the current financial year, we did achieve the one that we did not achieve in the previous financial year. When we go to slide 13, on slide 13 is under the number of capital infrastructure projects awarded. We had the strategy there for all the projects that we did not achieve. So with this one of the Oscar Husta, we had the adjustment of the scope to prevent over expenditure on the project. And then the contractor has been appointed. We are anticipating to achieve this target. And then for the MPL village, there was a environment that was needed for funding. And then we resolved and almost complete that has been attended to. And then with Cocoa Fence, it has been achieved in this financial year, 25-26. And then if we check Kopano Human Settlement Offices, the validity of the contractor, it expired, and then it was not awarded. Then this one, it should be re-advertised in the current financial year. When you check Betuli, the Betuli project, due to the amount that is needed for that house to be converted into offices, we, as a department, we need to check the alternative to that property. It's either we reprioritize and sell the property, and then we procure the other one. That will be in alignment with the budget for the area. For the Old Reserve Bank, we are saying now the service provider has been appointed for conditional assessment, and it has been done. And then we further appoint considered to motivate the renovations. So the appointment will be done on this one. If we go to slide 16, Chairperson, this is the strategy to overcome the number of capital infrastructure projects to be completed. On this one, as of currently for the Balinki, the contractor were given targets to be completed by the December 2025. So we need to bring the project back on track. So this will be realized now in December. And then Kopano rehabilitation, we are waiting for the material. This will be done in-house. And then for the Kopano HS, we are saying the bid has been advertised, and then it will also be achieved as planned. And then for Kopano SCM, this one will be done internally, and the funds has been allocated to this project. So if you can get the material, and then this will be concluded. And then for the Fidel Castro, the contractor has been terminated. The project will be done in-house. And then with regard to the MPL village, number 3, 7, and 10, the award has been done and this has been completed. So when you look at Kopano EMS, currently it has been advertised. We are just waiting to award. And then when we look at Tusanung building, this one, the session were signed to improve the contractor performance. And then when you look at the Lady Brand house for the Department of Agriculture, it has been handed, it will be handed over to department. That will be done in Q3. The work has been done there. And then for Katlehong Pumelelo, the schools plus the 3 schools, Brida and Leboning, Riede Park Clinic and Tandanani, most payment were done as we did not achieve due to the payment to the contractor. Only some consultants' payment are outstanding. However, the matter has been attended to. With regard to the Oscar Huster, it has been awarded, and then we are anticipating to complete it now in Q3. Chairperson, when you look on slide 17, we have the number of planned maintenance projects awarded and the number of planned maintenance projects completed. That is the Fidel Castro switchgear that we had to revise the BOQ there. And then this emanated from the poor tender response. Like if it is advertised, we did not get responses. Now it is being attended to. If we look on slide 18, the number of renewable energy backup system projects awarded. With this one, the environment has been approved and then advertised to be achieved in Q4. The installation will be in Q4. And then for the completion thereof of the renewable backup energy, we are saying for Kwakwa, we needed to enhance the security since there was a lot of theft at that area. And then for the 2 prestige houses in Woodlands, this will be completed in Q4. So, Chairperson, we can go to slide 22, where we had the number of buildings retrofitted with energy saving slides. This should be done when the project is completed. Currently, the Medfontaine is still under implementation, and then once it is completed, the target will be achieved. When you go to slide 21, we have the number of designs ready for tender. We had the target of 3. So on this one, we are saying for the Harib down, the layout need to be finalized and busy with, the layout has been finalized. And then currently we are busy with the drawings. So with regard to Fenter EMS, that needs to be, we need to do this from the fire station that has been there in the area of Ventersburg. The drawing could be allocated to the department, and then it was sent, the measure up for the building. So when we go to slide 22, we had the number of facilities provided. Out of the target of 7, we achieved 5. we are anticipating to hand over by December Lady Brand offices. And then with regard to Gedelt, the HOD will engage the DG so that we can get the lease agreement for the Gedelt offices. So we go to slide 25, where we have the amount of revenue collected. With this one, Chairperson, from the target of 77 million, it was adjusted down to 56 million. And then as a department, we achieved 40,885. So this was affected by the one that from finance, we indicated that the 14 million from the capital asset, it is paid in this financial year. Those are the targets, Chairperson, where we did not achieve. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the presentation. Let me open it up to the members for questions. Let me start on my left-hand side. You can start then.
Hi. Chairperson, thank you very much. Colleagues, my name is Amelia Chabalala, member of the portfolio. My concern is here on the MPL's village houses. Ne? I just want, I've heard here, this document is talking about the kitchen boards, shortage of funds, what, and what else. I just want to know about the solar systems. Why are they jumping houses there? We are in need of them. The second one is, which fence does the department is talking about in Kwakwa? I just want to know about the fence that the department is talking about. Thank you, Chair.
Oh, thank you so much, Chair. Good afternoon, MEC and the team. Chair, I have only two questions. According to the AG report, the budget of the department, the whole budget spended is 99%. And then the target achievement is 55%. Can we get a clarity on that? Maybe the difference of 99% on spending and then 55% on achievement. The last one, Chair, is the issue of HOD in the department. The instability in the HOD's position, and for 2024-2025 financial year, there were 3 HODs in the department, different HODs. So I just want to check with the department, with the MEC in particular. When are you going to have to hire HOD MEC? Thank you so much.
Thank you, Chairperson. Just to remind, we recently had a meeting with the Financial Fiscal Commission, and the Fiscal Commission actually made certain recommendations, especially when it comes to infrastructure on a national level. One of them being that there should be a single window of coordination with the Minister of Finance in collaboration with the Minister of Public Works and Infrastructure to establish a subnational infrastructure, and also to strengthen the link between infrastructure performance and funding allocation. Now, Earlier, we had a discussion with the Auditor General as well, and I actually said that sometimes it feels like there's these issues between the departments. So it's not like it's really streamlined, and I think we've had examples of that in previously, where, let's say, the Department of Health needs to maintain or to rebuild or to build a hospital, and then infrastructure plays a role, or the department plays a role, and the Department of Health, and then on a national level, there's another layer of also deciding what needs to be happening, and it's like things aren't really streamlined. And I know the Auditor General said in the province, let's have a sit down with all the departments to attend to that. But in your mind, MEC, what's the answer? How are we going to streamline these infrastructure projects? Sometimes I wonder, and I'm actually, there are two ways of looking into that. Either Public Works take over all infrastructure projects, or you get rid of Public Works and give those infrastructure mandates to departments. But what's where are we heading with this? Because currently the system we see is not working. But I think that's going to be discussion we'll have with Treasury as well, and the Minister also needs to develop a decent model for that. But currently, as we sit here, the model we are using is not working. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Honourable Member. You can ask.
Oh, thank you very much, Chair. Maybe I was asleep, I don't know. My name is Sipati Nanyani. Chairperson, my concern is here in Free State, there are frequent problems with contractors who lacked the capacity to complete their project. The contractors are checking in and checking out without completing their work. And when you ask most of the cases to a chairperson, you find that the answer is that the contractors didn't get money from the department. What is really a problem for the contractors to get the money to complete their work from the department? Are you paying people or not? And if not, in that case, what are you doing with the budget? Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you, Honourable Mackay.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, mine are mostly related to the 2024-25 annual report. In that report, it stipulates that there is still no proper control systems in place to safeguard assets. Now, let me see, the last time we met, I know this is in the second quarter report, one of our suggestions, and you agreed it would be a good idea, was to first, let's look at security before we look at projects and building them forward. But yet we're still suffering immense vandalism and theft, and buildings being dilapidated. For example, the one in Winburg, it's just burnt down. It had no security. There was no electricity for more than a year. So, although we've come, what I'd like to see, or like to hear from you, is do we have an asset register of how many buildings we had, which I also requested previously, and can you give us a safeguard of have those assets in those buildings been assessed and verified? Are they safe for people to work in? Are the buildings according to health and safety? Because that was also the problem with the Winburg. Even before it burned down, there was big complaints about the fact that it wasn't safe to work in. Well, didn't have electricity in the first place. So in winter, it was a nightmare. Buildings were falling down. So I don't know where in other smaller towns, in the smaller buildings that belong to Public Works, is this a similar problem? If that's by an asset register, would be great. And then what measures will the department implement to take effective and appropriate steps to collect the monies due to them? What are you doing to get that done? What measures will the department implement to take effective and appropriate steps to prevent irregular fruitless and wasteful expenditure? Why are payments still not made within 30 days? I know that in the current report, you've increased that dramatically, but it still doesn't allow why payments should be paid. Why were specific information systems not implemented to enable monitoring in progress made towards achieving targets, core objectives, and service delivery? Now, my question there is, just to sum it up, which I asked the AG today. In many cases, like the question was, you've used a large sum of your budget, but you've only received, you've only gotten to 50% of your objectives. So my question is, and it was to the AG as well, isn't there some mechanism that you could use to actually work out an algorithm so that your objectives are more in line with what your budgets are and closer to it? Because it seems that you run out of money. You either run out of money or you're overspending on projects. So it seems not to be aligned. And the AG was under the impression that you guys, well, departments can actually send their targets to them for verification to see if they're feasible according to the budgets. And I think that'll help you a lot going forward if you actually get a verification, a financial verification of that. And then I'm still worried about what measures the department will put in place to change the current culture of poor management for irregular wasteful expenditure, and what the disciplinary steps are put in place to deter wasteful irregular expenditure. In one of the other departments that we heard today, that was here, with that, senior management were issued with audited letters and etc. to deter it, and they were all audited. So I don't know if it's happening in your department. So what needs to be done so that we can resolve this matter, so the money can end up where it's supposed to be going and not being a cookie jar in the middle of the room that everyone can just dip their hand into. And then when will investigations into the prior year's irregular expenditure be conducted? How far are you with that? And then the last one, in that year, I still need to know how it's possible for 99.23% of your budget to have been spent, but only 30.77% of the target achieved. So we need to find a different way of looking at this. Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Chair, thank you very much. I've been largely covered by all my colleagues. Just one question, I think it might be a big elephant in the room, is the municipal services. If we look here at the projected additional funds needed by 2028 to 2029, we would require further 1.7 billion to actually settle the municipal services. I mean, it's 2028, 29. It seems to be very far, but it's not. It's around the corner. It's in a few years' time. What is the plan by the department in terms of the additional funds? Are we going to look at a different model? Are we going to advocate for more funding? I mean, 1.7.
Chabalala's question around the fence in Qwaqwa. The fence in Qwaqwa is a fence that is supposed to be installed at one of our facilities in Qwaqwa, where we are hosting different departments. It's where we are, it's offices, government offices. Honorable McKay, when you asked about the security, and in the last meeting or in the last session we held with yourselves, there was an issue about us prioritizing security before we built. And this is one of the issues why we ended up delaying in as far as this fence of Qwaqwa is concerned. We needed to redo the BOQ so that we can actually enhance on security for our own, to safeguard our asset in Qwaqwa, because already there were vandalism or theft in that particular area. But we took note of your comment and we are indeed implementing accordingly. The issue of the asset register. The department is currently, as I've indicated even in prior sessions, we are looking at, in actual fact, we are implementing what we call, what do you call it? That automated asset system. The process is running smoothly. It's quite unfortunate Mele was not with us today. She's attending to another commitment on behalf of the department outside the province, where she could be giving us an update in terms of where we are. But currently, we are procuring through CETA an automated system so that we've got our asset register to be valid, to be able to be reliable. And also that particular system, we are going to build it in multi-year approach so that it does not only give us an asset, it shows that where the asset is, the value of the asset, when was the last time a condition assessment was done, and valuation as well. We want to build into that particular system, that particular area, so that the issues relating to assessment, including health and safety measures, can also be assessed on a press of a button, can be accessed on a press of a button. However, we are hoping that as we are indicating that it's going to be a multi-year approach so that we add certain functionalities on the system as we move on. Surely by the end of financial year, that particular system would have been procured in the department. The only issue was the CETA contract with challenges that are there with the CETA. We're hopeful that we will be done by the end of financial year. Honorable Khareku asked a question around expenditure versus targets, which is a valid point. If we're going to achieve 55%, but we have to spend the entire 99%, it might not look as if it makes sense. However, Chair, targets, not all targets are financially, have got financial implications. Secondly, some targets might not have been met, but their financial implications are quite minimal compared to others. We have indicated in the prior sessions that the department prioritizes more than any other thing paying municipalities. Each and every saving we make at the end of the financial year, not necessarily that we are dumping resources to this particular item of rates and taxes, including utilities. But whenever we make savings anywhere else, we would, even when project maybe there have been delays, we'll take the entire amount to pay utilities because we see it fit that government has to pay municipalities. However, it does not take away the responsibility of the department achieving its goals. My observation as a member of the executive or as executive authority of the institution, during the beginning of the financial year, the observation that I've shared with the department and my concerns was around targets that were not budgeted for. Because when you look at indicators, they are clear, but will target more with less resources, which clearly indicates to us that there was bad planning in the department, which we will not run away from. However, we have taken a posture that says, before we even approve the APP, because already at this point we have submitted a draft APP, we will be looking at finance must sit with strategic planning to verify that each and every project that is put there is resources. And I'm happy that they have appreciated that particular observation from myself, because when you look at the B5, you would see projects there, but there will be others, the ones that are in the APP, they don't appear on the B5. And you ask yourself, how do you intend to achieve those particular goals when they are not there? But that particular misalignment is what we have observed and appreciated as a weakness in the department, and we're working towards, I'm surely in the new financial year, we will not have that particular challenge. Honorable Klute, you raised a very significant point in as far as infrastructure development and service and infrastructure delivery is concerned. We are fresh as this management from National Summit on Infrastructure, where even at MINMAC level, we have adopted a 7-pointer approach. One is there is a need to centralize infrastructure delivery. You cannot have a misaligned mandate or misaligned approach in terms of service delivery. You can't have Department of Health, Department of Education, Department of Agriculture, having the smaller nyana infrastructure internally. It will not work. You will not even see the benefit. Secondly, we are going to have a struggle in as far as keeping professionals within the system, because everybody is implementing. When we were at the Infrastructure Summit, we had a discussion with the President as different MECs of 9 provinces, together with the Minister and the DM. And one of the conversation was, can we deal with what exactly is the mandate of Department of Public Works? Because as things stands, there is no bill. We are still busy with that particular bill that governs public works, besides GIAM and all these other regulatory aspects. What is also key is to centralize the budget of Department of Public Works, of all infrastructure delivery. Nanyani, together with, she's asking about why are we not paying contractors? The money is not with Department of Public Works. The resources that are meant for service delivery, in as far as infrastructure is concerned, are not sitting with Department of Public Works. They are sitting with Department of Education, that sitting with Department of Health. We are an implementing agent on behalf of this particular department, not only those two, but others, because Sport had a particular project. Now, when a payment is done, it means we process paperwork, we must still take it to Department of Education to do payment. We even follow up on behalf of contractors so that payments are done. It pains us, Chair, that at some point in a hospital called Bitumelo, one of the professionals of the department was held at what do you call it? It was not hostage by a contractor because the payment was not done. And I've raised this thing with National Department of Treasury that is unacceptable for officials of government to be operating in that particular environment. It can't be. And I'll defend my officials of the department that I'm leading any day, especially when I know they are not treated well. Chair, we would rarely, it will be easier for us to pay contractors if the resources were with Department of Public Works. And we must indicate to this particular platform or to the committee, when Department of Education gives responsibility to implement project to DBSA, they give them the resources upfront. But it does not happen with Public Works. When IDT is implementing for other departments, they give the resources upfront. So there is no squabble between who must pay and so on. It doesn't. But when it's Public Works, we are expected to go and continuously ask a department to pay. And the other issue in relation to payments, Department of Public Works does not charge client department services fees for the professional work we do. But entities like IDT and DBSA, they do. But they still get money upfront. The question is why? Services, I'll go to issues relating to municipal services, which 1.7 billion, and as a shortfall for outer years. Chair, when we were here the last time, we have indicated that we are putting our property portfolio not necessarily on the market, but we are having a summit, I think, in the next 7 days, to put upfront the properties that are there that are not utilized by the state for any investor to come through to be able to assist us in reinvesting to revitalize our property portfolio. We have identified about 16 assets, including vacant land, for that particular purpose, so that we can reduce on the rates and taxes, including issues relating to water and, utilities. By so doing, we will be reducing the rates and taxes because we will be putting these particular assets to use. Our asset register, as I've indicated earlier, it will also be able to give us clarity in terms of how much are we paying for individual asset, because that particular verification is still required, especially from a valuer perspective. Measures put in place to deal with wasteful and fruitless expenditure. I will allow the HOD to deal with that, including investigation on irregular expenditure. It is our intention, Chair, as raised by Honorable McKay, that our fruitless and wasteful expenditure should be investigated. I've even made it my business to make it much more resound. In the budget vote, I've indicated that there will be investigations in relation to Tieto. We are hoping that the HOD will be moving speedily in that particular space. And we also agreed in principle as the department that whenever we sit our quarterly review meetings, there should be an update on wasteful and fruitless expenditure. And with us here, we've got Mary Filwe, who is our internal auditor, although she did not take an oath earlier, but most probably the CFO, acting CFO, will be able to speak to that. Instability in the department. Indeed, Honorable Khaoregui, I've had not 3, but 4 HODs in the past 6 months. It was Ndate Mhlahlo left, Mema Simene was put on suspension, Ndate Phahlo then left after 3 months. Now I'm with Ndate Mdol. In a period of 6 months. Ordinarily that will bring instability in the department. Not only that, the actings are also a problem for the department. We ought to make sure that we expedite processes in as far as recruitment is concerned. But we must indicate to you, new regulations that are coming in every 6 months, that are also becoming a headache in the system. Because when we are about to advertise our regulations in terms of job evaluations on already existing jobs, but we had to comply with the processes. We are hopeful that as much as the process of HODs, the recruitment is done through the Office of the Premier. Most probably, if they come, they can be posed with that particular questions, because remember, HODs are appointed by the Premier. My delegations start with the DDG going downwards. The rest, beyond that, it's the Office of the Premier. But ordinarily, in an ordinary institution, when we had 4 HODs, in a period of 6 months, you're bound to have some sort of instability, because each and every individual comes with a particular culture, a particular system of working, and so forth and so on. But we're hopeful that as soon as we have an appointed HOD, not only the HOD, but all these other officials that are acting, we need to recruit in that particular space. We can't have HOD acting, CFO acting, May acting, Tate acting, Dion acting, Lynette acting. All chief directors are acting besides Dr. Zake, who's a chief director for corporate services. We're hopeful that next time when we come, we would have done that, but we were delayed by the new regulations in as far as having to re-evaluate positions before they get advertised. Thank you very much. I'll hand over to the HOD and the CFO. On solar panels, Chair, at least I know this department. The 2 years has given me an opportunity to really be in touch with the department. The solar panels we had the intention was to appoint for all other houses, but there were delays in terms of appointments. We have even requested, because I asked in the quarterly review, what is the story with solar panels? It can't be difficult to appoint people for solar panels. In the process of appointments, which is something that was good done by supply chain and works, they've identified a loophole that the person who was appointed, who was about to be appointed, was the same person who did the solar panel before. And therefore, they were not happy with the work. that was done. So they then said, given that we're not happy, we cannot reappoint these particular individuals, will they have to redo the work? That's why there were delays. However, the department, because solar panel is going to be our business as part of reducing electricity and so forth and so on, we are going the process of appointing a panel in that particular space, given the expertise that we have, that we need. It will be done before the end of financial year, but it is included in terms of our plans. And I know for a fact that Mayor Lynette, together with officials of supply chain, they've been working on how to deal with, to finalize the panel, because in the brief this morning, they did indicate they are finalizing the process of solar panels. Thank you very much, Chair.
No, thank you very much, MEC, Chairperson and members. On the issue of, also to add to the MEC on the issue of the question that was raised, or that there's a complaint about contractors not finishing work. Yes. Sorry, ma'am?
Saying it's not a complaint, or it was just a raising concern, not a complaint.
Oh, okay.
Not
okay.
change. Don't change my word, please.
Thank you.
Okay, now,
can continue.
thank you very much. Yes, there is a concern. It's a fact. But there are reasons for that. As some of the reasons the MEC has spoken to in terms of the non-payment of contractors. And another reason linked to that is that it also results to the cash flow of contractors. Because of the non-payment and the cash flow, you'll find that the contractors are leaving the site. And then as they leave the sites, you find that also the sites become vandalized. So those are some of the reasons that are making contractors to not finish their work. But it's a matter that now, as we are also coming from the infrastructure summit, that is being addressed in terms of the 7 plans that the MEC has alluded. Those issues are covered under that each department of infrastructure will have to attend to that, to address the challenges of contractors leaving the site or not finishing their work. And then another matter that was raised by Ndate Mackay is the issue of the safeguarding of assets, and the issue of having an asset register, and the issue of OHS. As a department, we agree that yes, we do have an asset register, but our asset register is not perfect. As a result of that, we are in a process of embarking on procuring the electronic register, so that we can be in a position to know how many assets that we have in the province, and then also that will also assist us, that system, to understand and know the state of those assets, so that we can be in a position to keep track on issues of maintenance and so on. So there's a process that as a department we are starting to embark on. And then also through the safety of our buildings is of paramount importance, and then is in our agenda to beef up the issues of operational health in our department, to have a dedicated unit that will look at OHS, that we need to have an inspectorate that will move on each and every building to look at the state of the building, and then come and report as to this building is faced with these challenges, and what is it that as the department you can do to address those issues, like issues of maintenance, which comes first, and so on. Also, informed by the budget that we will be having. But it's a matter that as a department we are prioritizing of the safety of our buildings. Yeah, thank you very much. Other issues will be covered by the acting CFO.
Thank you, HOD. I think when it comes to the issue of the unwanted expenditure, when it comes to the audit findings that we had audit findings on the investigation and effective steps not taken for our unwanted expenditure. However, as the department, in order to address this issue, we have then participated in the transversal contract that Provincial Treasury is doing for the unwanted expenditure. So they have already selected a panel of experts to then do this, to assist the department with the investigations of the unwanted expenditure. For the financial year, we've put aside a budget of 1 million for these services. So we're expecting then to start with the investigations, or for the panels to start with the investigations soon. When it comes to the 30-day non-compliance, I think as a department we've worked very hard to reduce the percentage. I think even from the report we can see that we have reduced the percentage of invoices that are not paid. However, the challenge we're having as a department is that everything is done manually in terms of our invoice tracking system. So I think we're looking to then have at least a digitalized tracking tool to assist with our invoices, and that can then assist with reducing the 30-day non-compliance. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any follow-ups? Yes, one.
Thank you. Just a sideline, a little bit of information as well, and maybe something to take note of. Your asset register will be digital. You're looking at a invoice system that will be digital. My advice would be to make sure that you have a good backup system, as well as to make sure that you've got a firewall system, and not happen to what happens with most of the municipalities that's happened throughout the system, that Mangaung crashed, Maluti Apafong's crashed, Machabeng's crashed. So if yours crashes, 9 other departments crash at the same time. So please make sure that you've got a good firewall and backup system. Thank you.
Yes. You can continue.
Okay, thank you very much, Chair. Me Manje, Me Chabalala just raised the issue of solar system only. I don't know, maybe it's because she's tired of bathing with cold water. There where we are staying, there are a lot of problems. Everything that we use in the houses are broken. I don't know whether it's because we have been supplied with old furnitures that other previous honorable members used to use it. Microwaves in the kitchens are broken, and when we complain about everything that is broken in the house, it takes a long time to be attended. So I don't know whether we must buy for ourselves. Even now, my house doesn't have a microwave. I don't know whether am I allowed to go and buy for myself the new one, and I don't know why should I stay in that house with broken things. Maybe you should say to us we can go and find for other accommodation for ourselves, the qualified one, the dignified one, if we see that one is not qualifying for us as honorable members. So please attend to that, please.
MEC, you can, I'm just going to have 2 or 3 inputs, then you can answer, and maybe also with that give your closing remarks. There's 2 things. I think the AG said that he's going to invite your department and departments like health and education to sit around the table with him. I think that's important. He'll give us feedback regarding that. It's something that we actually said we'll do years back because the one is accusing the other one of not paying or not doing or whatever. So I think that's an important meeting for you. And then also your APPs, you said that I mean, your budget doesn't speak to the APPs. The AG, and we're going to ask all the departments to do that, to send your APPs, your draft APPs to them, and let the AG also give inputs and maybe guide you in that way to help you to achieve your goals. Then the interventions, it was addressed, but I mean, if there's no investigations on the unauthorized and irregular expenditures, it seems as if there's no consequence management. So it's just a thought out there. And then lastly, please formalize your appointments of acting managers. That's that will help. Thank you. Then you can answer and also give your closing remarks. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chair. On the issues relating to us meeting with Auditor General together with client departments, I'm sure that will indicate that it was our own initiative as a department. Because there was a dispute about one issue, and I'm happy that Auditor General came in support of the department. When I'm saying in support, I mean that when we raised concerns, they came on board. They went even beyond the call of duty to bring their team from Gauteng, which focuses on infrastructure development, to come. And during that particular session, when we're dealing with a particular issue, it's when we agreed in principle that as soon as they're done with the Auditor General, audit of that particular, is it this year, they would focus on this particular, I don't know what to call it, a bilateral or what, but a session with different departments. We are really, really looking forward to that meeting. It will resolve a number of issues, including administrative matters relating to projects be withdrawn. As we speak, the Department of Education wants to withdraw a project that is at 97%. You really do not understand why would you do that, unless you want to take the glory of finalizing the project. But generally, we're just saying there are weaknesses in how we operate. But equally, Chair, we are not taking the blame to Department of Education or Health alone. We must also look at our own weaknesses at the department. Therefore, that meeting was going to be very strategic to collaborate, to coordinate the work and ensure that our service delivery, our delivering as far as infrastructure is concerned, it's see the light of day. I'm shocked that I used to be an official of government, Chair. I used to work at strategic planning. And it's shocking that 7 years down the line, when one was in parliament and coming back, the process of APP and AG has always been there. I don't know why, what has happened, but we are looking forward to having that particular session, because for you to have indicators, we must be able to agree in principle with AG that our descriptions are the same and the understanding is the same before we even finalize. So that particular meeting is equally welcomed. Honorable members, as the MEC of Department of Public Works and Infrastructure, I had an opportunity to, the opportunity to lead this department is not an easy one. Comes with the good and the bad. I stay in one of the houses of the state. It's an old house. Where I reside, there was no furniture. I had to bring furniture from my actual house to the state house because of a regulation that was taken out by the minister to indicate that we should not buy new furniture. Majority of the MECs, if not all, we did not buy furniture, all of them. They are using the furniture that have been used by their predecessors. That also indicates, is a clear indication that all of us, when it comes to issues of furniture, we are affected. We will, however, coming from this meeting, make a sincere request through Treasury that there be a waiver. Because even our offices, not that we want to be extravagant, no, we're not. Why buy new things when the ones that are existing are working? But if they are not working, we ought to make a plan. Therefore, as we come back, we'll make that particular arrangement. Chair, I was complaining this morning. House I stay in, the oven has not been working since I've moved into that house. Not because we can't, but because of this issue of us not being able to buy furniture. But we are looking into having that waiver being approved so that we are able to procure for members. And it's not necessarily for comfort, but it's a necessity. It's a necessity. It's not like we want to exorbitant, beautiful stuff. No, it's just basics so that our lives can. So we would really want to do that. But overall, Chair, we take note of all the inputs that the advices we had received from the committee in relations to the firewall, in as far as the automated asset management system. And we also take note of the advice around how the security matter, we still take note of the input that was made today. And over and above, we would really want to reduce unfruitless and wasteful expenditure. By the time we come back, most probably, at least we push for 50% of these particular cases be investigated. We will not only rely, Mayor Prudence, which is something that I want to reiterate in this meeting, we will not only rely on that particular panel, because there are issues that can be investigated internally and be closed without necessarily having to get into that, because it's going to be costly. It is yet another million that must be spent on things that should not have happened in the first place. So we should be able to do certain things internally, but like I've indicated, in the next quarterly review, most probably we must indicate how many cases have we investigated and what are the outcomes thereof. Thank you very much, Chair.
I'm sorry, I think Honorable Chabalala, you want to, okay, allow you to do that, thank you.
Honorable Manche, ke a leboha. Ke mametse ditaba tsa hao hantle mme. Ha se hore hakalo mme re batla ho bewa dinthong tsa majabajaba, but re dudisitswe bohlasweng. Just imagine o bitswa an honorable member, o robatswa hodima le trust le dikolo tsa mosese. Ha o fihla mo plekeng yo tlo dula ho yona. A carpet is dirty. E dikolo tsa mafura. Those houses are dirty. Dirty.
You can, thank you, Mrs.
Chair, I don't want to sound like I'm defending the department, but there are certain things that we must take responsibility for. As individuals, I don't even want to go to say, honorable members, as much as the department has certain responsibility, we equally have certain responsibilities. But where we have gone wrong and have not done right by honorable members, we're not going to look into it, we will correct it. And as far as their well-being is concerned, however, I'm sincerely requesting that in our own spaces, in where we are working, we should also not await for this committee to sit to raise concerns. Our office is opened. Colleagues, I'll call you colleagues because we're members of parliament, irrespective of where I'm located now, where you can come and indicate your frustrations and we can deal with those matters. But where we have done wrong, we sincerely apologize. It is not our own doing as a department to put members of the legislature into spaces that are not proper. We will do better. Thank you very much, Chair.
MEC and all the members, your staff, thank you. Again, we apologize for the time and you are excused. Thank you so much.
Honorable members, let's just for a few minutes, let's allow the we don't have at the moment legislature chambers. That's why this one was converted into this. So tomorrow, this venue was booked for NCOP. Tomorrow, NCOP will be discussing a report of the activity of this that they undertook during the week. So we have been assigned to third floor boardroom, but when I'm trying to interact with people, the person responsible